Within the sterile confines of a corporate office, a somber atmosphere hangs heavy as men in dark suits move through the hallways. At a large table, surrounded by others, Uncle Ilwa quietly eats, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he processes the gravity of the situation. 3 sticks of incense burn slowly nearby, their smoke curling upwards, a silent tribute to a life lost. Later, a cigarette dangling from his lips, Ilwa's face is etched with deep concern, a frustrated "damn it," escaping him as he grapples with his thoughts. He laments the tragic circumstances, muttering, "Of all the ways to pass away in vain like this." To a listening associate. His associate offers a questioning glance, while Ilwa simply looks down, a silent plea of please, hanging in the air. Later, in a hallway, Ilwa confronts Hodong, who is carrying a box, demanding, "Damn, where are you headed?" Hodong casually replies he's just going out for some fresh air, adding that Ilwa should be told the same. As Hodong walks away, Ilwa watches him, a flicker of concern crossing his face, thinking, he'd better not be in a bad mood, too. Suddenly, a powerful kick connects with a box, as a voice exclaims, "That box in his hands, isn't that Wang Dam?" As the dust settled from Dam's sudden outburst, Uncle Ilwa, flanked by another man, demanded to know the whereabouts of the young man who had just left. Hodong, meanwhile, was already making his escape, his hurried footsteps echoing as he fled the scene. A voice, filled with disbelief and anger, cursed the lunatic responsible for the escalating situation, the words barely contained by the sheer force of emotion. Ilwa's face contorted in a scream of frustration, repeating the flimsy excuse that Hodong had merely gone out for fresh air. Hodong, now on a motorcycle and clutching the mysterious box, called out a final farewell to his uncle, urging him to live a good life without him. The box, marked with a cryptic symbol, seemed to weigh heavily on Hodong's mind, as he internally chastised himself for being a damn idiot. Back at the office, Ilwa's fury turned to frantic urgency as he barked orders into his phone, demanding someone get to him immediately. Outside, a growing crowd had gathered, the air thick with the declaration that it's an emergency. Ilwa and his associate watched the unfolding chaos, their faces etched with profound concern and confusion. A voice calls out, asking what is happening, then sharply addresses Wang Dam. There is a saying, one that Ilwa seems to embody with his stern gaze. Humans are animals of adaptation. Some believe they are the most adaptable creatures, capable of thriving in any environment. Yet, the world keeps spinning, indifferent to those who cannot keep up. A sudden rustle of papers, a cascade of discarded efforts. For if they can't adapt, they'll simply be swept away, down the drain, becoming nothing more than filth and trash. Lying prone amidst the scattered remnants of his struggle, the world around him felt nothing short of filthy and trash. A detached voice wonders, should others be forced to live that way as well? A young woman, observing the chaos from a distance, admits she doesn't know much about such things. Yet, with a look of clear disdain, she concludes that she thinks it's a pile of shit, because he still scrambles for every last bill. As others walk away, ignoring the scene, he mutters about more money left, determined to collect every last piece. Finally, clutching a stack of bills, he estimates it's about 500, deciding that this amount is enough. With a newfound resolve, a confident smile spreads across his face, ready to start anew, no matter what challenges lie ahead. With a new resolve, he stands overlooking the city, a silent vow forming in his mind. He will prove it. This new world he's stepping into is filled with formidable individuals, from the stern-faced man with spiky gray hair and the muscular youth with a shaved head, to a sharp-featured young man with light hair and an older, slick-haired figure. Others include a fiery-haired young man radiating anger, another dark-haired youth in a suit, and the familiar shaved-head figure, all poised for the challenges ahead. The cast expands further with a serious young woman in glasses, a charismatic long-haired man with a smirk, and another bespectacled youth, all under the watchful eye of the spiky-haired veteran. An old, unassuming building stands under the night sky, its facade hinting at the worn interiors within, and a voice remarks that nothing else quite like it can be found anywhere nearby. Inside, Wang Dam and Uncle Ilwa walk through a hallway, the older man dismissing the idea of finding anything similar at their age, though he admits the kitchen is quite messy. The camera pans to a grimy kitchen sink, confirming the assessment, as the voice adds that the place has a distinct feel to it, a specific vibe. A close-up on a dusty ceiling vent emphasizes the building's age, and Wang Dam, after a moment of consideration, agrees, calling the vibe undeniably classic. Suddenly, a young woman with short, dark hair appears, facing Wang Dam, asking if the vibe is meant to be a good thing, while she chuckles, complimenting his sense of humor. Wang Dam avoids her gaze, admitting he's not looking at the moment, while she explains that most of the smaller rooms are on the second floor, implying he'll have to wait to see them. The young woman's expression turns serious, her dark eyes observing him intently. Wang Dam seems slightly confused by her intensity, as she pulls out a cigarette, clarifying that she doesn't smoke, but simply likes to keep one around. She then explains that she let him in because he looked pretty normal, before announcing her departure, leaving him to ponder her unusual remarks. A distant voice echoed, offering a perfunctory welcome, but Wang Dam remained silent, his expression unreadable as he surveyed his new, sparse surroundings. Later, stretched out on a simple bed, he let out a long sigh, a mix of exhaustion and a strange sense of peace washing over him. Despite the unconventional circumstances, he found himself enjoying the situation, a quiet satisfaction settling in. This place, in his mind, needed to be a sanctuary, a space where he could truly be free, yet the financial burden of its renovation weighed heavily on him, leaving him to wonder what resources he had left. A wave of regret washed over him, the stark realization hitting him that he was, in fact, screwed, questioning why he hadn't simply chosen a normal life instead of this self-imposed struggle. Burying his face in his hands, he tried to find a silver lining, a single positive amidst the chaos. His gaze fell upon a hanging school uniform, a small comfort that at least the uniform itself wasn't an expensive burden. But the internal conflict raged, his mind screaming at him, questioning his sanity for embarking on such a tumultuous path. Recalling the taunts of H. Hodong, who once threatened to dismantle his life with his bargaining skills and report him, Wang Dam finally accepted that a normal life was never truly an option for him. He simply couldn't exist without challenging the status quo, without engaging with the very things others tried to avoid. He listens intently on the phone, a mix of concern and determination on his face as he promises to help, then to stop, before agreeing to meet, despite the distance. Walking away, his thoughts drift to the irreversible nature of lost money, a shameful end to a regrettable situation. He can't believe he was duped, losing $500,000, his good intentions and money both gone, just as he should have expected. Suddenly, an older man with glasses confronts him, his face contorted in rage, demanding to know why so many fools came to him to lend money for bugs. Wang Dam insists it wasn't his money and promises to pay it back, trying to calm the man down, but the creditor snaps back, forbidding him from calling him Hyung and threatening to kill him. Bowing deeply, he apologizes and reiterates his intention to repay the 50 million won, though the creditor scoffs, doubting his ability to do so. Back on the phone, Wang Dam reminds the person on the other end that he did them a favor when they ran out of money, now asking about their business and if they truly have no grand plan. On the other end, his uncle, Ilwa, responds with a confident smirk, declaring his intention to open a bank. Ilwa then sternly tells Wang Dam to stop calling him Bambino, insisting the name is utterly lame. As the conversation continues, a stern voice advises him that he is already a fool and needs to do a good job, especially if he wants to graduate. Wang Dam, still on the phone, responds with a questioning, huh? On the other end, Uncle Ilwa reveals, Bambino, the school you're talking about is the one I owe my life to. Wang Dam's mind races, wondering if getting into a school his uncle owes his life to, and becoming the number one there, could really be too easy. Ilwa's voice cuts through his thoughts, assuring him, it won't be as easy as you think. He's referring to P** and K High, a school located in the infamous Gangrok district, notorious for its high dropout rate and the sheer number of people who get lifted up from there. Indeed, the school is a crucible where only the strongest survive, with most students ending up at the very bottom, crushed by its brutal hierarchy. It's a place where one must fight with ruthless determination, with nothing to lose. Wang Dam considers this, a slight smile playing on his lips as he thinks, anyway, it's no fun if I become the number one too easily, so? As the new chapter of his life began, Wang Dam considered this new place the perfect first obstacle on his path. The imposing structure of P** and K High loomed ahead, a stream of students already making their way inside. Among them, faces hardened by the school's reputation were common, each student carrying an air of quiet intensity. Some bore subtle marks of past conflicts, their expressions hinting at the brutal hierarchy within. Unfazed by the atmosphere, Dam walked with an unwavering confidence, his gaze fixed forward. Meanwhile, another student observed the scene with apprehension, muttering about the overwhelming strength of the juniors here, wondering if they were all on a different level. With a decisive step, he acknowledged the unexpected strength of his new peers. Standing before his assigned classroom, 3-1, he mused that no matter how tough they were still just high schoolers, and he would be generous with them. As he walked down the hallway, a smirk played on his lips. This was his perfect chance to show Ilwa the vast difference between himself and these punks. So let's begin with an intense declaration, designed to shake things up within the classroom. He intends to make these monkeys tremble in fear, forcing them to acknowledge his presence. And here he is, Wang Dam, the high-class transfer student, making his entrance. Inside the classroom, a teacher questions the new arrival, asking if he is indeed the transfer student, Wang Dam. Taken aback by Dam's demeanor, the teacher asks about the look on his face, as the sound of his footsteps echoes through the room. With a confident hand, he pushes open the classroom door, greeting them with a dismissive, "Nice to meet you, you simple chimps." Introducing himself as Wang Dam from Taejun, he suggests they have a small talk. His gaze sharpens, awaiting their response to his challenge. As the tension from the new student's arrival settled, one young man, his head bowed, seemed to shrink into his seat. But the new arrival, Wang Dam, was not one to let a challenge go unanswered, his eyes flaring crimson as he seized the student by the collar, demanding to know what he had said. Meanwhile, at the front of the classroom, the teacher continued to write, seemingly oblivious to the escalating confrontation. From his desk, Hodong watched the scene unfold, his gaze shifting from the teacher to the two students, a silent observer to the brewing storm. The teacher's hand continued its steady work, while Wang Dam, his expression grim, looked up, ready to press his point. His eyes burned with an intense red glow as he demanded, "What are you guys fighting for? What's all that bullshit you whispered?" The student, now visibly terrified and sweating, could only stammer a confused response, trying to remind him, "Can't you see we're in the middle of the holy calculus right now?" Ignoring the plea, Wang Dam's fist ignited with a fierce red aura, and he struck, warning, "If you keep disturbing my class like this." The impact echoed through the silent classroom, leaving the other students, including Hodong, stunned and wide-eyed in disbelief. He continues his aggressive tirade, demanding to know why the student is so arrogant, then mocks him for being a piss-poor high schooler who only looks at women. Attempting to stand his ground, the student retorts, asking what the bullshit is about and challenging his rank. Dismissing the challenge, he calls them all crazy idiots for acting out and scoffs at the idea of them crying in a zoo full of crazy chimps. Ordering them to sit down and reminding them of their place, Hodong silently observes, anticipating the inevitable confrontation. Before anyone can react, Wang Dam's fist connects with the student's face, a brutal impact that sends a cloud of dust erupting around him. As the other students recoil in shock, some exclaim that he's gone too far, others calling for him to be killed. Ignoring their protests, he seizes the student by his collar, the fabric tearing under his grip. With a violent shove, he slams the student against a nearby desk, the wood groaning under the force. Then, with a final, powerful motion, he hurls the student over the desk, sending him crashing to the floor amidst the splintering wood. Still reeling from the previous confrontation, he delivers a brutal kick to the student's midsection, sending him flying. As the student struggles to recover, Wang Dam follows up with a punch, joined by another student who lands a kick. Relentless in his assault, he unleashes another powerful, arcing kick. His fist connects with sickening force, distorting the student's face on impact. Having subdued his first victim, Wang Dam stands over the crumpled form of the student, who lies defeated on the floor. A cold, determined glint enters his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns his aggression to another student, delivering a sudden, brutal punch. As the new victim falls, Wang Dam's foot comes down hard, grinding into his head. His face contorts into a snarl of pure, unadulterated rage. Still reeling from the previous assault, the bald student lies on the ground, hearing the cruel words echo that he is nothing but trash. Before he can even process the insult, a devastating punch connects with his face, sending him recoiling further with a pained cry. Dazed and battered, the student struggles to comprehend the sheer, unhinged brutality of his attacker, wondering if he's facing a lunatic. A terse command cuts through the air, followed by a confused murmur from the victim. Wang Dam then raises a book, its cover ironically emblazoned with the words, "Ethical Thoughts." Without hesitation, he brings the heavy tome down with a sickening thud. The student's eyes widen in terror, a desperate plea dying on his lips. The book smashes into his face with brutal force. The brutal assault continues, a powerful blow landing squarely on Hodong's head. The surrounding students recoil in horror, barely able to process the sheer brutality unfolding before them. The book, now a discarded weapon, lies on the ground, a silent testament to the violence. Wang Dam looks down at his victim, the other students remaining frozen in terrified observation. Hodong lies broken on the floor, his mind reeling from the relentless attack, barely able to comprehend what has just happened. Yet, a twisted, desperate laugh escapes him as he screams for the others to help him, to stop pushing him around. Unimpressed, Wang Dam mocks Hodong's reputation, finding his current state far from what he expected from a tough, high school student. With a sharp, decisive motion, he grabs Hodong by the collar, pulling him closer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Uncle Ilwa's peaceful study session is interrupted by the distant commotion, wishing the clueless idiot making noise would just shut up. The cries of Hodong echo through the schoolyard as the beaten student lies helpless, surrounded by a group of onlookers. One of them, a student with a sneer, mocks the others, demanding to know how they could have been defeated by a single person. He continues to scoff, dismissing the apparent victor as insignificant. But before the words can fully register, Wang Dam, the true aggressor, launches a vicious kick, connecting squarely with Hodong's body. The impact sends a shockwave through Hodong, his face contorting in agony as his eye glows faintly with pain. Without pause, Wang Dam follows up, a blur of motion as he delivers another brutal strike. The relentless assault continues, each strike landing with sickening force. Finally, Wang Dam stands victorious over the utterly defeated and broken Hodong, the fight decisively over. His fist descends with brutal force. As he declares this a special menu, Hodong's face contorts in a silent scream of agony, taking the full impact of the blow. Another punch lands squarely on his mouth, Wang Dam taunting him with stir-fried pork, sending his head snapping back from the force, as he continues with talk of seasoned ribs. He then grabs Hodong by the collar, delivering a vicious kick that sends the defeated Hodong flying, calling him a fucking rat. Hodong collapses to the ground, utterly defeated, as Wang Dam stands over him, demanding, "What the hell?" He clenches his jaw, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze, and unleashes a brutal strike that connects squarely with Hodong's face, his fist a blur of motion. Another powerful blow sends Hodong reeling, a pained groan escaping him. Standing over the fallen student, Wang Dam looks down, muttering, "Ugh, how you know how to take a punch, huh? But," his eyes cold as he questions, "What can the likes of you?" Hodong's face contorts in agony from the relentless assault. As Wang Dam finishes, even do. With his fist still raised, he surveys the utterly defeated Hodong, the fight decisively over. He tightened his grip on the suit, a low creak of strained fabric filling the air, before a sharp, sudden impact echoed through the space. A heavy foot then pressed down, asserting dominance. Hodong recoiled from the relentless assault, struggling to speak. "This isn't enough to take me down." His face already bruised and bleeding, he lamented the damage to his attire. "Ah, fuck. I just bought this suit yesterday." Wang Dam stood over him, his eyes now burning with an ominous red glow, a dark aura radiating from his form. Hodong found himself bound by glowing red tendrils, his defiance turning to fear as he questioned, what are you so scared? There aren't just one or two." The realization of his opponent's true nature dawned on him, leaving him utterly terrified. Is he really a gangster? This was Park Hodong, a 19-year-old whose fighting skills and physical build were considered incomparable to a high degree. Before Wang Dam, there was another, a formidable figure known simply as the Schooler. His sheer presence was enough to overwhelm others, but what truly terrified them was his intense gaze. That gaze, now met with a force that left him reeling. A brutal impact sent blood spraying from his mouth, a testament to the overwhelming power he faced. Hodong, witnessing the swift and brutal defeat, could only cower, convinced he was losing his mind, begging for forgiveness from the sheer terror of it all. Another crushing blow landed, sealing the Schooler's fate. Wang Dam stood over the fallen figure, unimpressed, dismissing the previous top dog as merely boring. With the old boss replaced, a new era of dominance began. A new name echoes through the school's hierarchy, Kim Tae-suk. He stands, a figure of quiet authority, engrossed in a book, his presence commanding respect. Meanwhile, another intense gaze hints at a different kind of power lurking in the shadows, a potential rival yet to make his move. Back in the hallway, Kim Tae-suk confronts Wang Dam, questioning his presence and demanding an explanation, while Wang Dam simply dismisses him with a casual, "Who's this guy?" Elsewhere, a student with glowing purple eyes and a sinister grin declares it's bind time, as an unseen voice warns of someone messing with our opponent. The glowing eye narrows, as the unseen voice confirms this individual is the real top dog here. Back with the confrontation, Kim Tae-suk, taken aback by Wang Dam's audacity, can only manage a surprised, "Hey." Ignoring the warning, Kim Tae-suk demands to know if Wang Dam is stupid Korean. But before he can finish, Wang Dam swiftly snatches the book from his grasp. The surrounding students gasp in collective horror, uttering cries of lunatic, and questioning if he has a death wish for snatching Kim Tae-suk's book. He leans in, a smirk playing on his lips, as he observes the book in the other student's hands, remarking on the unexpected sight of him studying Korean. The student remains silent, his gaze fixed on the English textbook, a tense quiet hanging between them. A flicker of irritation crosses his face as he adjusts his tie, the silence doing little to mask his growing annoyance. Kim Tae-suk finally breaks the quiet, proposing a direct confrontation for their position. Before he can react further, Wang Dam's eyes flash with an eerie blue light, and he swiftly snatches something from the other's grasp, mockingly asking if it's sashimi. The narration confirms the swiftness of the act, noting that the new guy has already claimed whatever was taken. Tae-suk glares down, his voice low and menacing, promising retribution for the insult. Wang Dam responds with a defiant stomp, a burst of energy radiating from his foot. His eyes now blazing with intense blue light, he roars, demanding an answer, whether in Korean or English. He unleashes a sudden burst of power, charging forward enveloped in a fierce red aura. As his opponent recoils in extreme pain and disbelief, Wang Dam overwhelms him with an intensified, crushing red energy. The scene shifts abruptly, arriving at Pack High, where a student with glasses looks on. Before accusing him, "You damn thug." A tiled floor comes into focus, then a face contorted in pain, a small cut marring his cheek. He plunges through the air, a vivid nightmare of falling, as a choked sound escapes him, his mind screaming defiance against an unseen force. A sharp ache throbs in his jaw, a groan escaping him as the unsettling question echoes in his mind. Had he truly lost? As his eyes flutter open, a concerned voice cuts through the fog, asking if he's all right, leaving him only with a confused murmur. The new student explains that he had just woken up screaming, prompting Wang Dam to look around, disoriented, wondering where he was. The new student clarifies their location, stating it's the infirmary, and adds that he had been unconscious for quite some time. He then asks if Dam is the transfer student, mentioning he heard they were in the same chapter and likely the same class. Elsewhere, a furious Hodong unleashes a torrent of abuse, demanding to know why someone is grinning while he's speaking, his rage boiling over. Tae-suk isn't really the type to attack black people, so Hodong's furious punch connects with Tae-suk's face, sending him reeling. Meanwhile, in a different part of the school, a new student extends a friendly hand, introducing himself as Min Jae-hyun, noting they are in the same class and suggesting they be friends. He offers his hand to Dam, then continues, explaining that Dam can call him by his last name, and that he's always caught up on the latest news. Jae-hyun enthusiastically confirms that he knows about the strongest hunter, but quickly corrects himself, realizing that's not quite right. He then reveals the hunter's nickname, Tyson, a figure known for immense physical strength, knowledge of various combat techniques, and superior mana. Dam, surprised, questions if Tyson isn't the name of Ilwa's pet dog, while Jae-hyun clarifies that this Tyson is the only one who has mastered the employment system. Dam tries to interject, but Jae-hyun continues, asking if the employment system isn't the reason Dam is here. A deeper explanation reveals that the god system isn't the only one. There are many other systems, including a special employment system that can be used in real life, prompting a bewildered reaction. In a time before, a student with glasses found himself cornered, facing a pointed question about his academic performance. Test grade. So you're talking about studying. A voice pressed, to which he could only stammer a hesitant, "Wah." Meanwhile, another student, H. Hodong, surveyed the school grounds with a critical eye, wondering if this truly was the place he'd heard about, the gathering spot for all the troublemakers. Back with the student in glasses, he pleaded for clarity, asking for an explanation he could truly understand. H. Hodong, however, had already made his intentions clear, declaring himself the one who would manage and change the school, regardless of anyone else's status. He then challenged another, demanding to know, "Hey, are you the one who managed to get this time?" Before adding, "Yeah, why?" The student with glasses, now visibly distraught, wished for a different reality, lamenting, "If only you weren't here." He reflected on his past, admitting he was never the type to study, but rather the one others studied for. In the end, H. Hodong reigned supreme, transforming the school into a heaven for the weak and a hell for the strong. The situation continued to deteriorate, leaving the student with glasses in growing despair. With a menacing smile, H. Hodong delivered his final ultimatum, ordering, "Change it to my name before you turn it in." He then added a chilling reminder, "You know what'll happen if you don't, right? The one who once held the most power." After witnessing such blatant corruption, even the one strong. And then, without warning, with a chilling grin, his presence alone was enough to inspire. Indeed, no one possessed the ability. And of course, even the most powerful figures eventually succumbed. In the past, Kim Tae-suk had risen to power, becoming the new leader of Pak High. However, H. Hodong then proved himself by ranking first academically, and after that, no one dared to cheat again. The old system, where rankings were determined by fighting, was replaced by a new one based on academic grades, and Tae-suk even went as far as to accept this change. It was officially announced that the leader of Pak High would now be determined by grades. In the present, the student with glasses explains to Wang Dam that the current leader is the number one in rankings. Surprisingly, everyone agreed and accepted this new system easily, which is how Kim Tae-suk eventually gave up on school and had to transfer. With the shift in power, the chaotic era of Pak High began to decline. The student with glasses concludes, stating that this is the history of Pak High, and asks if Wang Dam understands. Wang Dam's expression hardens as he realizes the implications, understanding that he needs to be at the top of the rankings himself. He considers the implications of this new reality, realizing that if becoming the leader of this place now hinges on academic prowess, then studying truly is the only answer. Yes, because ranking number one means you're the leader. Suddenly, a firm hand clamps down on his head, a sharp "hey," cutting through his thoughts. He looks up, a bewildered expression on his face, uttering a confused, "Huh." His uncle, Ilwa, holds him firmly, reminding him that he's still a kid and shouldn't be thinking about such things, and that he should just focus on his studies. Ilwa then warns him that such ambitions would only lead to trouble, his expression stern. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a nurse addresses Kim Tae-suk, remarking that thanks to his transfer, they now have fewer patients. She smiles brightly, her demeanor cheerful despite the context. Tae-suk, looking downcast, asks if she's a new nurse, to which she replies that she's been there for a while, then questions how he knew she was a student. A student with glasses shouts, defending a teacher named Lim Eugene, proclaiming him not only a great educator but also a top teacher at the high school, insisting that they still care for their students even after the director's departure. His outburst escalates into a physical altercation, as another student attempts to restrain him, urging him to stop, while he defiantly yells about Pak High being a top school. A female student intervenes, addressing him by name, Lim Eugene, and scolding him for getting into a fight on his first day, despite his lack of serious injuries. Another student looks on with concern, muttering about how many students are absent today. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-suk, looking disoriented, asks a nearby student for the current time, who hesitantly replies that it's almost the end of the school day. Tae-suk's eyes widen in shock, cursing in disbelief as the other student expresses surprise and asks what's wrong. His anger boils over as he realizes the truth. Park Hodong had knocked him out for the entire day. A moment of doubt crosses his face, as he tries to recall if he had left earlier. Shaking off the thought, he dismisses it with a frustrated curse, leaving the other student to wonder if he's about to cause trouble again. A student calls out, urging Wang Dam to hold on, insisting that his current path is pointless. Wang Dam, however, remains resolute, declaring that he will only become bigger and stronger, and that he will wipe the smirk off the other's face. Meanwhile, Hodong's face contorts in rage, demanding that someone hurry up and get the new student out of the way, blaming him for the massive line forming. Back in the hallway, Wang Dam feigns illness, complaining to a passing student that he feels dizzy and might have the flu, hoping to clear the path. He mutters to himself, questioning the line that seems to be forming around him. Other students in the crowded hallway express their frustration, wondering what's going on and demanding that the blockage move out of the way. Wang Dam's gaze sharpens, as he questions why they are all talking such nonsense. A student confronts him directly, accusing him of being a bastard and daring to speak ill of their cute guys, while Wang Dam simply asks what they mean. The student continues his tirade, declaring that all of them look like leftover pizza crusts and make him want to throw up, prompting another student to demand clarification. He continues down the hallway, a voice cutting through the school's din. As Hodong and his companions discuss the new arrival, one asking if this is the one, wondering if he's already causing trouble. His footsteps echo on the polished floor. While Hodong's group reacts with surprise, someone exclaiming his nickname, Tyson. Wang Dam's gaze remains sharp and unwavering. Hodong's taunts follow him, questioning his scary nickname and if he's already heading home. But then, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, stopping him, and Wang Dam turns to face his aggressor, calmly stating, "We should fight, Hodong." The air crackles with tension as Hodong challenges him, demanding to know what he'd gain by getting knocked out in one punch, to which Wang Dam defiantly replies, "Why shouldn't I, if I've got knocked out in one punch?" The new student with glasses questions Wang Dam's resolve, asking if he truly wants to fight again, finding his current stance laughable after their previous encounter. With a defiant glare, Wang Dam retorts, asking if his opponent is scared. The new student reacts with surprise, wondering if Wang Dam truly feels fear, calling out to him as he begins to walk away. A smirk plays on Wang Dam's lips as he glances back, acknowledging the other's frustration at being ignored. Now serious, the new student threatens to follow him home until he agrees to fight. Hodong interjects, telling the new student to leave Wang Dam alone, claiming his bravery stems from others, and that his talk of fighting fair is hypocritical. The new student defends himself, insisting it's not bullshit, but the rule, and that he sees no need to fight when the outcome is already decided. Enraged, Wang Dam points a finger, declaring they should fight for real this time, and questioning if grades now determine leadership. The new student dismisses his challenge, stating he has no right to fight and that the conflict is already over. The new student with glasses continues his lecture, suggesting that if one truly desires to fight, they should study instead of wasting time on such trivial matters. He then adds that he's already settled his debt, implying the conflict is resolved, while Wang Dam imagines a construction worker's frustrated outburst. With a final, dismissive tone, the student concludes that it looks like he understands, and there's no need to bother further, only for Wang Dam to interject with a sharp wait. A powerful, purple aura flares around Wang Dam, his eyes glowing with intense frustration and a barely contained surge of energy. Observing the escalating tension, Hodong remarks that Wang Dam is clearly trying to start a fight, questioning what he intends to do. He continues, his voice laced with disdain, that it looks like Wang Dam has been talking too much. Turning his back on the group, Wang Dam dismisses their taunts, declaring that he's heard it all before, the same script from countless others like them. As he continues to walk away, he advises them to play wannabe gangster at home. With a resolute expression, he concludes that he simply can't watch this fight anymore. Taesuk continues to berate him, claiming he would have been in the infirmary if Taesuk had accepted his challenge, calling his cockiness for nothing. He presses on, dismissing Wang Dam as nothing more than a stupid student, just like all the other trashy guys, to which Wang Dam can only offer a hesitant reply. With a sigh, Wang Dam decides to simply go home. His face set, he strides through the school. As he passes through the hallway, Taesuk wonders if he's already gone. A friendly voice cuts through the quiet as Lim Eugene approaches, asking if he's heading home and suggesting they go together. Wang Dam, surprised he's still there, questions why he hasn't left yet, prompting Eugene to ask why he's being so unfriendly. Eugene explains his desire to befriend truly strong individuals. A slight smirk plays on Wang Dam's lips as he internally dismisses the punk, yet acknowledges his discerning eye. Still walking away from the confrontation, he couldn't shake the lingering thoughts of the others, who seemed to be discussing his departure, one of them declaring he was going to study, another dismissing it entirely. The memory of the earlier encounter still gnawed at him, a deep irritation settling in as he considered how close he'd come to losing control. Meanwhile, Kim Taesuk, still with his associates, scoffed at the idea of Wang Dam's supposed weakness, turning to Min Jae-hyun to emphasize his point about the protagonist becoming weaker than a child. Taesuk dismissed any further discussion with a wave of his hand, while his associate considered how to further undermine Wang Dam, even if it meant losing his own mind. Back in the hallway, Wang Dam continued his internal debate, wondering if there was any phrase he could utter to provoke his tormentor into attacking him directly. Min Jae-hyun, however, seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, a contemplative expression on his face as he processed the earlier conversation. His thoughts then turned to a more direct question, challenging the notion of leadership without a clear path to employment. Wang Dam, caught off guard by the sudden thought, paused, acknowledging that the answer to such a complex question was indeed a long story. He then considered the implication, questioning whether his path to leadership would diverge from the traditional route of academic study. He dismisses the notion of academic prowess, stating that his true strength lies in fighting, which is why he leads, leaving his companion to question his words. He continues, describing a world of pure silence, yet filled with violence, and wonders why such serious questions are being posed to him. His intense gaze fixed, he explains that his ability to attend school and study is a privilege, but even his role as a follower is ultimately a result of his fighting prowess. He describes their environment as a chaotic place where might makes right, a trash school, where the strongest prevail, concluding that he cannot compete with someone like his companion, who is hard to beat in a fight, and must therefore prove himself once again. As the weight of his words settles, a chilling red aura emanates from him, overwhelming Lim Eugene, who recoils in visible distress. Eugene stammers, realizing he has spoken out of turn, frantically trying to retract his previous statements. Clutching his head, the realization of his blunder washes over him, a sharp pang of regret echoing in his mind. Wang Dam, observing his reaction, simply acknowledges that he hadn't considered that perspective. Still reeling from the intensity of the conversation, Eugene manages to offer a quiet, "Thanks for telling me." He dismisses the new arrival. While the student with glasses, Gu Junna, admits it's unlikely he'll ever learn to fight, yet senses something unsettling about him. A dark aura flares around the protagonist as he muses on the ease of defeating those who rely on intellect over strength, finding the new student's presence particularly irritating. Junna, flustered, quickly agrees to retrieve the lost textbook, asking if it was misplaced. The protagonist, his back to the viewer, asserts that having just transferred to the infirmary, he has no time for such trivialities, a statement Junna reluctantly confirms. A pained gasp escapes Junna as he recoils, a red glow surrounding him. As the protagonist walks away, leaving the transferred student on the ground, a voice questions his indifference. Meanwhile, a new student introduces himself as Park Gawong, standing beside his silent companion. The protagonist observes them, recognizing Gawong as someone from his class, and recalling rumors of him being a bully and a source of trouble. Still reeling from the previous encounter, he finds himself addressed by a familiar, imposing figure who demands, "Follow me, we need to talk about something." Without waiting for a response, the figure turns and begins to walk away, expecting him to follow. As he reluctantly falls into step, a thought crosses his mind, wondering if this conversation could possibly be about Hodong. Park Gawong, impatient with his pace, reaches back to grab his ear, pulling him forward with a stern expression, while Lim Eugene watches on with a hint of concern. As they continue walking, he asks where they are headed, only to be met with a dismissive, crude reply from Gawong. It seems Pak Hai is on the verge of a massive shakeup, much like when Taesuk first arrived. Eugene, now visibly anxious, urges them to get straight to the point, sensing the gravity of the situation. Gawong clarifies that Johan is still their leader, explaining that the current top dog has set everything in motion through his fight with Taesuk. The mention of Johan conjures the image of an imposing figure, a silent, powerful presence that casts a long shadow over the school's hierarchy. Park Gawong continues to paint a grim picture of Johan, describing him as defeated, cruel, and ruthless. Lim Eugene, however, struggles to believe it, while Gawong insists it's the same Johan they know. Gawong questions if they were simply entranced by Johan's reputation, asserting that Johan doesn't get beaten, and that they were defeated by Taesuk. Eugene interjects, claiming it was an ambush, but Gawong dismisses it, focusing on their loss, though Eugene still resists the idea of defeat. Gawong presses the point, stating that while Dam doesn't owe Johan anything financially, he still has to accept the loss. He assures Dam that under the circumstances, accepting the loss is the only logical conclusion. Gawong then shifts the conversation, observing that Dam, too, has become entangled in Pak Hai's power struggle, just like them. Gawong laments their own lack of opportunity, then declares this to be Dam's last chance. He proposes that by bringing Johan down, they could gain more than Johan himself. Eugene, in the background, reflects on Pak Hai's past. Dam, finally speaking, cuts to the chase, asking if Gawong expects him to simply fall in line under their boss and offer support. Gawong responds with a sarcastic compliment, acknowledging Dam's quick understanding. Eugene steps forward, asserting that it's not a bad proposition, and that Dam would be wise to accept, thereby saving his own life. Before Dam can respond, Gawong's hand lashes out, his voice sharp with a declaration of Dam's supposed acceptance. The blow connects with a sickening impact, sending Dam sprawling to the ground. Gawong stands over him, a chilling smile playing on his lips, remarking that one thing still bothers him. Still reeling from the attack, Dam spits out a furious challenge, demanding to know if they expect him to simply submit to Johan. His face contorted in raw fury, scars stark against his skin, he vows that his attackers will regret this day. A mocking laugh escapes Kim Taesuk, finding the situation amusing. As he sneers, "Looks like you guys are the same as those Class 1 losers, huh?" Wang Dam's expression hardens at the insult, a silent exclamation marking his resolve. Before he can react, Kim Tae-suk's fist connects with his face, a burst of red energy erupting from the impact. Stunned, Wang Dam stumbles back, creating distance from his attacker. But the retreat is short-lived as he launches a swift counterattack, kicking Hodong squarely in the chest, sending him reeling. He follows through with a powerful stomp, the ground rippling from the force of his blow. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk looks on, his face contorted in disbelief, while an older man beside him reacts with a shocked exclamation. Still reeling from the initial blow, he spits blood, the impact momentarily stunning him. But in an instant, he recovers, turning the tables as he pursues Kim Tae-suk, who attempts to flee. "Where are you running?" His fist connects with a sharp, decisive impact, moving with a blur of motion as he continues his relentless assault. Standing over the fallen Hodong, he coolly inquires about his opponent's training regimen. "Your core body strength is impressive. What's your routine?" Before delivering another powerful blow that lands with a shockwave of red energy. With Hodong already incapacitated, he turns his attention to Park Ga-won, grabbing him by the collar and declaring, "Don't even bat an eye." A swift, powerful strike follows. And as Ga-won collapses, Kim Tae-suk can only watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the overwhelming display of power. "Kook, you guy, my friend." His power surged, a dark aura radiating as he moved with overwhelming force, leaving an opponent to cry out in defiance, knowing their struggle was futile. The impact was absolute, a crushing blow that silenced all resistance. Back at the school, the aftermath of such power began to settle, leaving a new question in its wake. Was this the path to restoring Pak High to its former glory, to a time when Johan's influence was absolute? Wang Dam sat calmly on a ledge, observing Johan standing over the defeated Hodong and Ga-won, who knelt in submission. Johan turned to him, a hint of challenge in his voice, asking if he spoke as if his life wasn't casually on the line, to which Dam simply affirmed. Johan hummed thoughtfully, acknowledging that while not every student followed Kim Tae-suk, his influence was undeniably vast. Dam then leaned forward, expressing his own curiosity, and suggested that Johan join forces with Uncle Ilwa. Johan's mind raced, picturing Uncle Ilwa as he considered the implications, first getting rid of Kim Tae-suk, then taking over the school. He paused, then asked Dam if he wanted him to start a fight now, though he wasn't entirely sure if he wanted to go through with it. Still processing the recent events, Wang Dam walks away from the school building, knowing he needs time to think about everything that has transpired. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk and the student with glasses discuss their situation, lamenting the harsh conditions and the unreasonableness of their current predicament, even if they are desperate for money. Back with Wang Dam, a determined glint in his eyes, he shoulders a metal pipe, ready for whatever comes next. The next day dawns, bringing with it the familiar sight of the school building. Inside a classroom, a teacher writes on the blackboard, instructing the students to move on to the next page. He points to the board, explaining various functions to the attentive class, including Min Jae-hyun. Continuing his lecture, the teacher then moves on to discuss the next set of numbers. He sits in class, his presence drawing hushed whispers from other students wondering if he's the same transfer student who caused such a stir yesterday. Some speculating that he must be undergoing physiotherapy after whatever happened. From a nearby desk, the new student with glasses remarks that he doesn't know what transpired yesterday, but it certainly looks like Wang Dam has decided to start a fight. Wang Dam simply responds that it's been quite difficult, his expression unreadable. As the clock on the wall ticks past 10, a sudden announcement cuts through the classroom's quiet hum, asking what the next class is, before declaring it's time for lunch, much to Wang Dam's visible frustration. The new student with glasses looks on, seemingly unfazed by the interruption, while Wang Dam's exasperation grows. Clutching his head, he laments the sheer difficulty of studying, feeling the strain on his mind. Having studied hard, Wang Dam feels the pangs of hunger, prompting him to suggest to Eugene that they go eat. Meanwhile, the classroom buzzes with the usual chatter, as a thought crosses someone's mind about the difficulty of studying. Eugene, still walking with Wang Dam, asks if he's been studying, noting that he's never seen him do so before. Wang Dam, however, dismisses the idea, stating that he doesn't look like someone who studies, and that he's just hungry. Suddenly, Hodong approaches, expressing his annoyance at Wang Dam's casual attitude towards studying, especially after the previous day's events. Hodong continues, lamenting that Wang Dam is making him look bad. Wang Dam simply turns his head, acknowledging Hodong's presence. Hodong, still frustrated, reiterates his displeasure, feeling genuinely sad about the situation. Later, Wang Dam and Eugene are seen looking at a tablet, with Eugene asking about the identity of some individuals, to which Wang Dam replies that they are those guys. Still reflecting on the previous day's events, Wang Dam casually remarks on how amazing it was when he blacked out, prompting Eugene to interject, "No, not me," as he questions if the other student is mocking them. As Eugene expresses his confusion, Hodong suddenly grabs Wang Dam by the collar, letting out a frustrated tch. A stack of cash appears, as if materializing from thin air, with a stern voice declaring, "If someone is talking." Hodong demands an answer, but before he can press further, Wang Dam's eyes glow with an intense red light, and a powerful aura erupts around him, causing Hodong to flinch back in surprise. Hodong stumbles back, releasing his grip, his face and those of his two companions now etched with fear and disbelief. The stack of money, now held firmly, emits a faint green glow. Later, in the cafeteria, Wang Dam pours a mysterious liquid into a bowl of food, much to Eugene's wide-eyed astonishment. Taking a drag from a cigarette, a confident Wang Dam simply states, risotto. As Hodong and his companions remain intimidated, Wang Dam looks down at them, adding with a smirk, fucking money. Hodong lets out a booming, disbelieving laugh, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and amusement. Meanwhile, Eugene, still processing the recent events, tries to make sense of the situation, wondering if the transfer student is truly just a normal high school boy. He continues to question the protagonist's true nature, his confusion evident as he asks what kind of person would act so casually after such a display. The protagonist, however, remains unfazed, simply shrugging off the concern with a dismissive, it's nothing. A narration box explains that Yuhan, the second in command of the school's power structure, had manipulated Tae-suk into his current position, making him one of the primary beneficiaries of the school's current system. This manipulation was a calculated move, as Yuhan had previously called the shots, ensuring his own dominance. A new student, Lee Young-jin, observes the situation, remarking on Yuhan's reputation for being filthy and trash. Back with the protagonist, he muses aloud, suggesting that Yuhan should have known better than to interfere with his affairs. He concludes with a dismissive tone, telling Yuhan to get out of the way. He unleashes a devastating blow, his eyes glowing crimson with raw power. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, causing a nearby student to flinch, while Wang Dam simply observes the aftermath. Another figure stumbles away, groaning, as Wang Dam, still radiating an ominous red glow, dismissively declares his opponent is making him lose his appetite. Meanwhile, Wasu, a student known as Hodong, is violently restrained by two others, who warn him that he'll truly die if he doesn't stop. The sheer force of the earlier confrontation leaves a concrete block shattered into glowing fragments, a testament to the power unleashed. Wang Dam, now calm, walks away with Lee Young-jin and another student, casually stating that the fight was no fun. As they continue, Eugene, still processing the events, remarks on the new transfer student. He then muses about the future, wondering what the crazy old man is planning, before suggesting they head outside. The student who had been defeated earlier, now recovering, curses Wang Dam, vowing revenge, as he and his companions depart. Still reeling from his recent defeat, the young man's face contorts with a raw, furious promise. He vows to make his opponent pay. Meanwhile, in the school hallway, Uncle Ilwa casually remarks to Eugene that it's nice of someone to allow others to eat in the cafeteria, questioning if there's a rule against it. His expression remains unreadable, as he awaits Eugene's response. Just then, Sun Sherwan approaches, and Uncle Ilwa addresses him directly, asking about the student who threw a brick, and how he's doing now. He then reveals to Sun Sherwan that the student in question is currently quite popular, serving as Jo Yohan's right hand. Turning back to Eugene, Uncle Ilwa continues, noting that this individual is also popular for beating up kids like him, a fact he can discern just by looking. Eugene, lost in thought, connects the dots, realizing that the events in the interrogation room yesterday must be linked to those Uncle Ilwa spoke with. On the phone, Uncle Ilwa explains that since the nerds who were beaten yesterday are under Lee Jin's team, they couldn't simply retaliate without consequences, implying a calculated move. Eugene's eyes widen in dawning comprehension, as he grasps the cruel reality of Jo Yohan's growing influence and the rapid shifts occurring within the school's hierarchy. Eugene questions the situation, asking why, as Wang Dam begins to explain the difficulty of the circumstances, mentioning a huge incident involving a fight with Tae-suk. He continues, detailing how the school, already on edge from previous events, deemed the incident beyond its handling capacity and issued a suspension. Meanwhile, the student with glasses speculates that Ju Jingmin might be trying to grab Pak Hwa's attention before that. Lee Young-jin, with a determined look, warns that if the other guy drinks something and comes to school, he won't hesitate to do something worse. From behind, Yohan declares his intention to teach that punk true education. The student with glasses reacts with surprise, then asks if the other person supported him with a kill. Wang Dam warns that there will be a price to pay in return, while Eugene, surprised, reminds him to be careful with his words these days, noting that Wang Dam's status is usually higher. Eugene presses, asking if he's right, then asserts that Wang Dam will be kicked off the line and isn't a leader, before questioning if he's been in the upper ranks before. Wang Dam, seemingly in pain, proposes that if Eugene teaches him how to fight, he'll take care of the rest, to which Eugene groans in response. With a chilling smirk, Yohan declares his intention to make a deal. In return for teaching him, he will deliver a true education to that punk. Meanwhile, walking away from the school building, Wang Dam curses Park Wasu, the instigator of the recent incident. He confronts Eugene, insisting that he needs to fight him one day, especially if he's the only one left in school right now. Eugene, speaking with Junna, wonders if Tae-suk is finally following his rules, and if they need to make him understand everything. Junna, looking at Gawong, acknowledges that Tae-suk isn't an easy opponent, prompting Gawong to simply respond with a questioning huh? Junna continues, explaining that some guys from their class already ganged up on him and lost. and moreover, they were beaten badly. Wang Dam, reflecting on the situation, realizes that if he's going to be the one to take care of him, he'll have to do it alone, accepting the challenge with a determined yeah. Johan chuckles darkly, dismissing any past grievances as he instructs his subordinate to focus on their task. They simply need to handle their work properly, he explains, adding that as always, they'll beat up the trash and play with them, but this time, it will be a little more rough. Wang Dam, looking intently at his uncle, questions, why are you trying to become number one? He pauses, then adds, I'm not going to teach me how to study. His uncle, Ilwa, responds, you said you'd teach me if I answered. Dam counters, I thought you said you didn't care about becoming number one. Ilwa, with a knowing look, explains, of course you couldn't have gotten the answer if you didn't care, right? He then repeats Dam's earlier statement. I thought you said you didn't care about becoming number one. After a moment of thought, Dam asks, can the twins you were talking about become number one in studies? Ilwa, with a sudden burst of intensity, declares, it's obvious about becoming number one. I'm giving you pain. He continues, how's that even a question? Dam clarifies, well, I thought you could be talking about the twins who are number one in fighting, as you usually do. Ilwa acknowledges, their leader. Ilwa then states, no, I haven't. Dam, with a slight smile, insists, having yet to beat you. I'm not asking for a fight or anything. Ilwa simply replies, really didn't. Dam laughs, you're so bad. Ilwa's expression turns serious as he asserts, you should be by my side. You're too weak. He pauses, then adds, I can guess what you're thinking, Wang Dam. Ilwa continues, his voice firm, Wang Dam, deep in your heart, it's about that you're weak and trash. He concludes with a stern warning. If you're a man, you should clean up your own mess you've created. He recalls his uncle's stern words. You should live properly if you want to stand on your own 2 feet. His thoughts drift, acknowledging that his goals had shifted slightly, but ultimately, the core issue remained simple. Staring at his phone, a single, stark realization forms in his mind. Debt. The amount isn't small, he thinks, questioning if it truly was that much. Anyone who knew his situation, a family of 4 to feed, his mother's medical bills, would understand he had no other choice. His eyes widen in a sudden understanding. That's why he's here. It's so obvious, he concludes. He considers quitting school, then chastises himself, realizing he hadn't truly thought anything through. Looking at a classroom, he continues his internal debate. If he hasn't lived properly, why does that mean he has to become number one? He doesn't truly care about being the best, so that's why. He trails off, admitting it's simply annoying to be a leader. Wang Dam stares, perplexed, as his uncle continues, an old man like me will teach you. The conversation shifts to a classroom, where his uncle explains a peculiar unwritten law at Pyak High, involving the 22 students and the second-year chairman, leaving Wang Dam to wonder about its true meaning. A pair of eyes, glowing with an intense red light, reflect the weight of this unspoken decree, a rule established by the leader himself. Wang Dam, still processing, questions if this isn't just how things are everywhere, but his uncle dismisses his naivety, stating the solution is simple. The challenge is clear, become the number one leader and dismantle Pyak High's entire ranking system. Wang Dam protests, finding the task impossible, believing the school itself would never allow it, but his uncle insists he can. The thought of Johan, who already rules the school, looms large, and the school's will is intrinsically tied to the student ranking system. As 2 new students, Jua and Kim Min-jun, join the discussion, his uncle muses that Johan will likely reject the idea, since he was the one who established the system. The glowing red eyes return, contemplating the foolishness of others, for he, too, has his own profound reasons. He presses his uncle for clarification, asking what exactly he means by number one and employment in this context. His uncle, however, simply agrees, then makes a call, declaring with conviction, I'll really put my all into this project. Still, the young man can't help but question the core premise. But why do you want to get rid of the system? He argues that the ranking system at Pyak High isn't inherently bad, suggesting, after all, it's an opportunity to climb up. He reflects on how such a system, despite its flaws, mirrors society's own selection process, where students are chosen based on their perceived worth. His uncle agrees, noting that the employment system operates similarly, creating a clear divide between losers and winners that Pyak High students rely on. But Wang Dam counters, having seen the true dedication of real hard workers in the world, believing that the system can change, moving beyond judging students solely on rankings. His uncle beams, embracing the idea of opening up possibilities for everyone. He wonders if such a change could lead to an opportunity that everyone at Pyak High could one day enjoy, a true opportunity for all. He stands, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. His mind echoes with a fervent desire to forge a life distinct from the shadows of his past. He surveys the sprawling construction below, the setting sun casting long shadows over the industrial landscape. A quiet sigh escapes him, as a voice from behind questions his presence, wondering why he hasn't sought to climb the ranks here at Pyak High. The student with glasses remarks that he had been complaining about his inability to rank up. Wang Dam glances back at his companions, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. From below, another student points out their uniforms, recognizing them as Pyak High students. His expression hardens, a silent fury brewing as he overhears the students below, who, startled by his gaze, quickly decide to flee. As the group turns to leave, the students below are left in confusion, questioning their sudden departure. Standing before the vast construction site, Wang Dam's gaze drifts over the workers, a thought echoing in his mind. This world, this life, feels utterly filthy and like trash. His eyes narrow, a flicker of intense resolve burning within them, as he grapples with the stark contrast between a life of simple contentment and one consumed by frustration and anger. A profound question surfaces in his mind, a desperate hope for change. Wouldn't an opportunity eventually come? He imagines himself standing against a faceless crowd, ready to seize that chance. The very concept of opportunity taking on a stern, challenging visage. Later, engrossed in his phone, he reaffirms his deepest desire, to live a life different from his past, a truly high-class existence. As night falls, the city lights begin to glow, casting a new scene under the urban sky. He sits atop his motorcycle, the city lights reflecting in his eyes, contemplating that he no longer has to do anything from tomorrow on, feeling that studying is merely a waste of everyday life. Stepping off the bike, a sigh escapes him, a quiet expletive marking his frustration. Nearby, a young woman with short, dark hair stands on the street, a cigarette held casually between her fingers. He recognizes her instantly, the girl from before. Approaching her cautiously, he hesitates for a moment. Then, finding his voice, he politely asks if she happens to have a light. She looks at him directly, her response curt and clear: she doesn't smoke. Taken aback by her unexpected reply, he lets out a small sound of surprise, a question mark hanging in the air. With a subtle shift in her expression, the young woman turns her gaze away. A sudden, violent explosion rips through the air, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. Moments later, Wang Dam finds himself facing a young woman, who demands to know what he's doing, having just asked her for a light. He tries to explain that he only asked for a light, but she cuts him off, asking if he didn't hear her refusal. Her expression contorts with irritation, as she wonders aloud if he thinks she just emerged from a kitchen. Wang Dam, taken aback, tries to clarify that it was his last cigarette, but she dismisses his words, questioning what's so special about that. Her anger escalating, she points at him, declaring that he is the person she's referring to. Without warning, she lunges forward, seizing his arm with a fierce grip, her eyes blazing with indignation. Internally, her thoughts are venomous, cursing him for his persistence. She continues her tirade, stating that she doesn't like being bothered by people like him, especially when they're standing right in front of a convenience store. Her face twisted in a snarl, she demands to know what he wants and orders him to get back. A harsh shout echoes, cutting through the air. Inside a classroom, a student with glasses turns his head sharply, as if drawn by the sudden noise. Then, a new figure steps into the room, a confident smile gracing his lips as he declares, "A good day for the students to study." His expression shifts to one of slight confusion, however, as he seems to notice something amiss, a question forming on his lips. The classroom is eerily quiet, an empty desk highlighting the absence of someone important, prompting the thought, where did he go? A subtle smirk then plays on the new student's face, a silent acknowledgement of the situation. In the hallway, another student looks up at him, recognizing him as the transfer student. Nearby, Kim Tae-suk confronts the student with glasses, exclaiming, "Whoa, it's the transfer student's son Shaman, right?" before demanding, "Where is your main hunter?" The student with glasses stammers, "I'm Shaman's." The student with glasses, Park Gawong, and Jua gather, one of them murmuring, "Friend," another adds, "No wonder." As the grim news is shared, Zaiden is currently in the hospital. He looks on, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. Kim Tae-suk explains that they were supposed to meet up after school, but then he heard the news of Wang Dam being hospitalized, unable to believe it, especially since Dam was known as the school's main hunter. He continues, admitting that Shaman had told him not to reveal anything, but the severity of the situation made it impossible to keep quiet. Wang Dam was hurt so badly that he simply couldn't remain silent. The scene shifts to a hospital room, where Wang Dam lies in bed, heavily bandaged and looking disoriented. Shaman sits beside him, demanding to know what happened, his voice filled with concern for the injured Wang Dam. Dam, still groggy, questions Shaman's presence, stating he was just riding his motorcycle. He then dismisses his injuries, claiming he accidentally fell down the stairs and will be fine, even suggesting the bad guy can return to school tomorrow. Suddenly, a voice from off-panel warns them that it can hear everything, prompting Dam to angrily curse Hyunmin, as Shaman ponders the meaning of the instruction not to tell him. He mutters an apology to himself, regretting that despite his promise to stop, he finds himself in this situation once more. A scoff escapes him, wondering why he's even apologizing. He knows that behind the facade, things like this are still happening in the shadows. Meanwhile, a bruised and bandaged student fumes, convinced that the leader bastard cares nothing for the state of the school, finding the whole situation laughable. Back in the hospital, Sun Siwon addresses the injured Wang Dam, asking him a direct question, to which Dam can only respond with a confused "huh?" Siwon presses on, asking if Dam still believes that getting rid of the employment system will truly change anything. The injured student, Kim Tae-suk, continues his bitter monologue, questioning whether bastards like Ju Hyungmin will ever truly change. Siwon advises Dam to think carefully, asserting that no matter how much effort is put in, bastards like them will never change. Wang Dam, still recovering, dismisses Siwon's concerns, insisting he's fine and telling him to leave, though a frustrated humph escapes him. Sun Shaman seethes, his voice laced with venom, demanding to know why the other person isn't angrier, calling them frustrating and a retard. The raw, unbridled fury manifests as a primal scream, echoing the sentiment, "Of course. I am angry." Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, an elderly man, his head bandaged, echoes the rage, declaring his own anger at those sons of bitches. As his left eye flares with a crimson glow, he declares this is how anger truly feels. The elderly patient continues, his frustration mounting. "I'm getting more infuriated the more I think about it." He laments the unchanging nature of their adversaries, stating, "There's no change in their way of thinking." Sun Shaman, his gaze intense, affirms his desire for strength, acknowledging that it's precisely why he cannot forgive those bastards. The elderly man, clenching his bandaged hand, understands the sentiment, admitting there's nothing he can do about those guys, but adding that to simply forgive them would feel like he's the one being punished. Sun Shaman lets out a soft, dismissive humph before his expression shifts to one of questioning, looking at the elderly patient. Sun Shaman's laughter echoes through the hospital room, a sharp contrast to the somber atmosphere, as he remarks on the elderly patient's stubbornness. The elderly patient, clearly distressed, implores him to stop, insisting on the seriousness of his words, only for Sun Shaman to apologize, admitting he was reminded of his own past. With tears welling in his eyes, the patient acknowledges the young man's courage, yet finds it all the more regrettable. A quiet sigh escapes the elderly man as his thoughts drift to Wang Dam. Sun Shaman, standing by the bedside, listens intently, then gently advises the patient to sometimes let go of his anger. But the young man remains resolute, asserting that there is nothing wrong with feeling anger towards unfairness. His conviction unwavering, he states it's simply the obvious course of action. The elderly patient sighs again, pondering that such advice is entirely dependent on the debt being paid. He then questions Wang Dam's intentions. His eyes widen in shock as he utters the phrase, "taking out the trash." Sun Shaman, standing over Wang Dam in the hospital room, asks about his plans for the students who bullied him, wondering if he intends to simply let them go. Wang Dam, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, responds with a chilling resolve, declaring that he is the type to seek revenge, and this time, he will make them pay. Meanwhile, at the school, the day unfolds with a familiar rhythm, the building standing stoically under the clear sky. Inside, a student is cornered, pleading desperately for the bullying to stop, as Kim Tae-suk and a new student with glasses loom over him. A sharp blow lands, and the student cries out in agony. Kim Tae-suk grabs the student by the collar, mocking him, while his cohorts laugh, remarking that this is how Sun Shaman would handle things. Later, in a car, Uncle Ilwa drives Wang Dam, who observes the scene with a detached expression, noting that the bullies are still at it. Uncle Ilwa, concerned, warns Wang Dam that the bullies will surely seek revenge if he intervenes, but Wang Dam simply asks if they are truly afraid. He then dismisses the idea of the bullies knowing about his hospital stay, and Uncle Ilwa, with a sigh, acknowledges that they wouldn't. Kim Tae-suk, surrounded by his cronies, boasts about a recent act of cruelty, claiming he made sure to properly punish someone from a famous family so they wouldn't even think of moving. His accomplice, the new student with glasses, chimes in, praising Tae-suk's cunning plan, suggesting they just have to play dumb if anyone comes sniffing around, calling him smart for his tactics. Tae-suk confidently dismisses any potential repercussions, believing their actions are more than enough to isolate their victim. Later, a confused Tae-suk questions the pervasive fear he senses from others, wondering why everyone acts as if they've seen a ghost. He can't comprehend why people are so scared, especially of a mere student. But in a chilling vision, Wang Dam, his eyes now glowing with an ominous red light, looms over a terrified Tae-suk, his face contorted in pure dread. A sudden shout pierces the air, warning Tae-suk to look behind him. And Dam's eyes widen in shock as he stares upwards, realizing the danger. A massive, jagged piece of metal plummets towards them with terrifying speed. Tae-suk snarls, cursing the unseen attackers, while Dam remains frozen in disbelief. His voice laced with fury, he demands to know who dared to interfere with his affairs, warning them that they have chosen the wrong target. With blood streaking his face, Tae-suk's rage intensifies, promising a brutal retaliation. A chilling, sinister chuckle escapes him as he reiterates his warning, his hand covering a menacing smile. Still reeling from the unexpected attack, Tae-suk stands over Wang Dam, his voice laced with contempt. He sneers, "Kikek. Cool, right now you." But before he can finish, a new, menacing voice cuts through the air, declaring, "You just entered a tiger's den all alone." Tae-suk looks up to find himself surrounded by a group of masked figures, their presence sudden and overwhelming, as he demands, "What are you guys doing?" His face contorts in a snarl, "This retard." Before he can react, one of the masked attackers lunges forward, delivering a brutal punch to his face, the impact echoing with a sharp "kush." Reeling from the blow, Tae-suk stumbles back, blood already trickling from his nose as he curses, "Fuck off." His face is bruised and bleeding, but his eyes burn with a fierce resolve as he mutters, "Oh no." He pushes himself back to his feet, glaring at his attackers through his injuries, his voice raw with rage, "You fucker." Despite the previous confrontation, Wang Dam finds himself in another skirmish, his expression hardening as he prepares for the fight, a low grunt escaping his lips. He moves with brutal efficiency, his fist connecting squarely with a thug's face, sending him stumbling back with a pained cry. Another opponent recoils, clutching his head, a sharp gasp of pain escaping him. Wang Dam continues his assault, a powerful kick sending yet another figure airborne, the impact echoing through the space. In moments, the fight is over, Wang Dam standing amidst a pile of defeated thugs, a silent question hanging in the air. A fierce, almost predatory grin spreads across his face, a clear sign of his dominance. From a distance, a dark-skinned man watches the scene unfold, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Another figure, clearly a leader, berates the fallen thugs, demanding to know why they were caught off guard and warning anyone else against stepping out of line. Meanwhile, Wang Dam's face is consumed by an intense, glowing aura, a surge of power radiating from him. Wang Dam's fist connects with brutal force, silencing a thug's defiant shout. He moves with blinding speed, a kick snapping one man's head back before another receives a devastating punch. From a distance, a larger, more imposing figure watches the chaos unfold, his face contorted in anger as he barks an order to his subordinates, "Kill him immediately." Unfazed, Wang Dam continues his assault, grabbing one thug and effortlessly tossing him into the others, creating a domino effect of pain. Another punch lands with sickening force, sending a spray of blood into the air. A rapid flurry of blows distorts a thug's face, leaving him stunned and reeling. With a final, glowing impact, he sends another opponent flying through the air. Two observing thugs exchange glances, one muttering that the fighter seems far stronger than when they last encountered him. Wang Dam stands over his defeated foe, his reputation growing as the beast of 100 people. He stands silently as Kim Tae-suk's voice drips with condescension, questioning his newfound confidence. Tae-suk continues, dismissing him as a mere lunatic and far crazier than he had anticipated for a transfer student. Then, with a casual tone, he asks if Wang Dam intends to intervene. He muses on the personality of someone named him Gum-young, implying a connection to the unfolding chaos. With a slight pause, Tae-suk dismisses any concern for Wang Dam. He declares his desire to witness the spectacle firsthand, as a group of students lunges at Wang Dam. But before they can even land a blow, he moves with blinding speed, striking multiple attackers at once. A sharp impact rings out, as his fist connects squarely with the student's face. He seizes another by the hair, pulling him down with a decisive grip. As a low growl escapes him, Wang Dam's demeanor shifts, a chilling invitation to battle hanging in the air, his inner beast stirring. His eyes blaze with a fierce red light, veins bulging as the raw power courses through him, ready to unleash a devastating impact. With a terrifying shriek, he seizes one of his attackers by the head, his grip absolute. Another student screams about revenge, but Wang Dam's fist connects with brutal force, silencing him instantly. He holds two more students by their heads, their faces contorted in shock and pain as he effortlessly controls them. From a distance, Kim Tae-suk watches the carnage, directing another student, Park Tae-hee, to hold a victim in place, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Another attacker curses him, but Wang Dam's leg lashes out, connecting with a sickening thud. The student cries out in agony, the impact sending him reeling. Enveloped in a crimson aura, his eyes glowing red, Wang Dam stands amidst the chaos, holding two more students by their heads, an unstoppable force. A sudden blow connects, sending a shockwave through him. But the attack is instantly countered, the aggressor sent flying with a powerful throw. The other students watch in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock and confusion at the unexpected turn of events. Ignoring their reactions, he spots a discarded metal pipe, a new weapon for his rampage. With a chilling declaration, he swings the pipe, striking one of the students with brutal force. The impact distorts the victim's face, a testament to the sheer power behind the blow. The remaining students recoil, their earlier bravado replaced by terror as they witness the merciless assault. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, he delivers another devastating strike, targeting the head of another opponent. Standing amidst the chaos, he challenges them all, his voice echoing with unbridled ferocity, daring anyone to face him. He stands amidst the chaos, his eyes burning with an unnatural crimson glow. As the remaining students recoil in terror, shouting for everyone to step back, their voices filled with fear. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, he brings the metal pipe down, striking one of the students who dared to stand his ground. The blow lands hard, and he stares down at the injured youth, demanding to know if he understands who he's facing. Despite the pain, the student lunges forward, a small blade flashing in his hand, declaring his allegiance to Jo Yohan. But before the attack can connect, Wang Dam intercepts the weapon with his bare hand, then delivers a brutal right hook directly to the student's face, sending him reeling back, blood spraying from the impact. The student collapses, groaning in agony. As the previous confrontation concludes, Wang Dam continues his relentless assault, striking another student with brutal force, eliciting a pained scream. His hand connects with bone-jarring impact, sending the student flying through the air, a sharp cry of pain escaping him as he crashes down. The force of the blow distorts his face, a raw scream tearing from his throat. Wang Dam stands victorious over his defeated opponent, while Kim Tae-suk and another student look on, stunned by the sheer brutality. The impact of the fight echoes through the hall, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock and disbelief. From the ground, the defeated student can only mutter, "Tiger's den, my ass." Seriously. His weapon, a metal pipe, lies shattered, a testament to the overwhelming power he just faced. As the student lets out another cry of pain, Wang Dam looks down with disdain, declaring, "You're not even comparable to a hyena." From this day forward, he declares, the person before him will be nothing more than a broken shell, as he questions if they're trying to turn his opponent into a retard. With a sharp, tick sound, Wang Dam effortlessly crushes a metal cup in his left hand, demonstrating his overwhelming power. He then looks down at the defeated figure of An Gukien, who lies broken on the ground, a question mark hanging over the scene of his utter dominance. As he surveys his handiwork, the official ranking of Pak Hai comes to mind, a system that now seems utterly meaningless in the face of his raw strength. Meanwhile, a new transfer student, witnessing the brutal display, reacts with a startled "huh" as he processes the shocking reality of his new school. Wang Dam, his gaze fixed downward, declared that enough was enough, accusing the other party of deliberately trying to embarrass him. As Kim Tae-suk looked up in surprise, questioning, "A transfer student?" A low grunt of discomfort escaped him, as Wang Dam, turning slightly, continued, acknowledging that while he didn't side with the defeated, breaking someone's wrist seemed to be taking things too far. He then addressed the two men restraining Kim Tae-suk, admonishing them, "Also, you bastards, you should be embarrassed, you fucks." Nearby, Park Ga-won exclaimed at the severity of the situation, while Park Da-hee mentioned a certain ninja's disregard for external grades, and Im Gukien simply muttered, fuck." As expected, Kim Tae-suk, still held firm, glared back at his challenger, demanding to know, "Do you think you're some kind of cop? Who the fuck are you?" With a calm, almost serene expression, Wang Dam confirmed Tae-suk's name, before introducing himself as Wang Dam from Class 2. His presence, sharp and decisive, felt like a blade ready to cut through any opposition. A sharp cry of pain echoes through the empty space, a student's face contorted in agony as an unseen force strikes him. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a past confrontation, where Kim Tae-suk, his face twisted in anger, grabs Wang Dam by the collar, shouting, "You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" Before he can react, a swift, brutal punch connects squarely with his face, sending a jolt of pain through him. Sitting alone in a classroom, Wang Dam reflects on the past, the memory of that pain still fresh. He muses on the school's unspoken rule. If someone breaks the rules based on studying, only students who follow it end up being called a retard. The frustration of merely observing from the sidelines has reached its peak, and he declares, "That's why I'm taking matters into my own hands now." His gaze sharpens with resolve, as he proclaims his ambition, "Since I'll soon become the new leader, ranked number 1. In another memory, Kim Tae-suk stands before a group of students, including Wang Dam, casually stating, "What? No, I don't understand the rules." "Then you better know that I'm the rule. Don't you think it's better now that I've told you the rules?" He continues, "You're following the rules, you should." Wang Dam, listening intently, thinks to himself, "Just quietly step on the weak. Once you'll take him down, you'll be clean." His eye narrows with fierce determination as he concludes his internal vow, "And after I become the leader, I'll get rid of this establishment system." He glares, a question forming on his lips about the words he's just heard, wondering if this isn't precisely why everything has gone to ruin, with everyone playing their own games of ranking. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk dismisses the idea, asserting that such behavior doesn't suit tough guys like them in the first place. He looks down with a smirk, confident that his opponent simply doesn't understand the situation. Elsewhere, a different student reflects on the reality that less than half the school actually follows orders, musing that simply becoming number 1 doesn't guarantee others will follow. He tries to reason with someone, urging them to listen to him if they won't listen to their seniors, insisting that this isn't a simple problem to solve. Kim Tae-suk, however, remains unconcerned, declaring that Pak Hai is currently in its golden era, adding that one never knows when it might devolve into a ranking-based street fight. Yet, the internal struggle continues, with some still fighting for a deeper meaning. For the students, the majority are merely waiting to be removed, he thinks, realizing it's not about getting rid of Jean or the current leader. So, a new resolve hardens in his eyes. He grips the other student by the collar, his expression firm as he declares that to truly challenge the system, one would need to defeat Kim Tae-suk in academics. Wang Dam's face remains calm, his words carrying a weight of experience. The other student, taken aback, can only stare as an unseen voice adds, "Then everyone will acknowledge you." He clarifies that such a feat would indeed be necessary, but Kim Tae-suk, observing the exchange, dismisses the idea, stating it's not a competition for him. Wang Dam's gaze sharpens, warning that even he wouldn't be able to handle fighting Kim Tae-suk all at once, then challenges the student, asking if he truly wants him to prove himself in his own way. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk's foot steps down on a crumpled paper, his voice dripping with disdain as he asks if they are filming a reality show, before asserting he'll start with weeds, like them first. The unnamed student, now enraged, his eyes glowing red with a fierce aura, snarls back, telling Wang Dam not to act like he's doing him a favor, and to bring it on, calling him a yellow-haired bastard. Wang Dam, a smirk playing on his lips, taunts him for still speaking trash, boasting that he could punch a hole in his head with one hand, before cryptically adding, "I'll let you in on one thing." Kim Tae-suk, unfazed, simply smiles, declaring it would be difficult for them to even reach his level, let alone surpass him, as he is on another level after all. A swift, brutal strike connects, the impact echoing sharply. The victim reels, protesting, as Wang Dam continues his relentless assault. Another impact echoes through the space. Having made his point, he turns, walking away from the defeated figures. But the violence isn't over, as a powerful kick lashes out, connecting with another target. His eyes glow with an intense red light, a chilling declaration escaping his lips as the victim's hand recoils from the force. "I'm on another level," he asserts, his voice laced with absolute confidence. Another swift, high kick finds its mark, demonstrating his overwhelming power. Meanwhile, in a completely different setting, a young man with long, wavy hair sits casually, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding elsewhere. As the conversation shifts to the intricacies of school politics, of voice questions, "Just what are you thinking?" Another responds, dismissing the concern, "Sorry, I don't mean it, but I think this is normal." That's a given. The speaker, Cho Yohan, clarifies, "I'm talking about your position as the leader." Cho Yohan was fired. Kim Tae-suk, facing him, responds with a dismissive tone, "Of course, it won't matter to you how many times he comes for you. The important point is the elite forces that will be backing him." He continues, "You must know what I'm talking about. Most of the guys here have been like this all their life." Yohan, however, counters with a philosophical edge, "You can't force vegetarianism on carnivores. Our food will end up splitting at this pace. That's why now's the time for us to unify." His hand clenches slightly as he poses the question, "Unify?" His gaze sharpens. "I'm talking about the guys who aren't even able to get a grip on their own lives." Kim Tae-suk confronts Wang Dam, accusing him of seeing certain individuals as nothing more than trash. Dam, however, dismisses the notion that they alone can fix such a deeply rooted problem, explaining that the employment system is a sensitive topic, affecting many people beyond just Yohan. Gukien listens intently to their exchange. With a stern expression, Dam tells Gukien to return to his studies, emphasizing the value of his self-study time. Tae-suk grabs Dam's arm, urging him to stop bothering people and to let go. Dam's eyes glow with an ominous purple light as he threatens to kill Tae-suk. Undeterred, Tae-suk explains that their individual efforts won't be enough to enforce the rules, as Pak Hai is currently divided. He warns of the consequences if Yohan or the standards return. Looking distressed, Gukien laments that they will be swallowed whole, questioning if that's all Dam has to say on the matter. His anger subsiding, Dam declares the conversation pointless and tells Tae-suk to leave, stating he has nothing more to say. Tae-suk hesitates, seemingly wanting to continue the discussion. He believes the current leader is unfit. And with so much trash around, there's no other choice but to take action, finding it frustrating to merely observe. He resolves to take matters into his own hands now, visualizing the fallen. Soon, he will become the #1 ranked student, believing it's entirely possible. The thought of a new leader makes Wang Dam pause, wondering if it could be this guy. He hums thoughtfully, considering the implications. So he questions, is Tae-suk telling him to become #1 in both academics and fighting? Why should he have to do all that? He wonders, asking what Tae-suk is plotting. Tae-suk replies that not everyone at Pak Hai is an animal, and he's telling him this because he believes Dam is the only one who can truly change the school's reputation for the better, then asks if there's a problem. Still pressing his point, he continues, suggesting that while his approach might seem old-fashioned, it is the only way to truly get things done. Dam, however, finds the entire proposition rather troublesome. Undeterred, Tae-suk assures him it won't be difficult, revealing his intention to take on all of them at once, rather than one by one. A smirk playing on his lips, Dam finally concedes, a single word sealing his acceptance. He declares his willingness to play the game Tae-suk has set up, his resolve hardening. Tae-suk, in turn, issues a stark warning. They should all prepare to be beaten, one by one. Later, as night falls, the city streets glow with artificial light, leading to a small, unassuming restaurant. Inside, the restaurant is bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. A hand carefully places a bowl of steaming food onto a table, the server confirming the order. Another customer, already halfway through his meal, requests another bowl of rice, which the server readily agrees to provide. The server then brings a side dish of gangjang, informing the customer that he can eat it as soon as the potatoes boil. A small crowd gathers, their gazes fixed on an unseen individual, with one woman observing that he looks like a foreigner, while another simply notes his good looks. Inside a restaurant, a server with dark-rimmed glasses responds with a polite, "No problem at all." Another server, a woman with red hair, approaches him, informing him that an order is ready, to which he agrees to wait. A moment later, he realizes something, quickly assuring her he will retrieve the item right away. He holds a wrapped package, presumably the customer's order. Meanwhile, a customer in a cap and hoodie appears confused, then declines an offer, stating he is fine. His expression remains somewhat stern. The server then hands the wrapped item to the customer. Both men stand, each now holding a package. The scene abruptly shifts, focusing on a new, intense face. His eyes, sharp and dark, convey a profound seriousness, his gaze fixed with an unwavering resolve. A construction worker, helmet askew, cackles maniacally, his laughter echoing through the site. He continues his taunts, demanding to know what kind of look Kim Tae-suk is giving him, challenging his perceived hardship. But Tae-suk has heard enough, grabbing the worker by his collar, silencing his insolence with a sharp command to just shut up already. With a powerful heave, he sends the man flying, his helmet dislodging midair as the worker screams about quitting the shitty job and refusing to be kicked for free. Tae-suk watches him fall, muttering about the yuppie bastard and the risk of being kicked out of his top-class position. His gaze then shifts to another figure, questioning why someone so young would be working at a construction site instead of being in school. He advises the young man, Wong Dam, to quit and find a new way to make a living, mentioning all the strong guys in their school including him. Dam simply smiles, finding the advice boring, while a red-haired girl beside him asks if he is Dam's friend, warning Tae-suk that he will regret it later. A woman with a kind but firm expression introduces herself as Tae-suk's mother, causing the young man to react with surprise. Her gaze then falls upon the delivery person, and she exclaims about what a handsome boy he is. Turning back to her son, Kim Tae-suk, she mentions that he never talks about his friends, asking if the delivery boy is a schoolmate, to which Tae-suk hesitantly confirms. She expresses relief that he's not doing well with words, implying her son's social awkwardness. Suddenly, she remembers the delivery, asking if he just completed it, while Tae-suk looks on, wondering if she overheard their previous conversation. She then hands a package to Wong Dam, insisting he take it. Explaining that delivering isn't easy, she urges him to eat with his family, before abruptly asking how long he's been friends with Tae-suk. Tae-suk tries to interject, telling his mother that Dam has to leave, but she dismisses him, still focused on the delivery boy. As Dam finally turns to leave, Tae-suk tells him to be safe, the delivery boy acknowledging him with a slight sound. With a final bow, Wong Dam thanks Tae-suk's mother before departing. Still standing in the doorway, his mother beams at him. Tae-suk endures the awkwardness as she continues to speak, her words a stark contrast to his own discomfort. Meanwhile, the sound of a door creaking shut echoes through the quiet street. As Dam walks away, his delivery complete, leaving the house behind. Elsewhere, a figure in a white helmet stares intently at a screen, where the name, I'm Hanji-jang, is prominently displayed. Back at the house, Tae-suk's mother continues to smile warmly, while her son remains stiff and uncomfortable beside her. The helmeted figure, Han Jae-jang, shifts his gaze, first looking down in thought, then lifting his head with a determined expression. As night falls, the city lights begin to glow, casting a quiet ambience over the buildings. Later, a young woman with long black hair stands on a subway platform, her purple jacket a splash of color against the muted urban backdrop. The scene shifts to a distant view of a building, with the words high class and displayed prominently. The young woman from the subway platform now sits alone in a room, her expression one of quiet contemplation. He stares intently at the screen, a familiar face sparking irritation. It's that guy again. Yesterday, he thinks, wondering why the other student acts so superior, while a girl with a blunt bob cut walks past, internally deciding to avoid him, convinced that only trouble follows his presence. Wong Dam, however, approaches her, holding out a bag, offering, "Take it and enjoy it with your family at home." But she simply continues on her way, leaving him in a dilemma, the food feeling too much to eat alone after his big talk to Tae-suk. The girl, still walking, considers buying a study book when a voice calls out. "Excuse me." She gasps, startled, as he reaches for her. She immediately bolts up the stairs, leaving him confused. "Why are you running?" he calls out, pursuing her. He finally catches her arm, demanding, "Hey, excuse me, why are you hold on?" But she pulls away with a sharp stop, leaving a small bag behind as she flees. Still trying to offer the food, Wong Dam is met with a startled shriek from the girl, who recoils from his presence, panting heavily. She struggles to catch her breath, muttering about a previous encounter and asking if he had done something. He calmly reminds her of the misunderstanding with the dog, but she insists she was merely in the wrong place at the wrong time, claiming she hadn't hit the animal. Wong Dam, looking exasperated, questions how she could possibly know the difficulties he faced clearing up the misunderstanding with the landlady. The girl, still looking downcast, explains that's why she came to apologize. Holding out a bag of food, he asks if she dislikes kimchi stew, then adds that he's at a loss for words, wondering who would have had kimchi stew this late. He then asks if she thinks it would be fine to just leave, but his words are cut short by a loud growl from her stomach. Blushing deeply, she quietly admits to being just a bit hungry. As a steaming bowl of food is presented, Wong Dam asks for her name, noting that they appear to be the same age. The new student, Tina, finally introduces herself, acknowledging the previous misunderstanding. Wong Dam, still holding the food, asks about her transfer, wondering if she came all the way to Seoul for school. He then inquires if she transferred due to an accident or if she was perhaps expelled from her previous institution. His directness makes Tina avert her gaze as he continues to question her about coming such a long way to Seoul for her studies. He presses further, asking if she was the top student at her old school and if she truly transferred for academic reasons. Wang Dam, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, comments on the deliciousness of the food he's holding, wondering about its origin. Tina, still looking away, finally responds, telling him to hold on and asking him to explain his questions. She clarifies that she was indeed expelled and that she transferred because she had no other choice. Wang Dam, surprised by her admission, asks her to explain the circumstances of her expulsion. Tina dismisses the specifics of her past, stating that the reason for her expulsion isn't important, especially since she won't have to pay tuition at this new school. Wang Dam, after a moment of consideration, agrees to the arrangement. She then challenges him, wondering if he finds her situation disgusting, but quickly adds that she doesn't really have a choice in the matter. His expression shifts to one of mild surprise and confusion, as Tina, with a wide, almost unsettling smile, extends her hand as a gesture of future cooperation. He hesitates, clearly taken aback by her directness, before reluctantly accepting the handshake. His mind briefly flashes to a memory, or perhaps an imagined scenario, of a stern figure denying him tuition, a stark "no, sir," echoing in his thoughts. The scene then shifts, revealing the imposing exterior of a school building, its walls marked with the passage of time. Inside, Wang Dam walks purposefully down a bustling hallway, passing other students as he navigates the new environment. He watches as Hyungmin and his friends greet him, a thought crossing his mind. I wonder how Dam has been doing while I was away. The young man with glasses looks down, his expression unreadable. As a menacing TSK escapes the lips of a larger, spiky-haired student, his eyes narrowed in a clear threat. Surrounded by the group, the bespectacled student feels the pressure mount, wondering, what do you plan on doing this time? Under the bully's stern gaze, Hyungmin bows deeply, offering a forced sorry for having interrupted him. Wang Dam watches the scene unfold, a flurry of confused thoughts racing through his mind. What's going on? This isn't like him at all. This should be your chance, right? With a dismissive, let's go, the group turns to leave, but Hyungmin glances back, a flicker of something in his eyes. Before the spiky-haired student grabs him by the collar, demanding, you little punk, didn't I tell you to apologize properly? Hyungmin lets out a pained and, as he's pulled away. Left alone in the hallway, Wang Dam looks forward, a single thought echoing in his mind. Wang Dam. A sudden exclamation echoes through the classroom, drawing attention to the door of room 3-1. Inside, a student with glasses confronts Wang Dam, asking if he truly agreed to defeat them and become one of the top 7, or perhaps even take over the employment system. The student with glasses gulps, realizing this is their way of forgetting their old bosses. He looks down, a thoughtful hum escaping him. Wang Dam lets out a small chuckle, wondering why he would go to such lengths, before adding that he can't help but study with his hands upon his head. The student with glasses, taken aback, asks what he means by going so far, asserting that the answer should be obvious. Wang Dam's expression hardens as he declares that if he wants to do something, he'll do it right, because going back on his word is for losers. His words strike the student with glasses, whose eye widens in shock as Wang Dam emphasizes, this is a promise I made to you. A bead of sweat rolls down the student's face as Wang Dam advises him to take it easy on both teaching him and on his own recovery, leaving the student to stammer out his name, Wang Dam. Still looking down at him, a soft thud punctuates the air, leaving Tae-suk bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in their agreement. Damn, he questions, I don't understand. You said you'd help me before that. A confused huh escapes him. Wang Dam simply shrugs. Well, 8th or 7th place isn't much different. As Tae-suk struggles to process the implications, the employment system, he realizes, isn't about reaching a certain rank, but about overcoming those already there, only to start again from the bottom. He lets out another puzzled sound. You should have already seen him during lunchtime, Wang Dam continues, referring to the 7th place holder, Lee Junjin. This individual, a member of the judo team, possesses techniques that are no joke. Despite his seemingly gentle appearance, there was even an incident in the judo circle, where, simply because he lost a match, he severely injured everyone on the opposing school's team alone. It was the day Junjin watched. As a student with glasses taunted, you're all a bunch of nerds anyway. Let us burn as much as you want. But unlike his predecessors, Junjin's past records were no laughing matter. Especially recalling the incident that happened in his first year of middle school. A student cried out, as he was asked, did you get recorded? This was the loss in the match he had with other schools. And the screams of echoed through the room, as the beast of 100 people left another half-crippled, all because of him. Still reflecting on the past, he hears a voice addressing another student, warning them about thinking things like that about Lee Yoon-jin, while he himself dismisses the idea of fighting, stating his disinterest. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk and another student discuss the situation, feigning fear and wondering which class the formidable figure is in, quickly learning he's in class 2. A sudden, sharp sound echoes as Wang Dam enters a classroom, drawing the immediate attention of all the seated students. Lee Young-jin, observing the entrance with another student, questions if they'll allow the situation to unfold, remarking that the rumors of him being a monster seem to be true. As Wang Dam walks down the hallway, Kim Tae-suk and his companion watch him, wondering if he's heading for a fight, but Wang Dam simply states he has other business and no intention of fighting. Kim Tae-suk sighs, still observing, and asks his companion what has gotten into him. Confronting Lee Young-jin, Wang Dam questions the absence of his usual flattering demeanor, sarcastically asking if he wants to try flattering him now. Kim Tae-suk watches as Wang Dam cracks his knuckles with a sharp sound, dismissing Lee Jung-jin's words as not it, and muttering about how talkative he is. Alone again, Wang Dam holds his head in frustration, declaring that the person he's looking for isn't even at school right now. Kim Tae-suk remarks that Wang Dam's school is truly something else, asking if someone had been suspended just yesterday. Dismissing the thought, Wang Dam's focus remains elsewhere, inquiring about the whereabouts of Hai, prompting Kim Tae-suk to offer his assistance. A small notebook, detailing a top-secret daily routine, is quickly produced. With an almost manic grin, Kim Tae-suk explains that he meticulously recorded numbers in his weekly schedule, ensuring he wouldn't forget, then eagerly asks why this information is needed. Wang Dam's gaze sharpens, a singular thought driving him forward. Around this time, the person he seeks should be there. Meanwhile, a young man in a judo gi stands with a towel draped over his shoulder, his expression thoughtful. He looks down, a small cut visible on his cheek, as the sign for the Hanam Judo field looms in the background, marking his location. Finally, he sits on the mat, head bowed, lost in contemplation. The judo practitioner gritted his teeth, a guttural sound escaping him as he pushed through an unseen struggle. Suddenly, a furious voice cut through the air, demanding to know what he was doing there. It was Min Jae-hyun, accompanied by Hyun Jin-seok, the CEO of Hanam Judo Club, who questioned if the practitioner thought he couldn't be seen. Hyun Jin-seok then addressed Min Jae-hyun, revealing that his father, Young-sik, was worried sick about him skipping school to come here. Turning his attention back to the practitioner, who was clearly Min Jae-hyun's father, Hyun Jin-seok pushed him, declaring there was no reason to stand in the miserable heat of the judo field, and told him to go home. He reiterated that his efforts were pointless, a statement that left the practitioner stunned. Wiping sweat from his face, the practitioner firmly stated that while he knew it was pointless, he still had to do it, unable to forgive himself otherwise, as an unseen voice called out in surprise. Hyun Jin-seok looked at the determined young man, asking what was wrong with him. Before anyone could react, a sudden, forceful kick landed squarely on Kim Tae-suk's face, the assailant questioning his audacity to just walk in like that. Sent flying from the unexpected blow, Kim Tae-suk cries out in pain, his mind racing with confusion as he questions why he was brought here alone. Still airborne, he hears the practitioner's voice, cold and challenging, reminding him of his past failures and declaring his own need to grow stronger. Before he can hit the ground, a hand shoots out, grabbing his arm with surprising force, the practitioner's grip firm as he pulls him back. With a grunt of effort, the practitioner pulls him closer, his expression unreadable. He holds him suspended, a silent challenge hanging in the air between them. From the sidelines, Min Jae-hyun watches the exchange with wide eyes, wondering aloud about the identity of the skilled fighter. Hyun Jin-seok, the club's CEO, steps forward, acknowledging the practitioner's prowess outside the dojo. His tone shifts, however, as he demands to know why the practitioner was brought to the club, his anger flaring at the suggestion of him signing up. The practitioner tries to explain, but Hyun Jin-seok cuts him off, dismissing the idea of him joining with contempt. Still held firmly by the judo practitioner, Kim Tae-suk lets out a pained cry, his face contorted in fear and agony. Hyun Jin-seok, his face a mask of fury, glares at the practitioner, accusing him of disrespecting the younger students, then quickly corrects himself, asserting that the practitioner is the primary target of his anger. Tae-suk, still struggling in the practitioner's hold, pleads for him to stop, questioning the sheer strength of his grip and insisting he isn't the one responsible for the earlier chaos. The practitioner, ignoring Tae-suk's pleas, calmly instructs someone named Siwon to handle the other students, a statement that immediately confuses Min Jae-hyun, who wonders aloud if Siwon is an alias for Wang Dam. Then, turning his attention, the practitioner casually greets Lee Young-jin. Young-jin, clearly taken aback, acknowledges the practitioner's impressive feat of handling all the dojo's students, a hint of surprise in his voice. Hyun Jin-seok, his anger boiling over, demands that the practitioner leave immediately, his patience completely exhausted. He suggests they simply abandon Tae-suk and proceed with their original plan to fight. Still seething, Hyun Jin-seok questions the young man's disruptive presence in his dojo and demands to know how he is acquainted with Young-jin. Hyun Jin-seok's voice carries a sharp edge as he confronts the young man, demanding to know if the rumors of him beating up people in a restaurant are true, while Wang Dam, the subject of the conversation, reacts with a dismissive expression. He presses further, confirming the practitioner's connection to their school, his gaze unwavering. Hyun Jin-seok continues his accusations, detailing how the young man allegedly dropped out of school to join a gang and use judo to intimidate others, a narrative that elicits another dismissive reaction from Wang Dam. His voice rising, Hyun Jin-seok questions the practitioner's audacity to continue attending the judo club after such an incident, leaving the young man momentarily stunned. The practitioner, regaining his composure, challenges Hyun Jin-seok's implication, asking if he's being called guilty. Hyun Jin-seok's anger intensifies, his face contorting as he recounts the restaurant brawl, then demands to know whose life the practitioner is trying to ruin with his judo now. The practitioner, now visibly enraged, shouts back, challenging Hyun Jin-seok's understanding of the situation. As Hyun Jin-seok reaches out, placing a hand on his shoulder, the practitioner's anger momentarily subsides, addressing him respectfully as master. Hyun Jin-seok's expression shifts to one of contemplation as he feels the young man's arm, realizing his muscles are unusually hard, far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary kid. Hyun Jin-seok, having assessed the situation, simply nods, acknowledging the unspoken tension. He then turns to the assembled students, his gaze firm, declaring that fighting within the club is unacceptable. The unnamed judo practitioner protests, but Hyun Jin-seok cuts him off, asserting his authority over the mats. From now on, he alone will decide who gets to use the training area, and he'll determine the strongest by their street fights. Still, he acknowledges that punching someone in a judo club is excessive, eliciting a surprised "oh" from the practitioner. He continues, explaining that true judo masters are forged through fighting, not just studying, leaving the practitioner speechless. A man, he insists, must take responsibility for his actions and resolve matters cleanly, regardless of future complications. The unnamed judo practitioner, impressed by the wisdom, still objects, stating he cannot allow Hyun Jin-seok to use the club for free. Hyun Jin-seok, however, doesn't expect the practitioner to simply follow his words, implying a deeper challenge. He then issues his ultimatum. If the practitioner loses, he must become a member of the dojo, leaving the young man stunned. Hyun Jin-seok's voice booms through the dojo, his face contorted with intensity as he reiterates his challenge, to train every day and become an athlete representing their dojo. He stares directly at the unnamed judo practitioner, demanding, "How about it? Deal." With a final, forceful declaration, Jin-seok seals the terms, "Deal." The students watching from the side react with a mix of disbelief and excitement. Wang Dam questions why their master would challenge such a punk, while Kim Tae-suk finds nothing wrong with an actual match. The unnamed practitioner, however, remains calm, meeting Jin-seok's gaze as he proposes an additional condition. "Then since we're doing this, let's add one more condition." His expression hardening with resolve, he states, "If I win, don't let that guy step foot in this dojo." He considers the implications, thinking to himself that it wouldn't be a major issue for Jin-seok to allow him to join after such an incident, but then clarifies his true motivation. "I mean, think about it." Jin-seok looks surprised by the unexpected turn, uttering a confused, "Huh?" The practitioner's gaze is firm as he explains his reasoning. "Whether it's me or your pain, we can't keep dragging you guys into my life away like this." He presses his challenge, asking if his opponent intends to fight or not. His gaze remains sharp, awaiting a response. While nearby, Young-jin recognizes the challenger, exclaiming in surprise. The students around him recall the sheer power of Wang Dam, remembering how strong he is, a monster with no weaknesses, whose presence has haunted their sleep ever since. Wang Dam himself appears to question their assessment, wondering if they truly believe that. Hyun Jin-seok, observing the scene, reminds them that the unnamed practitioner is a former athlete, though he trails off, implying there's more to the story. The students continue to whisper, acknowledging that none of their best abilities have ever managed to defeat him, as the practitioner is briefly seen in a powerful, masked state, his eyes glowing red. Wang Dam, in another mental image, reflects that despite an unsavory incident, the practitioner's skills are undeniably formidable, not to be scoffed at. Indeed, Lee Young-jin is a monster whose abilities are unquestionable, though his personality might be a bit too questionable. The sheer power of the unnamed judo practitioner, the one who had single-handedly defeated all the other athletes, still resonated through the dojo, a testament to his overwhelming skill. Now, as the tension mounted for the next challenge, Hyun Jin-seok began to outline the terms, explaining that he would quickly go over the rules before they started. He clarified that participants could choose between MMA or boxing gloves, but the overall rule set would be based on MMA regulations. Hyun Jin-seok then added that he would intervene if the match became too dangerous, while the practitioner, with a hint of disdain, stated his intention to go easy, not wanting a mere street fight. Kim Tae-suk, however, seemed more concerned with the bigger picture, asking about Wang Dam's involvement. The practitioner then turned his gaze, addressing his opponent directly, calling him Mr. Athlete. A confident smirk played on his lips as he warned them not to be beaten like the other athletes, his words dripping with a condescending challenge. He finished with a sharp, intense look, stating that only then would the guy from the school acknowledge it, a clear provocation aimed at Wang Dam. Having issued his challenge, the unnamed judo practitioner moves with blinding speed, his fist erupting in a brilliant, orange glow as it connects with an opponent's face. The sheer force of the blow distorts the man's features, sending shockwaves through his head. Money rains down over a construction site, a voice declaring that something is filthy and trash. Back in the dojo, Hyun Jin-seok and a young woman watch in utter disbelief, a horrified cry escaping them, as one of the judo students screams in terror. Wang Dam, a whirlwind of motion, delivers a brutal kick to one practitioner's midsection, sending him reeling while another lies already defeated on the mat. The force of the blow echoes through the hall, a clear testament to his overwhelming power. His eyes narrow with fierce determination, his jaw clenching as he presses his assault. Another judo student attempts to intervene, but he meets the same fate, Wang Dam's foot connecting with his head in a devastating high kick. He moves with explosive force, a judo student already sprawled on the mat as he prepares for his next strike. Watching the brutal display, a female student wonders aloud if he is truly an athlete, given his unconventional fighting style. Li Yongjin, visibly agitated, protests that kicks are against the rules, demanding to know if anyone heard that it would be MMA rules. Wang Dam, however, simply retorts that he is the referee, dismissing the complaint. Hyun Jinseok watches, a look of disbelief on his face, realizing the young man possesses far more speed than he had initially thought. Another swift kick connects, sending an opponent flying, as the legend of Korea Wang continues to unfold. With unwavering resolve, Wang Dam declares his intention to continue the fight. Li Yongjin, resigned, tells his companions to let the fight continue, while Hyun Jinseok silently questions if they truly believe they can contest this display of power. Yongjin, still frustrated, laments that the judo club has approved the situation before deciding to return to his own work. Wang Dam stands over a defeated opponent, his voice cold and authoritative, warning him. "You heard, right? If you move, you die." He reiterates, "Don't disobey the F***ck." A sharp impact echoes as his fist connects with the mat, or perhaps another body, emphasizing his raw power. Suddenly, a new challenger steps forward, adopting a fighting stance, his red-gloved fists raised, demanding to know this. Before he can even fully commit, Wang Dam's fist intercepts his arm with a heavy blow. A split second later, another punch lands squarely on the challenger's face, distorting his features. The force of the strike sends him reeling, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Wang Dam follows up with yet another brutal punch, driving his red-gloved fist deep into the challenger's already battered face, eliciting a pained grunt. The opponent collapses, sliding across the mat, as Wang Dam remains standing, his posture unwavering. Lying defeated, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, the challenger stares up, his face a mask of agony and utter defeat. He unleashes a swift, powerful punch, his red-gloved fist blurring through the air. The blow connects with a sickening thud, sending the opponent's head snapping back from the sheer force. A guttural cry of pain escapes him, his face contorted in agony as sweat flies from his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dam follows up with a brutal kick, driving his foot into the already fallen challenger. The force sends the opponent sliding further across the mat, his body collapsing in a heap. Turning his attention to the sidelines, Wang Dam calls out, "Yongjin, why are you just sitting there?" His thoughts are cold and dismissive, wondering if the opponent truly wished for death, labeling him nothing more than a gutter rat. As the defeated challenger screams in agony, Wang Dam's expression remains grim, his dominance absolute. He continues his brutal assault, delivering a swift kick to his opponent, who is already on the ground. His hand strikes with contempt, dismissing the challenger as nothing more than a common street punk. He sneers, mocking the fallen fighter for succumbing to such a simple move. A devastating punch connects squarely with the opponent's face. The impact echoing through the dojo as the fighter screams in agony, his face contorted in pain. From a distance, Li Yongjin watches, surprised that the opponent was so easily overwhelmed. The defeated fighter, now sitting on the mat, acknowledges Wang Dam's overwhelming strength, and wonders what kind of life could forge such a brutal combatant. Li Yongjin continues to observe the scene, the defeated fighter groaning softly on the ground. Even as the judo practitioner stood over him, delivering a barrage of blows, Wang Dam remained on the mat, absorbing the impact. The relentless assault continued, each strike meant to incapacitate. But in a sudden, explosive movement, Wang Dam reversed the situation, sending his opponent crashing to the ground with a single, decisive blow. Standing victorious over the defeated figure, he simply remarked on the outcome. From a distance, Li Yongjin watched, surprised that the judo practitioner was still conscious, even after such a brutal beating. Wang Dam's gaze was intense, his expression reflecting a mix of surprise and slight disappointment. The defeated judo practitioner, now recovering, conceded defeat, acknowledging the impressive endurance of his opponent, while Yongjin simply grunted in response. Wang Dam then turned his attention to Yongjin, a knowing look on his face as he spoke of something still missing. A slight, confident smile played on his lips as he concluded that ultimately, only one thing truly mattered. He moves with a sudden burst of speed, confident that this encounter will soon be over. His gaze sharp and intent, he closes the distance. Then, with a sharp impact, his fist connects. He pulls back, his expression unreadable. Another swift punch lands, followed by a firm grip on his opponent's collar, before he's decisively thrown to the mat. The force of the impact leaves his opponent stunned, reeling from the sudden assault. Observing the fight, the judo club CEO acknowledges the young man's lack of formal martial arts fundamentals, yet senses something more profound. He ponders if the fighter has spent his life in real, desperate struggles. For what is fair or unfair, right or wrong, he has had to fight without any weapons, no matter what kind of life he has lived, he is. As the relentless assault continued, Lee Young-jin found himself trapped, a silent question hanging in the air. What would he do? Wang Dam's voice cut through the air, warning that he would only lose if he kept fighting like this, as his fists blurred into a flurry of strikes. One powerful blow connected, snapping Jungjin's head back with a sharp impact. Without a moment's pause, Wang Dam coiled, preparing another devastating strike. Young-jin managed to block, but the force of the impact still rattled him to his core. The defense proved futile, as another punch slammed into his face, distorting his features in agony. A pained groan escaped him, his body recoiling violently from the relentless assault. Wang Dam's fist glowed with a faint aura as he delivered a final, taunting blow, telling Young-jin he should just quit judo. Defeated and battered, Young-jin slumped, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his eyes closed in resignation. Still reeling from the relentless assault, Lee Jungjin's vision blurs, his body tensing against another unseen impact. A swift, powerful kick connects, sending a jolt through his already battered frame. From the sidelines, Hyun Jin-seok watches the brutal display, a gasp escaping him as the match reaches its climax. Jungjin's face contorts in agony, blood trickling from his nose and mouth as he struggles to remain conscious. Finally, he collapses to the mat, groaning softly as Wang Dam stands victorious over him. Among the onlookers, Kim Tae-suk watches with a worried expression, murmuring his disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Another student, with long hair, looks down at the defeated Young-jin, a dawning realization crossing his face. Wang Dam, looking down at his opponent, delivers a cutting remark, questioning Jungjin's understanding of judo itself. Lying broken on the mat, Young-jin can only offer a defeated, quiet denial. Wang Dam stares at his phone, contemplating a message, wondering if he should send a refusal. Meanwhile, a year earlier, at the school grounds, students mill about, their footsteps echoing across the pavement. Among them, Lee Young-jin walks with his friends, looking surprised as someone calls out his name. A hand reaches out, offering him a gift, asking if he'll use it for his match next week. Soon, Young-jin finds himself surrounded by his friends, all eagerly presenting him with gifts and shouts of encouragement. More gifts are pressed into his hands, each accompanied by enthusiastic cries. As he talks with Tae-suk and Min Jae-hyun, Tae-suk remarks that unfairness is a lie. Young-jin considers the tradition of pre-match gifts, his friends assuring him there's no need to worry. Despite their concern, he apologizes to the female student, politely refusing the gifts but promising to clean the mats himself. He walks away from the school building, a question echoing from off-panel, asking why he won't participate in the tournament, or if there's a management issue. He simply replies that he hasn't had fun in a while. His friends, Kim Tae-suk and Min Jae-hyun, confront him, wondering why he won't participate, and lamenting that he only ever works, never asking for help, spending all his time at the dojo. They question what he's doing with his life. Meanwhile, a female student watches him, musing aloud that it's still cool to have a goal and work towards it. Lee Young-jin, earbuds in, remains focused. As he arrives at the Buxin Judo Dojo, a place he finds immensely satisfying, confessing that he's never experienced anything this good before. Inside, Hyun Jin-seok scoffs, while an unnamed judo practitioner questions if it's truly acceptable for Young-jin to have received gifts from the other students. Hyun Jin-seok dismisses the concern, stating that Young-jin will clean the mats anyway, prompting the practitioner to clarify if he's referring to the gifts. Hyun Jin-seok simply grunts in response. Young-jin, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, encourages them to try it themselves, assuring them they don't have to do anything and can relax a little, because it's truly the best. Hyun Jin-seok, however, is clearly angered by Jungjin's words, snapping that it's too much for his level of skill and ordering him to stop messing around and grab a broom, calling him a bloodsucker. He listens intently as a voice from off-panel suggests he should have mentioned his recent activities sooner, then simply acknowledges the statement. Later that night, he lies in bed, scrolling through his phone, wondering if his performance was truly acceptable. A quiet moment of contemplation settles over him, before he hears the door open, prompting him to ask if his father has returned. He reassures his father that he's been awake for a while, having decided to get a good night's sleep. With a slight smile, he bids his father good night, reflecting on the profound truth that his father is the only one who truly cares for him, everything else feeling beyond his control. This sentiment echoes from his childhood, a constant in his life. He sits, contemplating his father, who always seemed to be hiding his true feelings. Even so, he was sure his father worked hard, but he couldn't help but notice the resemblance between them. A memory flashes of a judo match, a clear point scored, while a younger version of himself admits that studying was never his strong suit. Hyun Jin-seok, the CEO of Hanam Judo Club, smiles, finding nothing surprising in the outcome, as he looks at a framed picture of two judo practitioners. Lee Jungjin's judo uniform, bearing his name, is a stark reminder of his past, but his father had only ever shown him his back, a symbol of distance and unspoken burdens. Silently, he vows he doesn't want to be like him. Such a father, he thinks, to cheat his way through life. A sudden realization hits him, leaving him with a shocked, questioning expression. Standing in a gym, he looks down, wondering What happened to that resolve now? His hand trembles, a silent refusal to accept something, as he desperately tries to reassure himself not to give in. The memory of an evil bastard and the cruel passage of time weigh heavily on him. A chilling accusation echoing in his mind. You dared to. The raw, visceral pain of a past injury, a face brutally disfigured, screams back at him from the depths of his memory, demanding, turn my face into this? A wave of self-loathing washes over Wang Dam, a guttural sound escaping him as he hears the cruel accusation. You're just as filthy as an insect. His face contorts in a grimace, the words twisting his features into something monstrous as he silently screams, turn my face into this? He looks down, haunted by the memory, the voice continuing its relentless assault. You dared. You were a selfish bastard from the start. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles with the accusations, desperately trying to deny them. There's no way I'm serious about. You don't even have to say it anymore. He turns his head away, hand rising to cover his mouth, as the haunting question echoes. Do you still have regrets? From the depths of his inner turmoil, a monstrous, shadowy form with glowing eyes and sharp teeth emerges, roaring. Just putting on a show. The sight of his inner beast fills him with terror, his eyes wide with fear as he gasps. Suddenly, a menacing smile appears, belonging to Kim Tae-suk, who begins to speak. It's not a. A guttural scream tears through the silence of Wang Dam's mind, a desperate plea for something to be revealed. Yet, a bitter, self-deprecating thought echoes back, mocking the absurdity of his own torment. Accusations swirl around him, painting him as a filthy bastard who revels in crippling others, an ungrateful wretch who loves the violence he inflicts. Surrounded by a horde of monstrous, shadowy figures, their glowing eyes fixed on him, he is relentlessly pressed for answers he cannot give. Breaking free from the internal torment, Wang Dam's voice rips through the air, desperately urging Lee Young-jin to regain his composure. But Young-jin is already lost in the fight, his gloved fist connecting with brutal force, sending his opponent's head snapping back. With a swift, decisive movement, he follows through, throwing the judo student to the ground with a heavy thud. Looking down at his defeated foe, Young-jin sighs, muttering about the lack of challenge and his own weariness. From the side, Kim Tae-suk observes the scene, then addresses the fighter, questioning if he needs to continue, noting his evident exhaustion. Wang Dam's mind seethes, dismissing his opponent as nothing more than a common, despicable thug. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk, with a dismissive tone, advises Min Jae-hyun to behave from now on, then calls out to him to leave. With a slight smirk playing on his lips, he then questions the destination of someone else. Back in the gym, Wang Dam and Lee Young-jin stand facing each other, the tension between them palpable. Wang Dam, visibly annoyed, begins to question Lee Jung-jin's actions. Lee Young-jin, his face contorted in anger, snaps back, accusing Wang Dam of not truly holding back. Wang Dam retorts, labeling him a mere thug who understands nothing, and challenges if he truly comprehends the weight of dreams or responsibilities. His expression shifts to one of questioning, as he repeats the words dream and responsibilities to himself. But the doubt quickly turns to fury, as he dismisses the notion of acting righteous with a vehement curse. As the confrontation intensifies, he hears Lee Jung-jin's voice, filled with indignation, accusing him of believing he knows everything, even about his feelings. His own eyes, usually dark, begin to glow with an ominous red light. A thin line of blood appears on his lip as he glares, his voice a low growl, demanding to know if Lee Young-jin truly wished to see this through to the very end. Before another word can be exchanged, a swift, powerful kick slams into its target with a sharp impact. Standing amidst the sudden violence, Wang Dam simply mutters, finding the entire situation annoying. He then declares to Young-jin, who recalls his athletic past, that it is time to put an end to their conflict. Another kick, a blur of motion, flies through the air. The force of the strike reverberates through the space. And with a sharp cry of pain, Lee Young-jin is sent reeling from the direct hit. A stark warning hangs in the air, a challenge to endure the consequences. This is the world of high class. Chapter 10, focusing on Lee Young-jin and the art of judo. Judo, a martial art rooted in the theory of softness overcoming hardness, embraces the philosophy of respecting one's opponent and striving for mutual improvement, aiming to train both the body and the mind. Yet, like all martial arts, judo ultimately stems from the primal will to survive, a fierce determination forged in the crucible of life and death. Lee Jung-jin's eyes burn with an inner fire, his bruised face set in a grim mask of resolve. They say he was in grave danger, but for him, who had put his life on the line for his family, every threat was merely another challenge to overcome. An observer remarks on the profound nature of this fighting spirit, recognizing it as the true essence of judo. Had he finally broken through the barriers he himself had erected, transforming his desperation into a potent rage, a force directly tied to the threat against his life? He lets out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His jaw clenches, a silent testament to the pain he endures, his eyes squeezed shut against the memory or the present struggle. A vivid flashback of being violently thrown, a scream tearing from his throat, the impact radiating through his body as he hits the ground. Meanwhile, the new student, Kim Tae-suk, watches the unfolding events with a worried expression, a quiet "erg" escaping him as he witnesses the intensity. The CEO of Hanam Judo Club, Hyun Jin-seok, reflects on the past, recalling that Yoongjin only began training in judo after arriving here, and it has been over a year since then. He remembers the sheer desperation Yoongjin showed, repeatedly being thrown to the ground, wondering if that was truly the beginning of his journey. Yet, through all the hardship, he never gave up. Back in the present, Wang Dam confronts him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Guess you're not so tough after all," he taunts, but Yoongjin simply replies, "But you were." Jungjin's face, bruised and battered, shows a fierce determination as he challenges Wang Dam. "What's with that dumbfounded look?" Already thrown into the ground. Wang Dam stares down at Yoongjin, a smirk playing on his lips, dismissing his opponent's efforts as a mere trick, something not meant for a true fight. He continues, his voice dripping with disdain, questioning why Yoongjin would bother to give up everything for something so foolish. Yoongjin, his face bruised but his gaze firm, challenges him back, asking if this isn't the very trial he needs to prove himself. Dam scoffs at the notion, wondering why he should even bother to look down on someone like Yoongjin, then asks if he truly believes he can win against him. Jungjin's expression hardens as he retorts, admitting he never thought Dam was such a lucky bastard. The scene shifts, and Jungjin's thoughts drift to a past memory, where he addresses his master with reverence, a quiet plea escaping his lips. In the flashback, Hyun Jin-seok, his master, speaks with a stern but caring expression, explaining that if Yoongjin is truly fed up with judo, he should cut ties with it completely. His master's words echo a direct challenge. "Are you really okay with quitting judo forever?" Another memory surfaces, this time of his father, who, alongside an unnamed practitioner, asks a poignant question, wondering why Yoongjin remains stuck on something from the past. His master's words echo in his mind, a stern reminder to always give his all, just as he always had. He remembers the challenge, the weight of a moment that could be his last chance to prove himself. Then, another face appears in his thoughts, the confident smirk of Wang Dam. He had declared his unwavering resolve, no regrets in pursuing his goal, and so, he would fight without holding anything back. Wang Dam's own words echo back, a desire for this very confrontation from the start. Snapping back to the present, a foot steps forward, and Wang Dam's voice cuts through the tension, asking if they should begin. Before Yoongjin can fully react, a swift punch connects squarely with his face. The impact sends him reeling, as another powerful kick follows instantly. Wang Dam's fist, encased in a glowing blue gauntlet, slams into Jungjin's raised forearm with brutal force, the impact reverberating through the air. Before Yoongjin can recover, Dam follows up with a swift kick, sending him sprawling backward across the floor. He slides to a halt, grunting in pain, as Dam closes the distance once more. Yoongjin realizes the situation is far more dire than he anticipated, Dam's strength clearly beyond anything he's faced before. Another thunderous punch from Dam connects with his guard, followed by a rapid-fire barrage of blows that overwhelm Jungjin's defenses, forcing him to absorb the full impact. From a distance, Kim Tae-suk observes the brutal exchange, noting that despite the onslaught, Jungjin's resilience is surprisingly strong. Wang Dam, however, seems to recognize a familiar pattern in Jungjin's defense, muttering that this is Jungjin's specialty. Tae-suk, still watching intently, wonders who will ultimately gain the upper hand in this fierce battle. Jungjin's head snaps back from a brutal punch, the force of the impact rattling his senses. Another blow lands with a sickening thud, sending shockwaves through his body. He groans, struggling against the relentless assault, frustratedly demanding his opponent to get off him. But then, a sudden shift, Wang Dam's fist is unexpectedly caught, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Still, Wang Dam presses on, holding Yoongjin down and declaring he's not cheating, but simply doing his best. Yet, Jungjin's grip tightens, locking down the red-gloved fist. With a sudden, fluid motion, he executes a judo throw, bringing Wang Dam crashing to the ground. Maintaining his dominant position, Yoongjin delivers a sharp kick. Wang Dam lies pinned, his face etched with disbelief, as Yoongjin holds him firmly in a grapple. Still holding Wang Dam in a tight grapple, Lee Yoongjin maintains his dominant position, while a nearby judo practitioner taunts, asking if he thinks it's easy to escape. Yoongjin, however, simply replies, "I don't think so," as he twists Wang Dam's arm further, the pressure visibly mounting. A pained cry escapes Wang Dam's lips, his face contorted in agony as the hold tightens. From the sidelines, other students cheer Yoongjin on, urging him to keep up the pressure. Kim Tae-suk, however, watches with a scowl, angrily questioning the judo practitioner's encouragement and warning against further injury. Min Jae-hyun, meanwhile, offers a quiet word of support to his friend, hoping Wang Dam can overcome the predicament. Hyun Jin-seok, the dojo owner, observes with clear disdain, muttering about Wang Dam's perceived uselessness. Wang Dam, his face a mask of frustration, lets out a sharp tch before declaring his intent to retaliate. With a sudden burst of power, he unleashes a glowing fist, aiming a devastating counterattack. Still locked in Lee Jungjin's relentless hold, Wang Dam struggles, his face contorted in pain as the pressure mounts. A guttural grunt escapes him, a raw expression of his struggle. But through the pain, a fierce determination ignites in his eyes, his arm beginning to glow with a vibrant blue energy. With a sudden, explosive movement, he drives his glowing fist directly into Jungjin's face, still caught in the grapple. The impact resonates with a deafening crack. The force lifts Jungjin clean off his feet, sending him hurtling backward with a cry of surprise. As Jungjin tumbles through the air, the surrounding spectators, including Min Jae-hyun, Kim Tae-suk, and Hyun Jin-seok, watch in stunned silence. Still on the mat, Wang Dam looks up, a thought forming in his mind. An opening has appeared, and he must not stop. His eyes narrow, focused and intense. The force of the blue glowing punch connects squarely with Jungjin's face, a defiant declaration echoing in the air. As the impact reverberates, Hyun Jin-seok and the other practitioner watch, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Wang Dam's mind races, his thoughts consumed by the image of his father. His gaze sharpens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jungjin is sent flying backward, his body arcing through the air from the sheer force of the blow. He continues to sail through the air, Wang Dam's resolve hardening with the thought that he won't let anyone down again. A brutal punch lands squarely on Wang Dam's face, sending his head snapping back with a sickening crack as he recoils from the impact. Before he can even recover, another fist blurs towards him. His eyes widen in terror as he recognizes his assailant, Jungjin. Another blow connects, and Jungjin's voice cuts through the ringing in his ears, asking if he's falling for it again. Now on the ground, Wang Dam is held firmly by Min Jae-hyun while Jungjin continues to rain down punches. His face is a mask of pain and confusion, his body battered as the two stand over him. Dazed and defeated, he can only think, just when. Still reeling from his recent defeat, Wang Dam walks away, his back to the world, a quiet resolve forming within him. He knows deep down that he just needs another chance to prove himself. His face contorts in a snarl, bloodshot eyes burning with fury at the thought of it all ending like this. Suddenly, with unexpected speed, his hand shoots out, clamping down with immense force on a nearby wrist, leaving Kim Tae-suk utterly stunned, wondering how he could still possess such strength to grab him. This powerful grip is the precursor to a fundamental move in judo. It's the beginning of the shoulder throw. A voice echoes, affirming, "Good. I knew you had it in you. I knew you'd grab them." Wang Dam's eyes glow with a fierce, renewed determination, his resolve hardening. With a sudden surge of power, Wang Dam executes a perfect shoulder throw, lifting his opponent clean off the mat. Kim Tae-suk's eyes widen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he was caught so completely. From the sidelines, Min Jae-hyun watches, his own expression mirroring the shock of the moment as the throw unfolds. With a heavy impact, Tae-suk crashes onto the mat, the force echoing through the room. Wang Dam, breathing heavily, thinks to himself that he cannot let this end like it did before. He clenches his jaw, his resolve hardening, refusing to accept defeat. Recalling the countless times he'd been beaten down, he knows there are moments when giving up feels like the only option, but not this time. Even with the odds stacked against him, he acknowledges the slim chances, but his spirit remains unbroken. From the mat, Tae-suk's voice cuts through the air, suggesting he take this time to reflect on the chances he's had. A sharp impact echoes through the air. As on the mat, Wang Dam maintains a dominant position over Kim Tae-suk, the referee calling out the end of a round. A crowd of students watches intently, some smiling, others looking on with surprise. Min Jae-hyun observes the fear in their eyes, wondering if the undefeated opponent is truly as formidable as rumored. Lee Young-jin scoffs at the notion of fear, dismissing the idea of picking a fight. He offers to teach Min Jae-hyun how to win, but Hwang Young-jin interjects, questioning his attitude. Young-jin, with a confident smirk, asserts that Lee Young-jin would lose if he weren't scared, implying a challenge. Another heavy thud reverberates from the distant building. Hwang Young-jin observes Lee Young-jin with a critical eye, questioning his understanding of fear. And when Lee Young-jin responds with a confused hum, Hwang Young-jin presses him further, demanding to know what he means by losing on purpose. His voice rising in frustration, Hwang Young-jin vehemently dismisses the idea, causing Lee Young-jin to quickly concede. A guttural curse escapes his lips, his expression tight with annoyance, as he passionately argues that youth should be a time for striving, not for fearing defeat. He then instructs Lee Young-jin to step aside, advising him not to dwell on the matter too much. With Min Jae-hyun now observing, Hwang Young-jin reminds Lee Young-jin of his status as the ace, implying that a deliberate loss wouldn't significantly impact his reputation. Yet, he quickly pivots, asserting that such an act disrespects one's opponent, and suggests they should all strive to help each other. Meanwhile, the judo match reaches its climax as Wang Dam executes a powerful throw, slamming his opponent to the mat with decisive force. Standing victorious over his defeated opponent, Wang Dam hears him curse, "You bastard." The defeated fighter, still on the ground, spits out, "Seniors, my ass." Looking down at him, Wang Dam asserts, "You should have treated your seniors better like one." From the sidelines, Hwang Young-jin and Min Jae-hyun watch, with Young-jin commenting, "That bastard is looking down on us." A sinister smile spreads across the defeated fighter's face as he reveals, "So I made some preparations." Wang Dam's eyes widen slightly in surprise. A sudden, searing pain rips through his left arm, causing him to scream in agony. His opponent watches him writhe, uttering a single, chilling word, "You." The onlookers, including Min Jaehyun, Huang Yongjin, and Lee Yongjin, stare in confusion, with Yongjin asking, "Huh? What's going on?" The judo match concludes with a decisive foul loss declaration, but the defeated opponent immediately protests, demanding to know what the referee is talking about. The ruling stands. Judoka Lee Yongjin dislocated his opponent's arm. The onlookers react with shock and disbelief, one voice exclaiming, "Don't say ridiculous." Others question the legality of the throw, urging to review the footage, as someone points to a phone screen, saying, "Check this." On the screen, the word videos flashes, and Kim Tae-suk, observing the footage, dismisses the incident with a knowing smirk, murmuring that it was just acting. While others express amazement at the speed of the move, Tae-suk remains unimpressed, thinking to himself that it's nothing, and that it's too soon to stop with just this. He continues to muse, convinced that his target won't understand the true nature of the world with just this, referring to him as a boy like him. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he predicts his target won't listen to reason, believing he should run and hide, but won't. He attributes this stubbornness to the target's tendency to act up. Finally, sitting alone on the floor, he stares at his phone, a single word escaping his lips, "Father." The night air hung heavy with the scent of rain, a steady downpour drumming against the city streets. Inside, a group of judo students reveled, one of them declaring, "We'll all drink till we die," as another lay passed out on the floor. A figure entered, catching the attention of a student who looked on in surprise, a sense of unease settling over the room. Lee Jungjin's face was etched with distress as he questioned, "Lee Yongjin? Why?" His surprise turned to a deeper question, his voice filled with a desperate plea. "Why do you have to go this far?" The words hung in the air, a silent accusation as he repeated, "Why do you have to go this far?" Jungjin's gaze dropped, a quiet, contemplative escaping him, as if grappling with an unbearable truth. Wang Dam held the distraught Yongjin, while elsewhere, Kim Tae-suk's thoughts turned cold and calculating. No matter what it is, the father is the one who has to pay. A sinister glint in his eye, he revealed the true depth of his machinations. "I found out that you're the reason for my dad's bankruptcy." Kim Tae-suk's words cut deep, mentioning his father's name, a detail that twisted the knife of his earlier nonsense. A cruel grin spreading across his face, Kim Tae-suk declared it was finally time for the lost son to appear, eager to beat him senseless. Lee Yongjin could only let out a choked sound, realizing he should have known better than to expect anything but stupidity from this encounter. His face contorted in a furious snarl, he screamed at Kim Tae-suk, demanding to know why he had killed his father, calling him a fucking scum. As Lee Yongjin confronted Kim Tae-suk and his associates, Huang Yongjin stepped forward, chastising him for speaking to his seniors in such a manner. Ignoring the warning, Lee Yongjin lunged, swinging a metal pipe with desperate fury. Before his attack could connect, however, he was met with an unseen counter, sending him flying backward with a violent impact. The suddenness of the counterattack stunned the onlookers, who gasped in disbelief, wondering if he had lost his mind. As Lee Yongjin lay sprawled, a voice from the group commanded them to get him. Still reeling from the attack, Lee Jungjin's face contorts in a primal scream, the words, "is filthy and trash," echoing the relentless verbal assault. He lies helpless on the ground, pinned by two of Kim Tae-suk's associates, his body struggling against their grip. A pained groan escapes his lips, a raw sound of defeat and frustration. As one of the associates looms over him, a chilling voice suggests, "Yongjin, you need to talk," promising further torment. Kim Tae-suk's face hardens, his eyes burning with malice as he snarls, "Fuck off. You're dead today." Another associate steps forward, a lit lighter flickering in his hand, offering a sinister, "Let's talk this," as a prelude to pain. Despite the overwhelming odds, Lee Yongjin lets out a desperate, defiant scream, "Out!" His defiance is met with immediate violence, as a hand roughly grabs his hair, yanking his head back. With a sickening crack, a fist draws back, poised to deliver a devastating blow. A sickening impact lands squarely on his face, sending a spray of debris and pain through him. His head snaps back with a sharp, metallic clang, and Lee Yongjin can only register the agonizing sensation as his face takes the full force of the blow. A guttural cry of anguished tears from his throat, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and unbearable pain. He clenches his jaw, trying to suppress the overwhelming agony, but the pain radiates through every fiber of his being. Before he can even recover, a hand violently grabs his hair, jerking his head back as Kim Tae-suk's voice snarls, demanding to know why he dares to resist. Held firmly by his hair, Lee Yongjin is pinned to the ground, as Kim Tae-suk stands over him, his fury unchecked, while Min Jae-hyun nervously tries to calm him down. The surrounding students watch, some with horrified expressions, others shouting insults and demanding that Lee Yongjin face the consequences for his actions. A single tear escapes Lee Jungjin's eye, reflecting the deep emotional wound inflicted by the relentless assault and the cruel words. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a man in a sharp suit and glasses addresses a police officer, his words laced with a plea for help to control someone. while also demanding an answer from an unseen individual. The brutal assault continues, a sickening thwack echoing through the hallway as the aggressor stands over his fallen victim, who lies crumpled on the ground. Witnessing the scene unfold, Wang Dam's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent question forming in his mind as he struggles to comprehend what he is seeing. The victim groans in pain, still unable to rise as the assailant looms menacingly above him. A single tear escapes Wang Dam's eye, his initial shock giving way to a profound, burning rage that contorts his features. As his anger boils over, a single, desperate word escapes his lips: "Father." An older man, his face contorted in rage, confronts Kim Tae-suk, demanding to know what his son has done. He accuses the students of beating up innocent kids, while Tae-suk, bruised and looking down, weakly protests that his father isn't like that. As the confrontation unfolds, Wang Dam stands firm, silencing Lee Young-jin, who attempts to speak up. With a bowed head, Tae-suk offers a quiet apology. Kneeling before his father, he insists that the fault lies with all of them, not just his dad. Wang Dam's hand clenches tightly, as he recalls a past thought about escaping and not returning for a long time, a memory that now makes him question his resolve. The older man, however, is far from appeased, demanding if they are mocking him and if they truly believe an apology is enough. Wang Dam steps forward, affirming the older man's words, and declares that they must not gloss over this, taking full responsibility for the situation. The older man's gaze is sharp, his voice laced with accusation, as he demands to know if they truly believe his son is trash. His son's bruised face is proof enough, he insists, that these students are criminals. The weight of his fury hanging heavy in the air. Kim Tae-suk, still kneeling, tries to interject, a quiet apology escaping his lips. But before he can finish, Wang Dam steps forward, accepting full responsibility for the incident. Tae-suk looks up, startled by the unexpected admission, wondering what his father will say next. The older man's eyes narrow, questioning the sincerity of the statement. As he presses, demanding to know if Wang Dam truly believes he can handle the consequences. Still reeling from his father's accusations, Kim Tae-suk bows deeply, admitting he wasn't thinking straight, while his father's words about compensation and reconsideration hang in the air. His face contorted in anguish, he confesses his mistake. Desperate, he begs his father to stop, pleading for mercy. His father, however, has a different plea, asking for his son to be allowed a normal life. Overcome with remorse, Kim Tae-suk repeats his apologies, calling out to his father in distress. His voice barely a whisper, he continues to apologize. Suddenly, a foot slams down with aggressive force. Before anyone can react, a powerful fist connects with a sickening thud. Wang Dam reels back, the force of the blow sending him stumbling. Wang Dam's eye twitches, a silent refusal to engage, as a voice demands to know why he won't participate. This confrontation, however, was not without witnesses, as the entire incident was captured on CCTV, later deemed a righteous act of self-defense. In the footage, Lee Young-jin stands over him, taunting, accusing him of returning every day just to fight anew, claiming nothing holds him back from participating. But Wang Dam, looking down, simply states his truth. He has nowhere else to go after school, and before he can finish, Jung-jin's fist connects with his face, a brutal impact that sends a shockwave through him. The force lifts him off his feet, sending him flying through the air, as onlookers gasp at the sudden violence. A group of students watches the replay, one expressing disbelief that Young-jin would do such a thing, while another warns them not to stare. Despite the initial assault, Wang Dam quickly recovers, grabbing Young-jin by the collar, his own determination now burning in his eyes. Wang Dam recalls a past sentiment, a common belief that putting in just a little effort at school could secure a job. He had promised himself then that he would do his absolute best if only he were sent there. A memory of a clenched fist, ready for a fight, flashes through his mind. He hears a voice, perhaps from the past, calling out, "Young-jin?" "Yes." Wang Dam dismisses it, muttering, it's nothing." As he walks away, a thought solidifies. Then, "I'm off to school. It's possible." His eyes widen as he remembers a crucial detail. It was just this time. Father. He wasn't simply waiting. The realization dawns on him, that his father's actions were always for his sake. He looks towards the figure of his father, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. A man glares intensely, his expression filled with raw emotion. Two onlookers react with wide-eyed shock and concern, one covering her mouth in disbelief. The judo match concludes, the scoreboard clearly declaring Wang Dam the victor over Lee Young-jin. Lee Young-jin stands silently, his boxing gloves still on, a pensive look on his face. A pair of red boxing gloves collide with a sharp impact. Siwon, his glasses askew, is pulled away by an unseen hand, reluctantly agreeing to go as he asks for his glasses back. Young-jin looks ahead with unwavering resolve, promising to uphold his word. As he and his companions walk away, an older man watches them, declaring that Young-jin will no longer be able to set foot in this place. In a stark flashback, Wang Dam holds a defeated Lee Young-jin by his GI, declaring he would ensure Young-jin could never learn judo elsewhere, just as he had promised. Back in the present, Lee Young-jin, his hair now tied back, turns with a serious expression. His composure breaking as he demands to know what is happening, a frustrated, "Hold on, Ark, what?" escaping his lips. He finds himself facing Huang Yongjin on the judo mat, both men locked in a tense, unspoken confrontation. Jungjin's anger flares as he questions Yongjin, accusing him of cowardice, then demanding clarification on his words. Yongjin, visibly distressed and sweating, begins to speak, muttering about what Yongjin had talked about. Yongjin turns his back, prompting him to continue, simply repeating, about. His gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowed with intense frustration, as he insists Yongjin should know the best. Yongjin looks down, asking why he's being questioned, only for Yongjin to retort that he knows the real reason. A low, grating sound echoes through the space. As Lee Yongjin stands, sweat beading on his face, his expression etched with distress, then insists, pulling at Jungjin's arm, forget it. A man should keep his word. Hurry up and get out of here too. He then adds, looking away, just let him be. From behind them, Wang Dam speaks, his voice cutting through the tension, out of him quitting judo. Saiwen, standing nearby, calls out, damn. Jungjin's eyes widen in shock as Dam continues. It isn't for any special reason. It's just that he probably won't be able to anymore. Looking down, Yongjin quietly affirms, yes. His face contorts in a silent struggle, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. A nearby student, Kim Tae-suk, reacts with a surprised, huh. Turning his back to the group, Lee Yongjin quietly confirms, Tae-chin, I'll be leaving as well. The declaration hangs in the air, observed by Kim Tae-suk, Saiwen, and Huang Yongjin, while Wang Dam watches with a knowing smirk. Wang Dam's smirk widens. I guess he had no choice after all. The words hit Huang Yongjin like a physical blow, sending him tumbling to the ground with a loud thud. Calmly, Wang Dam addresses the fallen student. So, what are you going to do now? Huang Yongjin's face is a mask of pain and humiliation, his eyes wide with shock. Wang Dam continues, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Delivery, huh? What's up? A man, his face contorted in a desperate plea, clutches his phone, declaring his intent to kill his own father. After this shocking declaration, rumors began to spread rapidly through the school. Soon, Pak Hai became a hub of whispers and speculation, with students like Saiwen and Kim Tae-suk reacting with wide-eyed disbelief to the unfolding gossip. While some questioned the veracity of the claims, a student could be heard asking if they were discussing Jaehyun. Huang Yongjin, however, was beyond questioning, his face a mask of pure fury as he roared, demanding to know what kind of nonsense this was. He continued his enraged outburst, accusing someone of being a retard for not simply using judo, dismissing them as a mere hoodlum. His anger was palpable, even as he was asked if he truly saw the hoodlum, to which he could only respond with a confused, what? Meanwhile, Lee Yongjin remained calm, casually drinking from a carton as he mused that the transfer student didn't seem like some kind of person. Huang Yongjin, however, was far from calm, his face still contorted in a furious shout of, you bastard, as he vehemently put the rumors to rest. Amidst the chaotic backdrop of a construction site, where money flutters down like discarded trash, a harsh judgment echoes, is filthy and trash. As Lee Yongjin, his expression grim, hears the news that has shaken the school. A quiet disbelief settles over him, as he mutters, that's crazy. The details of the situation are laid bare in a document, questioning how anyone could use such a flimsy excuse. Turning to an unseen companion, Yongjin confirms the circulating rumors. Heard the news, right? Lee Jungjin lost. A shadowed figure responds with a stark warning, you're up next. The news ignites a furious reaction, a hand clenching in frustration, as the thought of that judo bastard and the peak of my 5 consumes them. Yongjin sighs, a sound of resignation escaping him, as he processes the implications of the loss. The school's fight hierarchy has been publicly reshuffled, with Gangbuk High now acknowledging a new 6th rank, a stark reminder of the shifting power dynamics. A new, formidable presence emerges, a man named Choi Dong-won, whose monstrous physique and towering height of 198 centimeters command immediate attention. Park Ho-rong, a formidable student, stands with an imposing presence, yet internally, he grapples with a sense of profound weakness, wondering if this is the best he can do. Meanwhile, a different student recoils in shock, his eyes wide as he questions the identity of an unseen aggressor. Before he can react, Choi Dong-won, a figure of immense power, grabs him roughly by the collar from behind, his presence looming over the terrified boy. The student's legs dangle helplessly, a stark image of his complete subjugation. Choi Dong-won pulls him closer, a wide, menacing grin spreading across his face, as the student's terror becomes palpable. Overwhelmed, the student can only gasp, acknowledging the sheer, intimidating size of his tormentor. He turns his head away, eyes wide with fear, unable to meet the gaze of the man who holds him captive. Rumors circulated about his past as a delinquent, a reputation he earned even in 10th grade. He was different from other boys, possessing a strange charm, a fact that surprised Tae-suk. Lee Yongjin, however, was impatient, demanding only the key points of the information. He pressed Tae-suk, accusing him of not knowing everything, especially about the changes to Yongjin. Tae-suk considered the question, recalling that while he hadn't seen it himself, the man was skilled at wrestling. Despite not being physically massive, his physique was undeniably dangerous. As for weaknesses, he seemed to have none, or at least, none that could be easily exploited. Choi Dong-won, it was said, was known to be crazy about girls. He wasn't kidding. His focus on girls was a genuine, defining trait. After his release from the hospital, Choi Dong-won was seen at the convenience store near their school, and for 3 days straight, he remained bent over his desk. Yet, despite his apparent devotion, he didn't even have her number. Kim Tae-suk reacts with a surprised sound, recognizing the subject as the new transfer student at their school. Lee Young-jin asks if something is bothering him, and Tae-suk admits he's thinking about Choi Dong-won's weakness. Young-jin continues, revealing that Dong-won was a delinquent in middle school before dropping the bombshell. Choi Dong-won is a girl. As he reviews his interview notes, Young-jin confirms he has gathered all available rumors and information. Wang Dam reacts with wide-eyed disbelief, muttering that Dong-won isn't just a hooligan, but possesses a giant physique. Bringing the conversation back to the core issue, Tae-suk asks if Young-jin knows how Dong-won's weakness is treated as a rumor. Young-jin looks down, questioning why Tae-suk acted as if he believed those rumors, which ultimately led to extra work for him. Kim Tae-suk found himself grappling with the recent revelations, a mental image of Choi Dong-won's imposing past self flashing through his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had completely misunderstood him. A deep sigh escaped him as he considered the sheer impossibility of the situation. Later, meticulously writing in his notebook, the more he learned about Dong-won, the more confused he became. It was clear that Dong-won was unlike anyone else, yet the extent of that difference remained elusive. He simply could not fathom the true depth of the disparity. Another memory of Dong-won's stoic past self surfaced, reminding him that the other had never spoken much about himself. Later, alone in his room, he pondered, wondering what kind of person Dong-won truly was back then. The night settled over the city, leaving him with his thoughts. Lying on his bed, Wang Dam stares blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. A moment of quiet reflection passes. His expression unreadable. Kim Tae-suk, observing his friend, finally breaks the silence, asking, "What's with that expression?" Wang Dam shifts, then buries his face in his hands, a clear sign of distress. Tae-suk presses on, wondering if his mood is due to a recent loss. Is it because you lost the fighting competition? Wang Dam simply groans in response. Still not convinced, Tae-suk offers another possibility, suggesting it might be about a girl, to which Wang Dam laments. Not convinced? Then is it because of the girl like me? I didn't even get her number in the end. This conversation marked the last time Tae-suk saw him during their first year. Time passes, marked by the simple stack of bowls. And Tae-suk, still reflecting on the past, tries to clarify his intentions. "Oh, I'm just saying." He then adds, "Oh, but..." Meanwhile, in a different time or place, Wang Dam reflects on a recent event, musing that someone had drawn a tree a bit strangely. His mother, a warm smile on her face, playfully teases him, calling him a bum and laughing, declaring herself very handsome. Wang Dam, however, remains earnest, expressing his hope that the teacher will understand the drawing. Sitting together on a bed, his mother gently explains that while she can't see it herself, that's precisely why he needs to succeed. Her hand gently clasps his, emphasizing her point, so that he won't have to pay for changes again. Wang Dam looks away, his expression shadowed as she asks if he understands. Later, alone in his bed, he tosses and turns, a frustrated sound escaping him, before falling silent in thought. With eyes squeezed shut, a raw, internal cry escapes him. "Mom, I hate you." The scene shifts to a classroom or office, where a bell rings, as Wang Dam sits at a desk, his back to the viewer. Waking abruptly, Wang Dam hears a faint sound, his mind still hazy with sleep, wondering if he's dreaming or if someone else is in the room. He sits up, peering into the dim light, and calls out, questioning if it's his assistant or merely a dream. His eyes, still heavy, struggle to focus as he mutters the name, "Assistant Choi?" A soft knock at the door draws his attention, and a chilling realization dawns on him as he whispers, "Mom?" He calls out again, his voice laced with a growing dread, confirming her presence just outside his room. A wave of pure terror washes over him, his face contorting in a silent scream of no. His legs begin to tremble uncontrollably, refusing to obey his will, leaving him utterly powerless. Desperately, he urges his limbs to move, but they remain unresponsive, rooted to the spot. Collapsing to the floor, he continues to plead with his body, a desperate, internal cry for movement echoing in his mind. He strains, his face contorted in a desperate plea, urging his body to respond. His mind screams for movement, a primal command to escape the unseen threat. Yet, his limbs remain unresponsive, rooted to the spot by an invisible terror. His eyes, wide with unspeakable dread, reflect the paralyzing grip of his fear. As a figure looms over him, the single word "mom" escapes his lips, a whisper of profound terror. Trembling uncontrollably, the image of a grotesque, distorted face flashes through his mind, a manifestation of his deepest anxieties. With eyes squeezed shut against the overwhelming fear, he hears a soft, yet chilling, voice call out to him. A stern, angry face from his past momentarily replaces the monstrous vision, a memory perhaps tied to his current paralysis. Still unable to move, he remains frozen on the floor, the slightly open door a silent testament to the presence that has rendered him utterly helpless. He remains trapped in the depths of his mind, a single question echoing through the darkness. His face contorts in anguish as a monstrous visage with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth looms before him, demanding to know why he was the only one who survived. The terrifying maw of the beast engulfs him, its presence a pounding rhythm in his ears, a visceral thrum of fear. Snapping back to a semblance of reality, he curses his own weakness, his body still trembling from the vivid hallucination. Just then, his mother appears, her expression etched with concern as she looks down at him, her presence a stark contrast to the darkness he just faced. She explains that she had been knocking for some time, wondering why he hadn't answered. Observing his disheveled state and the beads of sweat on his brow, she asks what he had been doing. Her expression shifts from concern to shock as she fully comprehends the extent of his distress, her eyes widening in alarm. A gasp escapes her lips, followed by a choked cry, her heart pounding in her chest. A voice calls out, urging him to finish up and come down. But Wang Dam remains frozen, beads of sweat tracing paths down his temple as he struggles with an unseen torment. His mother, still reeling from the shock, screams in terror, trying to explain that it's not what she thinks, but admitting the sight still scared her. Meanwhile, a text message conversation unfolds on a phone screen, assuring someone that everything is fine and they can study later, despite a denial of doing anything wrong. A sharp voice cuts through the air, demanding quiet in the hallway. Outside, the night is still, punctuated only by a distant crash. Cho Yohan, phone in hand, observes the scene, wondering why his call went unanswered and what this sudden commotion is all about. Nearby, Choi Dongwon looks down with an intense gaze. His face contorted in a furious snarl as he demands to know if he looks like he's joking. He grips his phone tightly, a vein throbbing in his temple as he speaks. I have to quickly get back to the office, Hyungnam. The guy is a complete psycho right now, Hyungnam. Suddenly, an incoming call from Lee Hyunjin interrupts him, and he responds with a confused, huh. His expression hardens as he addresses the caller. F***CK, Hyungnam, I'm going to a meeting. My apologies, Hyungnam. As he glances towards a gathering crowd of students, he mutters, it looks like. His gaze sharpens, a grim realization dawning on him as he continues. Some trouble arose on the Pak High side. He listens intently to the response, a single word escaping his lips. What? His face contorts in fury, veins bulging as he demands. Explain it clearly. The call is from Lee Hyunjin, a high-ranked student, and the situation involves Jang Doncheol. At night, the school building stands quietly, as a voice questions the arrival of a new transfer student. Confirming the news, Kim Tae-suk describes him as someone who appears weak, but is anything but. Meanwhile, Choi Dong-won, surrounded by his associates, speaks on the phone, dismissing someone as a loser with a sneer. Elsewhere, Hwang Yongjin's face contorts in frustration as he laments the continued silence from Cho Yohan and Lim Gwangsu. Lee Yoongjin lets out a small scoff, finding something on his phone to be quite complicated. Choi Dong-won's irritation grows as he demands to know what old man is trying to mess up now. Sitting together, Kim Gwangjin accuses Seo Hyunjin, reminding him of the many problems he's caused for an old man. Seo Hyunjin quickly retorts, insisting that Gwangjin himself is the source of the problems. Back on the phone, Choi Dong-won, with an earpiece in place, scoffs at the idea of joining a gang, questioning their intellect. A sudden impact echoes through the air, drawing a sharp exclamation. Hwang Yongjin, his green hair stark against the urban backdrop, challenges his opponent, declaring his intent to fight fairly, yet simultaneously dismissing the other as a nobody, not worth a serious confrontation. Kim Tae-suk, however, is already beyond reason, his face contorted in a furious demand to simply fight, while another voice questions his appearance. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office overlooking the city, Kim Gwangjin and Hyun Jinseok observe the unfolding chaos, Gwangjin remarking on the old man fighting, with Jinseok adding that such behavior is to be expected. A man in a suit, wearing an earpiece, inquires about the absence of a representative from Jinjen Tech, his expression neutral as he awaits a response. The empty chair of the Jinjen Tech High representative sits vacant, a silent testament to their absence. Choi Dong-won's voice cuts through the tension, his unseen presence demanding silence from both Gwangjin and Jinseok, as he complains of a headache. A woman with light brown hair and a professional demeanor, Lee Ji-eun, issues a calm directive, telling someone to return to their seat. The Jinjin Tech representative, recognizing the authority in her voice, grudgingly acknowledges the command, though he mutters a derogatory comment about her under his breath. Hwang Yongjin sneers at Kim Tae-suk, dismissing his attempts to fight back as futile, muttering that the monkey can't hit its target. The tension between them thickens, as Yongjin asserts his presence, stating simply, I'm here. Tae-suk, undeterred, challenges him back, demanding to know what Yongjin intends to do about it. Yongjin's face twists in disgust, calling Tae-suk a little bitch playing tough guy. Meanwhile, in a starkly different setting, a Jinjin Tech representative gestures for someone to take a seat, as word arrives that another participant is coming in now. Choi Dong-won sighs in frustration at the conference table, lamenting that in these days, you can't even trust your own shadow, while Kim Gwangjin and Hyun Jinseok listen intently. The Jinjin Tech representative walks towards the meeting room, announcing that everyone is here except the Jinjin Tech High Rep. His expression remains stern, reflecting the gravity of the situation. As the meeting begins, a voice acknowledges everyone's presence, thanking them for taking the time out of their busy schedules. Among the attendees, Choi Dong-won sits with a serious expression, representing the Jinjin Alliance. Other key figures, such as Kim Jae-hwan, are also present. The speaker continues to address the busy schedules of those gathered, including Choi Sung-chul. The Jinjin Alliance has a strong presence, with Kang Min-sik also in attendance. The table is filled with influential figures like Kim Dong-jin and Lee Seung-gi. Finally, the white-haired man at the head of the table declares, then, without further ado, his stern gaze sweeping over the room as he formally opens the proceedings, the meeting shall begin. This powerful figure is Cheon Haksa, a high-tier representative of the Seoul Gangnam Alliance. Cheon Haksa begins the meeting, stating that they will first go over the situation in progress, and as for the results, they managed to achieve the target for the Gangnam area. However, Lee Jae-eun observes that, similar to last time, Gangnam still achieved a higher score than the others, a fact Choi Dong-won dismisses as obvious. Cheon Haksa then expresses a desire for the Gangnam area to try harder next time, while Lee Young-jin listens intently. He acknowledges that the Gangnam target increases every time, but questions if there's even a reason to continue this trend. Lee Young-jin explains that the construction finished faster than expected, naturally increasing the profit, but even at the fastest pace, the construction won't be finished until Gangnam is complete, as Kim Tae-suk and Kim Gwangjin observe. Cheon Haksa, addressing Lee Young-jin, confirms that as long as the construction is finished, he'll be able to get the collection for each school's profit. Lee Jae-eun then reveals that, in the first place, the reason for the construction's delay was. She continues, explaining how they can now imagine constructing a building of this scale, a feat previously impossible due to financial constraints. But beyond the obvious financial and causal factors, Lee Jae-eun wonders if there might be another, deeper reason behind the project's true nature. Meanwhile, Choi Dong-won shifts the conversation, bringing up the Gansbuk area. Cheon Haksa, his expression serious, questions the situation with the school that has recently joined the alliance. Lee Young-jin, seemingly lost in thought, mutters to himself, wondering if he could be of assistance, or if things are simply progressing well as they are. In a different location, a green-haired student echoes the question, asking his companion about the school that joined the alliance, dismissively referring to it as an educational school. A dark-skinned man, standing over Lee Young-jin, clarifies the name of the school, calling it Pak High, or something similar. Choi Dong-won, in a more intimate setting, addresses Si-yoon, reminding him of their familial bond. Suddenly, a brutal punch connects, sending Lee Jung-jin's head snapping back with a sickening crack. Barely conscious, Young-jin struggles to form words, his face a mask of pain and humiliation. Meanwhile, a deal is sealed, the crisp sound of a pen marking a contract echoing with finality. Back in the brutal reality, Jung-jin's mind races, trying to comprehend the monstrous power that has brought him to his knees, a silent scream trapped within his throat. Choi Dong-won's voice cuts through the air, dripping with disdain, reminding him of the shame he now carries. Elsewhere, Si-yoon addresses his companions, the green-haired and dark-skinned men listening intently, explaining that everyone understands the consequences of holding back their true potential. He continues, his gaze firm, emphasizing that such actions would only delay their inevitable graduation. Back with Young-jin, his eyes flicker with a desperate plea, muttering about a reason, a variable he couldn't control. As Young-jin lies defeated on the ground, Choi Dong-won's hand descends, a silent threat, the air thick with unspoken dominance. Looking down at the beaten student, Dong-won dismisses his excuses, his words cutting deeper than any physical blow. Kim Tae-suk holds his phone to his ear, a worried expression etched across his face as he admits his concern for the remaining boys. Meanwhile, Siwon, looking equally serious, continues a conversation, explaining that this is precisely the situation they find themselves in. In another location, Cheon Haksa's voice booms with frustration and resolve over the phone, promising to handle the matter decisively this time and take care of it as quickly as possible. Siwon reacts with a startled gasp, questioning what he's just heard, then asks if someone has forgotten something important. Meanwhile, Kim Gwangjin walks away from the school building, casually stating that he already informed the teacher, identifying himself as Gwangjin. Cheon Haksa, still on the phone, concludes his call, promising to contact Seo-yeon once he's finished. Gwangjin glances back over his shoulder, offering a simple farewell before continuing on his way. Siwon, now standing beside Gwangjin, holds up his phone, inquiring about the device. Still focused on the unfolding situation, Hwang Young-jin demands to know why he should even bother answering phone calls, prompting Wang Dam to question if he truly understands the gravity of their current predicament. With a sharp gaze, Wang Dam simply affirms that he does. Young-jin, however, dismisses the unnamed student nearby, muttering that the guy is as foolish as ever. The insulted student immediately retorts, calling Young-jin a bastard and suggesting he should brush his teeth in the morning. Young-jin, taken aback, indignantly claims he gargled before coming out. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Kim Tae-suk, standing with Siwon and Park Go-won, cautions against fighting here, emphasizing the trouble it would cause for the school. He then observes the rival students, noting their chocolate BOS uniforms with disdain, while Lee Yoongjin and Hyun Jinseok pass by, commenting that someone appears scared. Back with Yoongjin, Wang Dam declares his intention to handle the situation, maintaining his uncooperative stance. Yoongjin then reveals the true scope of their problem, explaining that the alliance too has begun to eye their territory. I don't know what you're thinking, Wang Dam states. But Choi Dongwon's gaze remains fixed on the ground, a subtle tension in his posture. A quiet, ticking sound emanates from the classroom door labeled 3 to 4. He questions if he needs to hurry, as Choi Dongwon's expression shifts to one of surprise. Later, the man and another figure observe a screen, the topic of their discussion clearly being Wang Dam. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face. Hwang Yoongjin then confronts Choi Dongwon, asking if he isn't actually Lim Donghyuk. Choi Dongwon looks back, a questioning busy, escaping his lips. A knowing smirk plays on his lips. A wave of shock washes over Wang Dam, his face contorting in distress as a trickle of blood escapes his nose. He stares at his phone, the screen displaying a message that begins, "I'm really busy right now." The text continues, a conversation with Kangyera unfolding on the screen, discussing how busy she is and a playful "Kikik, you're so funny" from her, before a new message appears. Then, the final, devastating message appears, "Dating right now." A message flashes across a phone screen, asking for a movie date this weekend, while another thought bubble wonders if the girl in the picture is super cute. Looking at the phone, Wang Dam hears Si-yoon explain that he introduced him to her, a girl from class 1. Wang Dam observes the girl's image on the screen, thinking she looks quite good, though he's never seen her like this before. Suddenly, Choi Dongwon's furious voice echoes, repeating the phrase from the text message, demanding to know who wants to ask his girl out to the movies this weekend. He sits, simmering with anger, as Wang Dam stands nearby, observing the outburst. Choi Dongwon's face contorts in fury as he declares that what Wang Dam is doing isn't dating, or even remotely close to it. He continues his tirade, warning him to stop talking about his girl like that, and challenging if he truly believes he can take his man a Dam. Later, as Wang Dam and Kim Gwangjin eat, Wang Dam, still seemingly lost in thought, mutters Gwangjin's name, while the echoes of Choi Dongwon's earlier words about putting in effort or getting out of it linger. Wang Dam confronts Kim Tae-suk, his gaze sharp as he accuses him of spreading rumors. Meanwhile, in a separate, more volatile encounter, Choi Dongwon's eyes glow with an ominous red light, his bulky frame looming over a terrified student, gripping him by the collar. The student, his face contorted in fear, desperately denies the accusations, insisting he hasn't said anything to warrant such aggression. Choi Dongwon's words cut deep, telling the student that if he acts this way, he should just be Manadam's dog, leaving the boy to look away in shame. With a furious expression, Choi Dongwon then declares that the student is simply jealous. Wang Dam, having heard or witnessed this, processes the information, muttering to himself that he knows how super kawaii Inachan is, a hint of confusion in his expression. Later, holding his phone, he recalls a saying, "The more you hide your love, the bigger it grows." He then directly advises Choi Dongwon, telling him not to hide his feelings and to find love. Choi Dongwon, however, dismisses the advice with a scoff, claiming he is too busy. His eyes narrowed, a cold, calculating gaze falling upon his target. Choi Dongwon's presence alone was enough to send shivers down spines. He moved in close, his imposing figure looming over the other student, a low growl escaping him as he prepared to strike. The victim could only stare blankly, as Choi Dongwon's cruel laughter echoed in his mind, a maniacal sound that seemed to mock his very existence. "I knew you would end up like that, punk." Later, a smug expression settled on his face, the student holding a box of snacks, seemingly pleased with his actions. The victim's eyes widened in utter shock, a desperate plea forming on his lips. But Choi Dongwon simply hoisted him over his shoulder, declaring, "To think I'd get to know of your existence just now." Still gripping the student he dragged away, Choi Dongwon promised to repay a favor, while another student nearby wondered why he wasn't in Manadam's class. Then, with a sneer, he mockingly called the distressed student a protein pig. From his desk, Wang Dam, who had been studying, interrupted, telling Dongwon to release the student and asking if he couldn't see he was busy. Dongwon's gaze sharpened, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he recognized the name, Wang Dam. Wang Dam, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the confrontation by stating he wasn't the type to pay attention to such trivial matters, while the bullied student, Siwon, now stood beside him, looking relieved. Beneath the desk, his hands subtly clenched. Meanwhile, Dongwon's own fist began to glow with a faint purple aura, his thoughts consumed by the desire to simply crush his opponent. Wang Dam considered the rumors about Dongwon, acknowledging he'd probably beat him up a few times, but then a different thought crossed his mind. He had a date later, and couldn't afford any scratches on his face. Still on the phone, Wang Dam reassures the person on the other end, dismissing their concerns about his involvement. He confirms that their combined efforts are sufficient for the side quests, and when asked about his own class, he simply states it's manageable. Meanwhile, Siwon sits alone, looking utterly defeated, muttering about the success of their plan to ensnare Choi Dongwon. He questions the excitement, wondering why everyone is making such a fuss before anything has truly begun, and expresses disbelief at how easily some people navigate their classes. A thoughtful silence falls over Wang Dam, his expression growing serious. Siwen's anxiety escalates, his eyes wide with terror as he laments the widespread, terrible rumors surrounding Choi Dong-won, known even to high school juniors. Wang Dam clutches his head, a wave of frustration washing over him, wondering how he can possibly address other issues when the current situation is so chaotic. A faint blue aura flickers around his hand as he considers the implications, realizing he might have to start from scratch, knowing the gossipmongers would be aware of everything. Siwen, still looking small and worried, admits his own apprehension about Choi Dong-won, despite not needing to act, and resolves to consider his weaknesses and prepare. Wang Dam looks at Siwen, wondering if there's anything else he needs to know, before dismissing the thought. He offers a reassuring smile, telling him he's sure he can handle it and shouldn't give up. Siwen's eyes widen in surprise, a small gasp escaping him as he processes the words. Wang Dam leans in, his expression serious as he asks if he was a girl. Siwen recoils, his face contorted in distress and confusion. Wang Dam sighs, running a hand through his hair, muttering about what he's supposed to do with him and how things ended up this way. Siwen tries to explain, insisting he didn't do it as a favor, but trails off, looking utterly bewildered. A desperate thought echoes, "No, never." Siwen's face contorts in a horrified shout, declaring that it's just playing with him, and he can't do something like that. Siwen, still reeling from the previous conversation, insists that he simply cannot accept the request, but Wang Dam counters that it's not a valid reason. He clarifies that he didn't ask Siwen to accept it, but rather to perfect it. Siwen, however, remains firm, stating that he simply cannot do it. Wang Dam then asks why he's so reluctant, prompting Siwen to question why he would even ask such a thing. Siwen's expression hardens as he reiterates that it's not like they're normal kids, the weight of his past, a grim scenario living in Seoul, pressing down on him. Wang Dam, observing his distress, simply asks why he's so against it. He then suggests that Siwen is doing this for both of them, acknowledging that it's a long story and that he came here without giving it much thought. Siwen, however, cuts him off, stating that he doesn't have the right to ask him to do something like that. Wang Dam, undeterred, insists that he does, because he's the one who asked him to do it. A motorcycle roared past, its sound echoing in the young man's ears, leaving him with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, in the present, Siwen pondered the recent exchange, wondering what exactly had just transpired and recalling how Wang Dam used to have long hair. The flashback continued, showing Wang Dam with his longer hair, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He sat in a room with his mother, the tension between them palpable. His face contorted in a furious demand, he screamed for his money to be returned. His mother recoiled in shock, her voice trembling as she questioned how he expected her to return it. A thought crossed her mind, wondering if the money had perhaps been intended for his friends. Wang Dam's expression shifted as he realized the truth. Even if he wanted to, she couldn't give it back. A chilling smile spread across his face as he declared that since she lacked the money, she would have to pay him back in another way. A young girl, her face etched with deep worry, looks forward, her voice trembling as she asks, "How about it?" Her plea hangs in the air, met only by a silent, almost dismissive, presence. She looks down, her expression apologetic, as if she's already given up on a favorable response. Standing close to Wang Dam, she looks up at him, but he remains impassive, his gaze directed elsewhere. His face is a mask of indifference, betraying no emotion. She apologizes again, admitting she wasn't paying attention, as he stares down at her. A look of confusion crosses her face as she utters a soft, questioning sound. Wang Dam's messages, demanding she get it off now and calling her filthy trash, leave her visibly distraught, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation. A young girl squeezes her eyes shut, a pained groan escaping her lips. Her voice barely a whisper, she murmurs an apology to Dongwon. Meanwhile, a poster on a wall declares a preference for nurses. A woman in a nurse's uniform smiles brightly, asking if she's speaking to Dongwon, the teacher. Inside a hospital room, she sits beside Choi Dongwon, who lies in bed, telling her that despite her not being his type, he's interested in her for another reason. Elsewhere, Wang Dam holds a phone to his ear, a smug expression on his face as he reveals he's found someone he likes. The nurse reacts with a mix of surprise and delight, though she quickly adds that she has a concern. Wang Dam is back to the viewer, muses on how she would have responded, wondering how she'll react after seeing him. Sitting amidst a desolate landscape, he reflects on how people have avoided him since he was young, and how he does whatever it takes to make them feel threatened. In a hospital room, a nurse reassures Choi Dongwon, who lies in bed, that he has no reason to worry, mentioning that a teacher had compared him to Dongwon. She continues, affirming his dependability, before trailing off. Meanwhile, Wang Dam, engrossed in his phone, muses on the nurse's striking appearance, wondering who wouldn't be drawn to such a healthy and wild look. Back in the hospital, Dongwon's expression hardens as the nurse's words echo, assuring him of his own trustworthiness. Wang Dam's phone screen displays a message from the teacher's assistant, leaving him in silent contemplation. As he walks through a hallway, He convinces himself that Yina-chan must have simply forgotten to reply, deciding he will boldly ask her again. A determined glint enters his eye, his resolve unwavering. His phone then lights up with a reply from Yina-chan, confirming his expectation that she had merely forgotten. With his plans seemingly in motion, he continues his walk, his back to the viewer. Yina's delayed reply finally arrives, a simple apology for forgetting to respond, but the message is immediately followed by a stark declaration. Choi Dong-won, due to the great shock, is left reeling, his face contorted in a silent scream of disbelief and pain. Meanwhile, another man, his expression concerned, remarks that he's been looking all over for him. But the focus shifts back to Dong-won, who now stands before Wang Dam, the latter issuing a direct challenge. Hey, Choi Dong-won, let's fight. Dong-won's initial surprise at the unexpected confrontation quickly turns to recognition, a dawning realization as he asks, yes? Great, you are. Before his face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. As Wang Dam confidently strides away, leaving a group of onlookers recoiling in his wake, the implications of the challenge become clear. Dong-won had indeed said yes, and a satisfied, almost gleeful, smile plays on Wang Dam's lips, his fist clenched in anticipation. Beyond the immediate concerns of the school, there's also a formidable guild that the new student with glasses' father belongs to, a fact that adds another layer of complexity to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, another imposing figure, Choi Dong-won, stands at a towering 183 centimeters and weighs 123 kilograms, his sheer presence demanding attention. In a place where the sun always seemed to be setting, a young Wang Dam once worked, but in the end, his mother too left him to work and never came back. Afterwards, as time passed, his body began to grow, attracting unwanted attention from those around him. A man with a mustache addresses two students, asking if they needed to see Siwon or perhaps someone else. Wang Dam, sitting alone at his desk, looks distraught, a single thought echoing in his mind. Let's go. He and the other two students look up, startled, a collective huh escaping their lips. Choi Dong-won, his imposing figure filling the frame, asks pointedly, is right now? Overwhelmed by a torrent of falling money, a young Wang Dam stands frozen, his eyes wide with terror, a desperate plea escaping his lips as he questions if they truly cannot avoid this fight. His small legs tremble uncontrollably, a quiet sniffle echoing his profound distress. Tears stream down his face, his small body racked with sobs, for to Dong-won, he was nothing more than a mere minion. He murmurs an apology, his gaze fixed on the ground, while a concerned classmate looks on, his body thin and frail, utterly devoid of muscle. As he walks away from the school, the weight of his unchanging situation presses down on him, leaving him to wonder, huh? Two girls whisper to each other, one teasingly pointing out, hey, there's your boyfriend, while the other responds with an annoyed, why are you messing around? Even as more time passed, and he entered middle school, the man's struggles only deepened. His face contorts in a furious scream, shouting, fucking bitch, there's a limit to joking. Do you have a death wish? Tears well in his eyes as he cries out, go away. The truth being that his situation only continued to worsen. His high school years began, and with them, a new chapter of his life. He found himself convinced that a particular girl might be interested in him. And with a hopeful heart, he asked for her number, believing his own spring of youth had finally arrived. This was his first love, a feeling that blossomed as he heard her voice. Hey, you must be Dong-won, right? He even learned origami, thinking that such a skill would impress girls, diligently folding cranes with the belief that if he completed 1,000, his wish would come true. He felt prepared for school. Even if the girl wasn't conventionally beautiful, he thought, she was still someone he could pursue. But her laughter was sharp, a mocking sound as she declared, why would I ever go out with Dong-won? She questioned why he kept waiting around, explaining that Dong-won was so nice and always gave her gifts, leaving him to wonder if she was already seeing someone else. The girl's friends then chimed in, laughing at the news that he was folding 1,000 origami cranes in class, mocking his earnest efforts to achieve his goal. He sits in quiet contemplation, a drink in hand, the bitter memory of past insults still echoing in his mind, reminding him that he was once considered trash. Even now, with all his success, he wonders if his current refined appearance truly fits the person he is inside. Gazing at his reflection, he scrutinizes his own features. A quiet question forms in his mind, pondering what truly aligns with his identity. His thoughts drift back to a time when he was younger, desperately seeking employment, his situation dire, yet every door closed in his face, save for one. That one opportunity was the grueling work of a hired hand, where he was told he had no talent, only fit for cheap labor. He remembers accepting it, unsure if it was a good or bad decision, the words of his detractors still ringing in his ears. The memory of being forced into a path he didn't desire, without any regard for his own aspirations, still stings. Back in the present, surrounded by the fruits of his labor, he reflects on those who once called him filthy and trash, a silent challenge in his eyes as he wonders what they would say now. People always stared at him for his looks, and he knew it. A person like him, he thought, should just accept it. He felt something cold and sharp inside, a resentment that matched their looks. Yet, he decided not to worry about it, because this was the job that best fit him. He knew he didn't have to show his face to work, so he walked on. Then, a voice called out, making him pause. He continued towards the old house, thinking it was just some granny's simple request. But then, a familiar voice cut through the air, asking what was up with Dongwon. A memory of scorned faces flashes through his mind, a voice echoing that a certain look, a certain vulnerability, simply doesn't suit him. The grotesque, grinning visages of those who ridiculed him appear, distorted by the falling rain, a haunting image of mockery that still stings. He recalls the aftermath of his school transfer, standing in the rain, wondering what had transpired since his departure, and how he had struggled to maintain his composure and appearance. His gaze falls upon a phone, displaying a message from someone accusing him of playing games, a claim he vehemently denies ever engaging in. A young woman's face contorts in shock and disbelief, as the words on the screen, from someone she trusted deeply, cut her to the core. He scrolls further, revealing another message, a passive-aggressive apology for a typo that subtly insults the new transfer kids, implying boredom and disdain. The relentless barrage of hurtful messages continues, a seemingly endless assault on his emotions. This chapter is titled Choi Dongwon, Part 2. The next day, the school sign for Class 3-3 stands silent, as Choi Dongwon is notably absent from school. Choi Dongwon ponders the gravity of a breakup, wondering why someone who was merely a hired hand would be so affected, and if this situation differs from the notorious Lee Youngjin. His expression remains thoughtful. As Kim Tae-suk questions aloud why people are so afraid of someone else's breakup. A moment later, Dongwon offers a hesitant, sorry. Someone remarks on his perpetually cheerful demeanor, identifying him as Choi Dongwon and recalling their shared class from the previous year. Meanwhile, another student's face contorts in frustration, regretting that he hadn't kept his head down. Dongwon, now looking distressed, thinks to himself, wondering how he's supposed to help himself out of this mess, questioning what he's even gotten into. As Kim Tae-suk walks away, he explains that it's because Dongwon is a transfer student, and then blames him, declaring that Dongwon is the one who got himself into this mess. Previously, shattered glasses lie on the ground, a stark reminder of a painful truth. When one is weak, they have no choice but to be stepped on. It was a time when he simply wasn't strong enough. Suddenly, a harsh grip on his collar pulls him back to the present, as Choi Dongwon demands to be sent home early, complaining of a frontal lobe injury. Kim Tae-suk can only groan in distress, wondering what he's supposed to do now, while nearby, other students whisper, denying any fault and claiming they only followed orders. He tries to assert himself, calling out with a desperate hey, and demanding to know what's happening. But his words are met with a swift, brutal impact, a sharp blow sending him reeling. His glasses are now askew, his face bruised, as other students look on with a mixture of fear and concern. Dongwon's face contorts in a furious snarl, his voice rising as he reminds him, I already told you not to mess with the teachers, didn't I? Looking down, Kim Tae-suk reflects on his own motivations, thinking he was just trying to get along with the other boys, a sentiment echoed by the distant figure of Dongwon. Just what is truly going on? A hand reaches for a bathroom door, a frustrated thought echoing in the silence. Elsewhere, Choi Dongwon stands with Wang Dam and another student, his voice sharp as he declares they cannot afford any more mistakes, suggesting they should simply eliminate their problem, then directly addressing Dongwon for his opinion. He grips his phone, his face contorted in anger, demanding to know how they expect him to handle this task alone, while Wang Dam listens intently, acknowledging his superior. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk stares at his phone, a new contact appearing on the screen, a name he recognizes as Park Se-jin. Back with the group, Dongwon's tone shifts, offering a chance for revenge and promising to ensure a second-year student witnesses the event, though he admits a certain curiosity about the situation. His expression darkens as he questions what happened to Tae-suk, realizing the other student is now involved in something unexpected. Dongwon's frustration boils over, and he turns to Wang Dam, asking him to borrow a lighter. Tae-suk, still alone, dismisses a thought, his expression unreadable. Dongwon's companion remarks on the target's low ranking, but Dongwon simply scoffs, acknowledging the ward bastard isn't entirely useless. He stands with a stern expression, his voice cutting through the air as he demands, hurry up and get it out, please. His brow furrows further, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone as he presses, can you not hear me? A moment of silence hangs heavy before a voice from the side announces, Hyeongnam. This Sunbae is here. Choi Dongwon lets out a small, dismissive sound. He turns his back, his words dripping with disdain, already useless. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, his eyes widening slightly in frustration. Wang Dam, his long hair now neatly tied back, listens intently, his expression unreadable. A flicker of surprise crosses his features, a soft huh, escaping his lips. Choi Dongwon remains dismissive, his back still turned as he continues to speak. Wang Dam's expression hardens, his eyes now sharp and focused. Choi Dongwon addresses Wang Dam directly, his tone sharp and dismissive. He instructs him to visit the store at his convenience, a veiled command rather than a suggestion. Wang Dam listens intently as Dongwon warns of the consequences should he fail to comply, specifically mentioning the home. He clarifies that the request is not his own, but that she hopes for his return, adding another layer of pressure. As Dongwon turns and walks away, Wang Dam's expression hardens, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken threat. A door creaks open or shut, the sound echoing the finality of the exchange. Wang Dam's gaze remains fixed, his thoughts unreadable as he processes the implications of Dongwon's words. Elsewhere, two students kneel in a restroom, their posture suggesting either submission or distress, their faces obscured. The school bell rings, and a detached thought observes that everything proceeded smoothly. He stands before the other student, who asks when he plans to fight the next opponent, but Wang Dam simply replies that he doesn't. He continues, explaining he wants to take a break for a while at least. Suddenly, the other student's demeanor shifts, and Wang Dam's eyes widen in surprise, a sharp gasp escaping him. His face contorts in a silent scream, mouth agape in agony. A heavy foot descends with brutal force, stomping down with a sickening thud. Choi Dong-won stands over him, his voice dripping with contempt, calling him a bastard. His face is a mask of pure rage, a furious red aura radiating from him. Wang Dam looks up, tears welling in his eyes, barely able to utter Choi Dong-won's name, confused as to why he would do something so cowardly, believing him to be a good person. Tears stream down his face as he cries out, lamenting that he barely managed to finish his high school studies. Still on the ground, he struggles to comprehend the sudden, brutal assault, his mind racing with questions about why the fighting had to continue. With a final, dismissive sound, his attacker simply walks away, leaving him stunned. Slowly, he pushes himself up, his gaze falling upon his phone, a grim acceptance settling over him as if he'd always known this moment would come. A wave of confusion washes over him, unable to reconcile the violence with the unexpected turn of events. On his screen, a message from Choi Dong-won appears, stating that he hadn't even seen his face, yet had learned more about him, and was now leaving this message. He rarely expresses such things. The message continues, but because he understands how Wang Dam feels, he promises to tell him everything. Later, sitting at a desk, he finishes reading the unexpected communication, which concludes with a simple, unsettling goodbye. His eyes widen, the full weight of the message sinking in. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down his cheek. Still reeling from the previous encounter, he stares at his phone, a new message from Dong-won appearing on the screen, its words a strange mix of intimacy and finality. One day, I'll listen to your story. Till goodbye, Dong-won, to be honest. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden commotion, as a nearby student exclaims, "Hey, that was close. You guys haven't stopped fighting yet." Damn what? Wang Dam looks up, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as another voice asks, "Cough, cough, Kong Yena," before clarifying, she's wearing a school uniform, so she's a student. He questions the name, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Huh? You mean, not Kong Yena? His gaze shifts to a nearby construction site, where workers are shouting amidst falling money, one of them yelling, "They are fighting for that guy? All for her affection." Wang Dam's eyes widen in disbelief as another student cries out, "Oh my god, who is she? And who is fighting for her?" The chaos intensifies with shouts of, "Revenge of love," and "Fight." Wang Dam's expression hardens, his mind racing as he mutters, "What's with all this?" Whispers circulate about Choi Dong-won, his reputation preceding him, yet no one expected him to go this far. His shirt, emblazoned with a declaration of love passion to you, seems to mock the tense atmosphere. Choi Dong-won stands amidst a crowd of students, his gaze fixed as he speaks, seemingly justifying his actions. Before him, the unnamed female student, tears streaming down her face, cries out in anguish, her voice trembling with disbelief and defiance. Meanwhile, Wang Dam's thoughts rage, a furious question echoing in his mind about someone trying to steal his girl. Kim Tae-suk, observing the unfolding drama, internally acknowledges Yena's beauty but wonders if someone should take a hint. Back in the confrontation, Choi Dong-won's face contorts in anger, declaring that he will not forgive this transgression. A female student approaches Choi Dong-won, her voice laced with concern as she asks if something is troubling him, but his response is cold and unyielding, telling her that even if she's going to die, she has to see it through to the end. Later, or perhaps in a different moment, Choi Dong-won addresses Kim Tae-suk, praising the observational skills of someone named Park Daniel. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk warns Yena to back off from a situation, while Wang Dam observes the exchange, his expression unreadable as Yena insists she will never do what she hates. Choi Dong-won's fury ignites, his thoughts consumed by the audacity of Lee Jin-woo, who dared to ask for his forgiveness. His face contorts in pure hatred, muttering about the evil bastard. Suddenly, a sharp impact echoes, causing Yena to recoil in shock, while Kim Tae-suk smirks, remarking that Dong-won has been a persistent nuisance and is finally getting what he deserves. Despite the setback, Choi Dong-won's eyes glow with an infernal light, his resolve hardening as he vows to eliminate his opponent for good. Wang Dam and Kim Tae-suk both react to the unfolding events, their expressions a mix of surprise and contemplation. As Wang Dam walks away, he reflects on the harsh truth that there are no shortcuts in life, a quiet realization settling over him. He stands ready, a determined glint in his dark eyes. Then, with a sudden, explosive movement, a powerful fist connects, sending a shockwave of white energy outward. As the impact reverberates, he turns, his footsteps firm on the ground. Nearby, Yena and another student recoil in shock, while Choi Dongwon's face contorts in pain, his nose already bleeding. The protagonist's fist, still blurring with speed, completes its arc, the force of his blow undeniable. Choi Dongwon's head snaps back violently, his vision swimming from the brutal hit. Turning his back on the chaos, Wang Dam walks away, leaving his opponent to suffer the consequences. He steps over something on the ground, a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle escaping him as he reflects that when trying to save someone, one must be willing to sacrifice something. Clutching his throbbing jaw, Choi Dongwon curses, the memory of the impact still searing. It felt like his jaw was shattering while swinging. As the dust settled from the recent confrontation, Kim Tae-suk muses that he always knew Wang Dam was strong, but never imagined he could take down someone of that rank in a single blow. He continues, reflecting on the sheer disparity in strength, that the fight was over before it even truly began, a testament to Wang Dam's overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Choi Dongwon, his face contorted in fury, snarls that he was being watched, and he was trying to grow a beard because of it. Turning away, his voice laced with bitterness, he declares that no one can beat him, before posing a challenging question. His eyes burning with intense frustration, Choi Dongwon shouts that it's because they never take anything seriously. With Kim Tae-suk and Siwon looking on in concern, he continues, asking if everything he does is for them. His voice cracking with raw emotion, he admits that he couldn't even come close to winning. Elsewhere, Yena, lost in thought, realizes that Choi Dongwon had truly misunderstood her intentions. Back with Choi Dongwon, his face hardened with resolve, he declares that he has a reason to win, no matter the cost. His face contorted in a snarl, the sheer force of his will radiating outward. Choi Dongwon, now masked and with eyes glowing crimson, declares with absolute conviction that he will finish this quickly. His fist clenches, a silent promise of power, as he asserts it will be impossible to break him. The crowd watches in stunned silence as Choi Dongwon launches into a mad rush, his transformed state fueling his assault. He charges forward, a red blur of fury, reiterating his vow to finish the fight quickly. Yet, facing this onslaught, Wang Dam simply looks down, a faint smile playing on his lips. Unfazed by the aggression, Wang Dam only smiles. With a dismissive thought of jokes, he slams his foot down, shattering the ground beneath him. Then, in a blur of motion, he unleashes a powerful kick. Choi Dongwon screams in agony, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow as he recoils from a powerful impact. Wang Dam, however, simply grins, a look of pure amusement on his face. From the sidelines, Kim Tae-suk watches the unfolding chaos, remarking that this is exactly what a true fight should be like, dismissing the opponent as mere trash. Dongwon, despite the pain, pushes through, his red eyes blazing as a crimson streak follows his renewed charge. He launches himself forward, a dark, volatile energy trailing behind him, questioning if his target is truly there. But before he can connect, a sudden, brutal impact sends his head snapping back. As Wang Dam's voice cuts through the air, taunting him for his misplaced confidence. The force of the counterattack sends Dongwon hurtling backward, his body twisting midair. Dam watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Choi Dongwon, his face contorted in a snarl, acknowledges his opponent's unexpected speed. Despite the calm demeanor of Wang Dam, who watches him intently, Dongwon vows to strike him down. With a surge of power, his eyes begin to glow with a fierce blue light, as a vibrant aura erupts around him. The lingering pain from a previous blow only seems to fuel his resolve, his enhanced state pushing him beyond his limits. He unleashes a devastating punch, the impact echoing with a dull thud. Wang Dam recoils, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face, having expected to avoid the blow entirely. From a distance, Kim Tae-suk observes the exchange, realizing that Dongwon's resilience isn't natural, but rather the potent effects of the drug taking hold. A worried expression settles on his face as he considers the implications for Wang Dam. Despite his bloodied face, Dongwon's eyes now glow a menacing red, as he declares his reflexes and strength have reached new heights. Despite his focus on exploiting weaknesses, the sheer advantage of his opponent's physique renders his efforts meaningless. Even though he knows Wang Dam still hasn't shown his true strength, Kim Tae-suk can't help but worry, seeing the relentless assault. Wang Dam, however, remains composed, even as the fight intensifies, knowing that even in a deadly struggle, there's a deeper game at play. Choi Dongwon, fueled by the drug, unleashes a powerful, glowing strike, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with sheer force. The attack is too fast, too potent for Wang Dam to fully evade, and the impact is unavoidable. A brutal blow connects squarely with his face, sending a shockwave through his body. Even after such a direct hit, Wang Dam remains standing, prompting a surprised reaction from Choi Dongwon, who questions his opponent's impossible resilience. Meanwhile, Yena watches the unfolding chaos from a distance, her expression unreadable. Choi Dongwon, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, declares his enhanced state, his words a chilling promise of the power he now wields. He continues his relentless assault, his voice raw with aggression as he warns his opponent not to get cocky. Despite the brutal impact, Wang Dam's resolve hardens, an inner voice echoing that he cannot give up. With a surge of drug-fueled power, Choi Dong-won wins back his arm, preparing another devastating blow. Wang Dam reacts instantly, raising his arm to block the incoming strike with a sharp grunt. But the force is too great, sending him sprawling to the ground, a look of disbelief crossing his face. As he struggles to recover, a desperate plea echoes in his mind. "Stay away from me." Pushing himself back up, Wang Dam acknowledges his opponent's formidable strength, yet refuses to be intimidated. Before he can fully regain his footing, Choi Dong-won stomps his foot down with a sharp, percussive sound, signaling another impending attack. His eyes burning with an ominous red glow, Choi Dong-won lets out a monstrous roar, his drug-enhanced form radiating raw, overwhelming power that forces Wang Dam to recoil. He lunges forward, still consumed by the drug's rage, declaring his intent to prevent any escape, as a powerful spear-like attack manifests from his hand. His leg follows through with brutal force, connecting with a devastating kick that sends Wang Dam reeling, his face contorted in pain and shock, while an observer wonders if the blow was decisive. But even as he falls, an intense surge of energy radiates from Wang Dam's clenched fist, a testament to his unyielding spirit. Pushing himself back to his feet, his body tense and ready, refusing to be defeated. With a sudden burst of power, a counterattack explodes, the force rippling through the air. Both fighters quickly regain their footing, squaring off once more. Standing poised, locked in a tense standoff, each assessing the other. A look of surprise flashes across Wang Dam's face, a small cut now visible on his cheek. Choi Dong-won continued his relentless assault, pinning Wang Dam to the ground, his body a heavy weight of aggression. But in a flash of black fabric, Wang Dam slipped free, leaving his attacker momentarily stunned. Grabbing the discarded cloak, Choi Dong-won snarled, recognizing the familiar trick. Without hesitation, he used the very garment to violently hurl Wang Dam through the air. Before he could recover, Choi Dong-won seized him by the hair, yanking his head back. A powerful hand clamped around his throat, cutting off his breath as the world began to blur. From the sidelines, Kim Tae-suk watched in horror, pleading with his friend to stop, knowing this brutal fight had gone too far. Still not satisfied, Choi Dong-won brought his foot down with sickening force. And then, a final, crushing blow, a fist connecting squarely with Wang Dam's face. Still reeling from the relentless blows, Wang Dam lets out another pained grunt, his body nearing its breaking point. Watching the brutal display, Kim Tae-suk can only scream for the assault to stop, his voice filled with desperation. But Choi Dong-won, his face twisted in a grimace, dismisses the pleas, convinced his victim won't give up so easily, and continues his merciless attack. Another punishing blow lands, and the aggressor notes that Wang Dam will surely faint at this rate, yet he shows no sign of stopping. Wang Dam's eye, strained and bloodshot, reflects the agony of his body, a silent plea for the torment to end. From the sidelines, Kim Tae-suk's desperate cries echo once more, begging for the violence to cease. As the brutal spectacle continues, Siwon and an unnamed female student join the chorus of protests, demanding to know what the aggressors think they are doing. Choi Dong-won, still in his aggressive state, is urged by Siwon to stop, as the situation is clearly spiraling out of control. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crosses Choi Dong-won's face, as he realizes this wasn't what he truly wanted, his actions driven by something beyond his initial intent. Even amidst the brutal assault, Wang Dam's mind drifts, recalling his past struggles and the sheer determination it took just to survive, to be acknowledged. Meanwhile, a sharp crack echoes within Choi Dong-won's mind, as his composure begins to fracture, a crystalline web spreading from his very core. The internal damage intensifies, a silent question forming in his thoughts. What's with these cracks? The shattering continues, revealing a deeper, more vulnerable desire beneath his rage. He had only ever wanted to live a happy life. His face contorts in silent agony, the same yearning for a simple, happy existence echoing through his fractured mind. As the internal collapse reaches its peak, a single, desperate question escapes his inner turmoil. Just why? The abstract visual of shattering gives way to a cascade of white particles, a moment of pure, disorienting void. Then, a memory surfaces, a gentle voice from his childhood whispering, "No matter what happens in the future, you mustn't hate yourself, every." A young Wang Dam is held close by his grandmother, her kind eyes full of concern as she asks, "Are you doing well, honey?" He promises her, "Make sure grandma will be all right." Still reeling from his internal collapse, Choi Dong-won's mind races, unable to reconcile his actions, a deep sorrow for his poor innocent baby consuming him. Tears streaming down his face, he can only whisper apologies, a profound sense of regret washing over him. His thoughts shatter like glass, questioning his worthiness of love, before a desperate resolve hardens his expression, "I don't care anymore." Meanwhile, a memory surfaces for Wang Dam, a younger version of himself held gently by his grandmother, who affectionately calls him, "this damned granny" in his mind. His small hand clutches hers, a silent promise of protection passing between them. As his grandmother embraces him tightly, the name Dongwon echoes in his memory, a stark contrast to the warmth of the past. Back in the present, surrounded by other men, Dongwon begins to speak, his voice trembling with emotion. Tears still welling in his eyes, he declares with a broken voice that he can't work here anymore. His face contorted in anguish, he screams, "Anymore. Wonderful. Don't you think you're wonderful?" Still reeling from his emotional turmoil, he faces a stern-faced man who begins, "Sorry, unless..." His own voice, filled with anguish, cuts him off. "Why are you?" "I'll quit." The other man, shocked, demands to know, what? You think you can get the money first? This is the right thing to do." Dongwon's face contorts in despair as he cries out, "Often you're so mean to me no matter what. But..." The man with the scar grabs him by the collar, warning, "Choi Dongwon, I warn myself. Move. Are you guys crazy?" Dongwon screams back, his voice raw with pain. "In a child too? What happened to me? I was always blamed about it. I was always good now. You certainly don't act the way you look." His bandaged hand clenches into a tight fist as he declares, "Don't regret the things that'll happen from now on. They are all something that you brought upon yourself." Turning away, his voice hardens, "You guys have on your own heads." A sharp, impactful sound echoes. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, a tense confrontation unfolds. Choi Dongwon, flanked by his men, barks orders, demanding that the granny stamp her thumbprint on a contract, a task his subordinate finds easier said than done. One of the men questions how they are supposed to get past the formidable obstacle in their way, referring to it as a monster. A sudden impact echoes through the air, causing Choi Dongwon to turn, demanding to know what his men are doing. He curses, frustrated that the police have already been called once before, complicating his plans. Another sharp sound of surprise escapes him, as he shouts for someone to stop, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a police officer looks on in wide-eyed panic, wondering what he should do in this chaotic situation. Wang Dam's grandmother, her face etched with fear, echoes the officer's despair, questioning what she can possibly do. A man embraces a small child, his face etched with concern. The adult Dongwon's eyes glow crimson as he recalls his grandmother's worried voice, lamenting, "My poor little Dongwon. Grandma is so worried." His internal monologue continues, questioning, "Oh dear, should I call the police because of my actions?" The memory of his grandmother's voice, calling out his name, Dongwon, echoes in his mind. He remembers her gentle smile, her words filled with love, "My beautiful baby, you have to stay healthy and live a happy life." The memory brings a pained sound from him. "Oh, huh." A narration reveals that after that day, his grandmother kept repeating those words, while a younger Dongwon sleeps peacefully, unaware that she would never be able to hold his cheeks again. The narration continues, stating that he was thus left alone, a solitary figure sitting in despair. Overwhelmed by regret and self-hate, he acknowledges that those two feelings were enough to weigh him down for a lifetime. He had stopped searching for himself, his identity now seemingly defined by the path he had chosen. A deep, unsettling realization reflected in his eyes, as a memory surfaced of his grandmother's gentle voice, telling a younger Choi Dongwon and Wang Dam. Despite the pain, he knew. Another flashback showed a teacher speaking about a school of violence, based on fighting, offering a chance for a young Choi Dongwon to escape. Back in the present, Choi Dongwon wondered if there was truly a place that would accept him now. He recalled living his life the way he looked, going against the promise he made to his grandmother. A younger Choi Dongwon knelt, apologizing to her. The memory ended with a sharp crack, as if something inside him had shattered, echoing his grandmother's words. He stands alone, a heavy silence punctuated by fragmented thoughts. As a painful memory surfaces, acknowledging a bitter truth. A voice from the past, filled with raw emotion, vehemently denies his self-condemnation. She insists he is not the monster he believes himself to be, even as tears stream down his face. The woman's voice, equally broken, reminds him that he is the only one left, absolving him of blame. Her words continue, a desperate plea for happiness and the simple need for someone to love them. In the present, Choi Dongwon clutches his phone, his face a mask of profound anguish. The single word, love, echoes the depth of his despair. His torment is reflected in the depths of his eye. A young woman stares wide-eyed, her mind reeling from the chaos, questioning the very reason for the conflict. Meanwhile, a single tear escapes Dongwon's bloodshot eye as he whispers a name, the memory of Yena resurfacing, forcing him to confront a painful truth. His vision distorts, a searing pain erupting as he struggles to contain the overwhelming force within him, a desperate cry escaping his lips. With a guttural roar, the man's eyes ignite with a furious red glow, a crackling crimson aura erupting around him as he unleashes his raw power. The sheer force of his outburst creates a devastating impact, a violent explosion of red and black energy tearing through the air. Two onlookers recoil in utter shock, their faces contorted in disbelief at the sudden, destructive display. The young woman from before, alongside Taesuk, also stares in stunned silence, witnessing the terrifying power firsthand. Now fully consumed by his rage, Dongwon's face twists into a monstrous snarl, his body radiating an even more potent, crimson energy as he lets out a guttural roar. Taesuk and another student can only stare in horror, questioning how such immense power could tear through their surroundings so effortlessly. His monstrous power erupts, a crimson wave of destructive energy tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The impact rippling outwards, sending Wang Dam reeling backward from the sheer force. But a surge of brilliant blue energy bursts forth in response. As Wang Dam shouts, "I told you." Choi Dong-won, still wreathed in his terrifying red aura, simply sneers, "You won't be able to beat me." Wang Dam plants his foot firmly, the ground cracking under the force. As Kim Tae-suk watches, a look of concern on his face, realizing, no, Wang Dam will lose in pure strength. A determined expression hardens on Wang Dam's face as he recalls, "The world judged me." A middle-aged man's face contorts in a scream, his voice raw with fury, proclaiming that he has lived a life forced upon him. He continues his enraged outburst, questioning why his miserable, unfulfilling existence was brought into being, and demanding to know why he was born into such a wretched reality. As the man's words echo, a violent impact shatters the scene, sending fragments flying, as if something precious has been broken. The explosive force continues, a deafening KWH, accompanying the violent tremor that shakes the very ground. An elderly man's face, etched with deep wrinkles, registers profound shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he questions the sudden turn of events. His voice, filled with bewilderment, asks if they were truly happy all this time, a question that hangs heavy in the air. Wang Dam, lost in thought, reflects on a past decision, a memory of being told he chose to run away from something important. He kneels, surrounded by crackling yellow energy, contemplating the happiness that was right in front of him, a happiness he seemingly abandoned. As the internal turmoil settles, Wang Dam's expression hardens, his gaze now resolute and determined. He stares, his gaze reflecting a deep, internal conflict, as a voice echoes the painful truth, "Run away from yourself." The memory shifts to a young woman, her words cutting through the silence, by giving all types of bullshit excuses. Another scene, two students, their faces indistinct, as the accusation continues, living your life as someone not yourself. Then, the familiar face of Kim Tae-suk appears, his expression earnest, as the voice insists, "Be truly loved." His mouth opens in a silent scream, the weight of these memories pressing down. The scene shifts to the angry, middle-aged man from his past, his voice booming, "You." Wang Dam's own mouth contorts in a silent, desperate cry, as the man's words continue to haunt him. "Someone like you." He sees himself, younger and crying, beside his grandmother, as the man's voice reaches its crescendo, "Dares to." The memory of his past pain is palpable. But then, a surge of power, his hand clenching, radiating a brilliant, crackling energy, a clear sign of his burgeoning resolve. He unleashes a primal scream, his frustration boiling over into a furious challenge. In a blur of motion. While elsewhere, another young man wonders if he can ever truly find happiness. The first young man's fist connects with brutal force, sending his opponent's head snapping back. The impact is so severe that the opponent's face distorts, a spray of red particles erupting from the blow. He is launched backward, tumbling through the air. From the sidelines, Choi Dong-won and Siwon watch, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, as the fight concludes with astonishing speed. In the center of the arena, two figures now lie motionless on the ground, defeated by the protagonist's sudden outburst. Siwon, still reeling, observes that the opponents didn't even manage to touch him, while Choi Dong-won, his eyes wide with realization, concludes that the young man is simply a monster. He lies on the ground, a soft cough escaping his lips, as if the impact was merely a minor inconvenience. But then, a figure rises from the dust, a surprising counterattack having landed, and the onlookers realize it's Dong-won, who got up first. He stands, slightly unsteady, but his gaze is sharp and determined, a testament to his resilience. With a sneer, he challenges his opponent, cursing his pretty face. The crowd erupts in confusion, shouting Wang Dam's name, wondering what just happened and who he's even fighting. Wang Dam's eyes narrow, a silent question forming in his mind. Why? Dong-won looks down, a smirk playing on his lips, suggesting his opponent could have dodged the blow. But Wang Dam slowly rises, his expression hardening, declaring that the hit was all part of his plan, and he has no regrets. A dark, almost demonic glint enters his eyes as he confirms to himself, he can do it. He delivers a final, devastating blow, the impact echoing with a sharp crack and a powerful rush of air, leaving his opponent slumped and defeated as he stands tall, the undisputed victor. The fight between Wang Dam and Choi Dong-won has reached its conclusion, and the crowd can only stare in stunned silence as the winner is declared, Wang Dam. Lying on the ground, Choi Dong-won can barely comprehend the outcome, the single word echoing in his mind. He won. The onlookers erupt in a mixture of shock and disbelief, exclaiming that he actually won, utterly astonished by the result. Questions ripple through the stunned students, wondering how he managed to defeat both Lee Young-jin and now Choi Dong-won. Choi Dong-won, still on the ground, hears the shouts of his name and Wang Dam's, his face contorted in a grimace of defeat. Meanwhile, in a different location, Yena looks on with concern, apologizing to Wang Dam's grandma for something she shouldn't have said. She struggles to admit the truth, even as the words echo in her mind. He has truly become his own man, a force to be reckoned with. Choi Dong-won, however, vehemently denies it, his face contorted in disbelief, insisting that nothing of the sort has happened. As the murmurs of the crowd grow louder, Siwon snaps, his voice cutting through the chatter, demanding that everyone disperse and stop their incessant noise. Meanwhile, the other students continue to speculate, some predicting that Dong-won will soon return to his former status, while others wonder if this event might attract new students to their school. Kim Tae-suk observes the scene, a quiet fury building within him, feeling like a hidden parasite silently growing in the shadows. A sudden heat washes over him, his hand clenching tightly as if trying to grasp an elusive truth. He realizes this wasn't merely a physical confrontation. Something deeper, something resonant, has been stirred by the fight. Turning to Dongwon's girlfriend, Tae-suk admits his error, confessing that he was wrong in his previous judgment, as she gently suggests they simply go home. His footsteps echo in the empty hallway, each sound a punctuation mark to the profound shift he has just witnessed and felt. Wang Dam stands by a window, his phone pressed to his ear, as a voice on the other end delivers a harsh message, telling him not to talk to her anymore. He reacts with a stunned expression, a quiet huh? Why all of a sudden, escaping his lips. Meanwhile, other students casually walk away from the school building, unaware of the emotional turmoil unfolding. Dam's eyes widen, a mix of confusion and dawning realization clouding his features, the weight of the words settling in. He then walks with a determined stride towards the school, passing by other students who are leaving for the day. A single thought echoes in his mind. Did I see wrong? Inside the school, two students idly chat, one asking if there's anything new at school lately, to which the other replies, no, nothing. Later, in a bustling cafe, Kim Tae-suk works behind the counter, while Kang Yuna, a young woman with red hair, stands opposite him, asking if he comes here as soon as school ends, right? She reassures him that it's fine, that she can work and help him, adding that it's not like she has anything else to do, before casually asking, oh, right. What's Dan been up to lately? Kim Tae-suk, behind the counter, answers a query about someone's well-being and job performance, confirming that the scoop was indeed the best. Kang Yuna, smiling brightly, agrees that being the best at anything in the world is incredibly difficult, a sentiment Tae-suk echoes. Suddenly, a clattering sound breaks the quiet, drawing a serious expression onto Tae-suk's face. An intense eye, reflecting a distant figure, stares with unwavering focus. With explosive force, Wang Dam moves, a blur of motion through the urban landscape. In a shadowed alley, a voice asks if a certain thought isn't true. The mysterious Tae-suk, hooded and sharp-featured, dismisses the question, stating it's nothing, before being addressed by his name. A smirk plays on his lips as his eyes glow with a faint purple light, remarking on the other's apparent well-being. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, a voice calls out, hey Yuna. Meanwhile, Wang Dam stands before a closed door, his voice laced with concern as he urges, come on, open the door. I told you I wasn't feeling well today. A moment of silence passes before he adds, his expression thoughtful, is it because I made you trick Dongwon? Inside, the unnamed female student sits huddled on the floor, her face etched with distress as she retorts, it worked out in the end, didn't it? Just stop talking and go away. The plain wooden door remains a silent barrier between them, until a series of soft knocks echoes from the other side. Her eyes widen in renewed anger as the door handle rattles, and she shouts, do you not understand words? But her fury quickly turns to surprise, a plastic bag clutched in her hand. As Wang Dam steps into the room, holding a similar bag and stating softly, but you haven't eaten properly. He announces his departure, preparing to step out into the world. But a moment of quiet reflection washes over him, as he considers someone who seems to live without consequence, doing exactly as they please. Lying back on his bed, he finds himself lost in thought. The world, he muses, is a cruel place, especially for those who are naive and unaware. A distorted image of a screaming face flashes in his mind, embodying the life he felt was forced upon him, a life he never truly desired. As water cascades over him in the shower, he questions why he alone must endure such suffering, believing he deserves happiness more than anyone. The water washes over his back, a moment of cleansing amidst his turmoil. He stands under the spray, his body tense with unresolved emotions. A disembodied voice echoes in his mind, urging him to remember the feeling he just experienced, a glowing orb of light pulsating in the darkness. Even though they manage to protect him this time, the voice warns, he must learn to react properly. There will inevitably be a next time, a moment when he will be forced to end someone's life, a memory of a child and an adult standing in a desolate, rain-swept landscape. When that time comes, he is cautioned not to hesitate. The voice insists he listen carefully, his face etched with a mixture of fear and determination as rain streaks down. For they will never be freed from this grief and rage, the voice declares, asking him directly, will he become a slayer or a slave? Being normal is a luxury beyond imagination, he reflects, understanding that the moment he becomes a doll, he will die. The doll keeps its promise, but it consumes its owner, a broken figure lying in the rain, even if one wishes to change their fate. Until it takes everything important from you, just like it did from me, a single eye wide with terror, reflecting the relentless downpour. Still reeling from the terrifying vision, Wang Dam stands under a cold spray, a single word escaping his lips, a quiet so. Hanging in the air. From the depths of his memory, the harsh, gravelly voice of the older man echoes, commanding him to give up on being loved. The words twist his perception, suggesting that even if he finds no joy, he might still discover a different kind of happiness. The cold water streams over his foot. As the weight of the prophecy settles upon him, his face drawn and weary, he stares at his own reflection in the steamy glass, a somber figure lost in thought. The profound weariness of his existence surfaces, a quiet admission that it's tiring. A new face emerges, a young man in a crisp school uniform, his gaze direct and intense, introduced as high class. This chapter, the 19th in the saga, is titled Chain of Love and Hate. He walks alone through the night, a question echoing in his mind. Why are they toiling away while everyone else seems to be enjoying themselves? Soon, he is joined by two others, one of whom asks if he isn't right, explaining that this is precisely why they came. As they enter a dojo, a man with slicked back hair and a scowl greets them with a hesitant, while another wonders aloud who they are, thinking to himself that he's here for attention and money, having heard someone from a gang was causing trouble. The slick-haired man then declares that only the trash members of their gang would be allowed to use this place for training. The green-haired subordinate looks down at a broken section of the floor, stating that they are at the fighting dojo. He then turns to his leader, asking if he is right. The group stands ready, facing the challenge ahead. Their determined steps echo through the dojo. With a sneer, the green-haired subordinate remarks that the opposing gang members are like cockroaches. A member of Chunghan High asserts his dominance, his foot pressing down on Jim's pristine white sneaker, reminding him to listen closely. Meanwhile, the green-haired subordinate, standing beside Kim Tae-suk, declares his affiliation, announcing he hails from the Seoul High School Alliance. The tension between the two groups is palpable, their stance is firm as they face each other down. Choi Dong-hwan, looking down with a condescending air, begins to speak, recalling a past rejection and feigning an offer to join his ranks once more. He continues, dismissing the green-haired subordinate's affiliation, implying his own group's superiority. The green-haired subordinate's eyes begin to glow with a furious red light, a green aura flaring around him as he retorts, declaring that they should have accepted his terms when they had the chance, and now they'll find somewhere else to train, or perhaps train with their eyes closed. Dongwon and his gang erupt in mocking laughter, dismissing the enraged subordinate as merely a guy who can't fight. His face contorted in pure fury, the green-haired subordinate's aura intensifies as he screams, accusing them of putting on a show and calling them monkey bastards. Before they can react, he launches himself forward, delivering a devastating mid-air kick directly to a gang member's face, sending him flying. The green-haired subordinate unleashes a furious, glowing punch, sending a gang member reeling backward with a sickening crunch. The force of the blow contorts his face, a pained gasp escaping his lips. As the subordinate continues his relentless assault, Choi Dongwon watches in disbelief, shouting, "This crazy bitch." Another powerful strike lands, the gang member already collapsing to the ground. Then, with eyes glowing a fierce green, the subordinate turns, his gaze burning with an almost supernatural intensity. He lunges at another, delivering a brutal punch that sends blood spraying, the impact echoing through the alley. Choi Dong-won, witnessing the sheer ferocity, can only stare in stunned anger, demanding, "What the hell are you?" The subordinate's fist glows with an ominous green energy, crackling with raw power. He continues his rampage, striking down yet another gang member, his movements a blur of unstoppable force. He recoils from a blow, his face twisting into a snarl of pain and fury. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he retaliates, a red aura flaring around him as his fist glows with destructive energy. The blow connects with brutal force, sending one of the gang members reeling, blood spraying from his face. Another clutches his chest, screaming in agony as the relentless assault continues. His glowing fist slams into a third opponent, sending him flying backward through the air. A fourth member cries out, clutching his head as his eyes briefly glow yellow from the impact. With eyes still burning red, he shoves a group of them back with overwhelming force, their cries echoing through the space. He stands amidst the fallen, breathing heavily, his expression grimly determined. Choi Dong-won watches the carnage, his face a mask of shock and rage as he calls out a name in disbelief. As the chaos continues, a subordinate is suddenly tripped, sending a small ring flying from his hand, and Jim watches, a question forming on his lips. The ring clatters to the tiled floor, its chain broken, as a harsh spitting sound echoes through the space. One of the gang members, his face contorted in aggression, demands to know why his opponent is running away like a scared coward. His challenge is met with a swift, unseen strike, sending him reeling back with a pained scream as he clutches his ear. The green-haired subordinate stands amidst the chaos, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, a menacing smile spreading across his face as a vibrant purple aura radiates from his form. From a distance, Choi Dong-won watches, his face twisted in a furious snarl, cursing the attacker as a worthless loser. Meanwhile, Jim, still in the office, looks on with a mix of surprise and concern, calling out to someone, wondering where their attention has drifted. Another brutal impact lands, the sound of bone crunching echoing as the gang members' face distorts in agony. The violence continues to escalate, leaving behind a trail of destruction. A blurry reflection of a figure with light hair appears in a mirror, their form indistinct. Moments later, the same individual stands by a balcony door, gazing out into the night, their back to the room. A phone screen lights up nearby, displaying a new message notification. The light-haired figure picks up the device, their attention now drawn to the incoming communication. Meanwhile, the green-haired subordinate, looking battered and bruised, lets out a pained gasp. The message on the phone confirms the mission's completion. Mission finished. He's taking care of the guys from Chunghan High. Here. It also instructs, clean it up well. A wave of disbelief washes over the green-haired subordinate's face, his eyes wide with shock. He can barely process the words, the revelation that this filthy, and a girl managed to stop me, echoing in his mind. His frustration boils over, caring only about the reaction of his superior, before a look of utter defeat settles upon him, acknowledging, we lost. A bloodied figure, his face bruised and eyes wide with terror, struggles to speak into a phone, pleading that they will pay for their sins. Meanwhile, in a different location, the green-haired subordinate coughs up blood, held firmly by a red-haired woman who coldly states that his targets are already dead, and he won't get away with this. Back in a dimly lit room, a white-haired man listens intently as an unseen voice reminds him why he was rejected when Chungmyong High offered a chance, a past failure still haunting him. His gaze drops to his phone, the screen displaying a contact labeled Father, a silent indication of who he's about to address. A close-up reveals his sharp, focused expression, his light blue eyes reflecting a deep intensity. He holds the phone tightly, a single exclamation marking his reaction to the unfolding conversation. Attempting to address his father, he is cut off, instead stating, "It's Manager Huang, sir." In another location, a powerful figure in a suit, seen from behind, speaks with cold authority, reminding the person on the other end that he ordered the Chunghan High situation handled, and they failed. His hand, glowing with a faint purple aura, clenches as he mentions the chairman, his power and displeasure palpable. From a high-rise office overlooking the city, a white-haired man, phone to his ear, calmly instructs the person on the other end to speak. His expression remains unreadable as he listens intently. He then begins to speak, acknowledging that, apart from a few schools on the outskirts, all the institutions in Seoul have fallen under his control. A slight frown crosses his face as he considers the remaining exceptions, musing that it looks like they still have a long way to go. He then asks if that was all the information the caller had, addressing them as chairman. Meanwhile, a different man with reddish-brown hair, also on a call, speaks with a serious tone, addressing his interlocutor as father. Back in his office, the white-haired man's eyes are shadowed as he responds, reminding the caller that they haven't caught him only. He turns back to the city lights, his voice firm as he states, "I really want to know the answer." He continues his conversation, his voice sharp with impatience, asking how much pressure the other party thinks he is under for his own review. Then, with a decisive edge, he cuts them off, declaring, "That's enough." His gaze hardens as he delivers his ultimatum. Results are the only thing that matters. He has no patience, no words for someone not even fit to ask questions. Meanwhile, in a different, unsettling scene, a bottle of red wine and a glass sit innocently on a checkered table. Before the bottle is violently shattered, sending crimson liquid spraying across the surface, revealing a figure standing with their back to the viewer, their white shirt now soaked in blood. Turning to face the front, the figure is revealed to be holding a bloody, unidentifiable object, while scattered bones and gruesome remains litter the floor around them. As they bring the bloody morsel to their mouth, consuming it with a chilling intensity. Discarded on the floor, a pile of clothes lay in a heap, a soft thud echoing in the otherwise silent room. Nearby, the white-haired leader sat, his muscular frame relaxed yet imposing, a faint hum of energy seeming to emanate from him. A slow, unsettling smile spread across his face, a silent, chilling chuckle escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the reddish-brown-haired man's eyes burned with a mix of anguish and defiance, his thoughts consumed by a single, desperate question. Am I still? The white-haired leader's smile widened, his voice dripping with condescension as he challenged. Nothing but an obedient child to you? Turning to gaze out a vast window, the leader's tone shifted, a promise of impending action in his words. I'll show you something impactful like you wanted. The reddish-brown-haired man's expression hardened, his inner turmoil, giving way to a fierce resolve, acknowledging the terrifying influence of the leader, yet clinging to the hope that, I'm sure it will change. As messages from Chai Yuna and others remained unread on a phone screen, the leader's ultimate objective became clear. All that's left is Gangbuk High. As the white-haired leader observes with a calm, assessing gaze, the reddish-brown-haired man's face is etched with a newfound resolve, beads of sweat tracing paths down his skin. His internal struggle now settled, he declares his commitment to the task, promising to handle it without delay. Under a bright, clear sky, the school building stands quietly, the only sounds the gentle hum of the day and a soft breeze. Inside, a young man with dark, messy hair looks on, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a student with glasses watches, impressed, as another exclaims, Siwon, you're amazing. To think you're at this level with your right like that. Siwon, the green-haired student, and another classmate are gathered around a table, playing cards, while Wang Dam stands nearby, listening to Siwon boast. Heh, I play games whenever I have extra time. Suddenly, Siwon looks up, a bandage on his cheek, his expression shifting to confusion. Huh? The green-haired student, noticing the newcomer, excitedly announces, Oh, my friend Wang Dam is here. I was waiting. Before he can finish, Wang Dam delivers a swift, powerful kick to Siwon's stomach, sending him sprawling to the floor amidst a burst of glowing energy. Kim Tae-suk, the student with glasses, glares up at Wang Dam, his face contorted in anger. Why my ass? Why are you in my seat? Pay me back for ripping my uniform. Wang Dam simply looks down at him, his voice calm but firm. Why are you here? Why are you disturbing the class again? Still locked in their tense standoff, Kim Tae-suk questions the necessity of keeping someone like him in their school, while Wang Dam simply dismisses the comment with a scoff. His patience wearing thin, Wang Dam demands to know if Kim Tae-suk is even listening. Unfazed by the aggression, Kim Tae-suk calmly proposes a private conversation, if Wang Dam is available. Wang Dam retorts, questioning the subject of this proposed talk, while a thought crosses his mind about joining in as a friend, quickly followed by an internal command to get lost, as students begin to gather around them. Observing Wang Dam's volatile reaction, Kim Tae-suk muses internally, wondering if his opponent truly doesn't care about the consequences. A subtle shift in his expression, a quiet intensity begins to emanate from Kim Tae-suk. The atmosphere around him grows heavy, a shadowy presence seeming to coalesce. His perception distorts, a silent, unsettling pressure building within. Amidst the internal turmoil, a complex mathematical equation flashes, a stark contrast to the raw emotion, as a dull thud echoes. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the subtle shift of a man's lips. While Kim Tae-suk's gaze remains sharp and unyielding, his expression a mask of calculated intensity. A new name echoes through the halls, Cho Yohan. Elsewhere, a man with long, dark hair takes a contemplative drag from his cigarette, his thoughts obscured by the rising smoke. The name of Wang Dam spreads like wildfire among the students. A group of them reacting with wide-eyed surprise. One scarred student exclaims, Whoa, it was true that he beat Junjin, while another adds, Looks like he's the top dog after all. The scarred student's face twists in thought, wondering if this new power could also belong to someone named Park Wasu. A powerful, glowing red fist surges forward, radiating immense energy. His face contorted in a grimace, a powerful blow lands, sending sparks flying from the impact. Meanwhile, Choi Dong-hwan stands with his subordinates, challenging anyone else who dares to speak out, demanding they come forward if they want to continue the confrontation. Wang Dam's eyes glow with a fierce, red intensity, his rage barely contained as he vows to tear apart anyone who crosses him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, calling out to him with a casual, almost dismissive tone. Choi Dong-hwan, having approached unseen, grabs Wang Dam by the collar, proposing they continue their fight right then and there. Wang Dam turns his head away, scoffing at the idea of someone acting tough by picking on a nobody, a subtle squeak of his jacket accompanying the movement. From a nearby car, a young woman observes the scene, muttering to herself that he looks quite formidable, before dismissing the thought and declaring herself too tired to fight. Wang Dam begins to walk away, still dismissing the challenge, finding the situation strange, and simply stating his desire to fight. But Choi Dong-hwan tightens his grip on Wang Dam's collar, questioning his claim of being tired. A look of disappointment crosses Wang Dam's face as he reflects on a recent encounter, thinking he had found a kindred spirit, turning to a man in a lab coat. But a deeper, more primal frustration boils within him. His face contorted in a snarl. Meanwhile, a black-haired student sits on a bench, contemplating a past threat. He considers the potential consequences. The green-haired man approaches, questioning the student's silence. Surprised, the green-haired man asks for clarification. With a sudden, unrelated declaration, the green-haired man remains silent, even as Kim Tae-suk presses him to share what he knows. He simply reiterates that Kim Tae-suk should already be aware, prompting a confused query from the black-haired student as to why he's being told this. A grim internal thought suggests that no one in this situation has a truly good story, though the one with a good story might be the first to get involved. This individual, it seems, is also enduring significant hardship due to his family, a heavy burden weighing on him. Shifting the topic, Kim Tae-suk then inquires about the hospital's location, to which the green-haired man asks his reason for wanting to know. He explains that it won't be an easy task, revealing that the person they're discussing suffers from intermittent amnesia. An angry thought surfaces, labeling someone a scoundrel who seems to get away with everything, a figure of immense frustration. The green-haired man then clarifies, explaining that Park Wasu is the kind of person who can completely upend someone's life, regardless of the circumstances. This revelation is met with a visual of intense anger and distress, as the thought concludes that he becomes incredibly furious when he acts this way. In the chaotic world of power struggles, people often find themselves caught in the crossfire. Because no one wants to get tangled up in someone else's fight. It's a simple truth. Nobody wants to be collateral damage. Approaching Wang Dam, the green-haired man asks, "What's with the sudden change?" Wang Dam, his expression unyielding, replies, "I thought we shared a connection. Just get lost." The green-haired man looks taken aback, as Wang Dam adds, "Well, I've thought about it." His gaze hardening, "And I don't think I need to worry if it was you." A door creaks open somewhere nearby, and an unseen voice calls out to Wang Dam, "Wang Dam, what did you talk about with Junjin?" Elsewhere, another voice questions Simmons, "Simmons, are you doing any fights after school?" As Siwon is asked about his after-school activities, he simply states that he does what he's supposed to at school, while in another part of the campus, Johan confronts Wang Dam, demanding he stop fighting. Dismissing the conversation, Kim Tae-suk decides it's not worth pursuing, believing it will be fine without a witness. Meanwhile, Johan walks away, still trying to understand Wang Dam's perspective, asking if he knows anything about him, but Wang Dam internally dismisses the idea, stating he's not interested in a fight that doesn't involve him. His thoughts drift to Wasu, acknowledging that while others might be mere extras, he senses there's more to the situation than meets the eye. From a distance, Kim Tae-suk observes, realizing that Wang Dam won't be easily impressed or swayed. Johan's voice trails off, still trying to impose his will, but Wang Dam remains unyielding, his expression resolute. Wang Dam's inner resolve hardens, his eyes beginning to glow with a fierce red light, as he declares that it doesn't matter who's watching, or if his bones are broken, or even if he were to be stabbed. He is a force that doesn't stop until everything is truly over. He could end up not caring about winning or losing, only the absolute conclusion. Kim Tae-suk and Siwon discuss the formidable reputation of Wang Dam, acknowledging that even the highest-ranking individuals avoid fighting him, and that another, Taehyun, likely feels the same. Meanwhile, Johan processes a warning, a voice advising him to be truly careful of Wang Dam, which he acknowledges with a thoughtful, "I get it." Putting the heavy thoughts aside, a decision is made to prioritize academics, agreeing to study first before anything else. Johan, now alone, gazes at a distant building, reflecting that that place is a no-go now, and questioning if others were aware of the leader changing. Elsewhere, Park Wasu, the green-haired man, and Junjin stand on a street, deciding to go to the street to find a new place, while wondering if anyone had seen those bastards. A new figure, Seo, smokes casually, discussing someone who is reportedly 20 years old, and asking who from the gang here. He scoffs, dismissing the notion, joking that it's not like I haven't done it with that face before. The scarred student then questions Seo, remarking that that's rough, you dumph *CKs, before asking why they are in a different uniform. The scarred student, his face contorted in anger and frustration, shouts about Kim Tae-suk as money flutters around him. Sweat beading on his brow, he finds the situation utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension, as Choi Dong-won introduces himself, inquiring about the current state of affairs. Before the scarred student can react, Dong-won's hand shoots out, grabbing his collar with a sharp thwack, leaving him stunned and realizing that Cho Yohan isn't around to protect him. Dong-won's grip tightens, his voice a low growl as he questions if he hadn't made himself clear enough. With a clenched fist, he mocks the scarred student, daring him to cry to others and demanding to see the true results of his rank B. The scarred student, drenched in sweat, can only stammer that he is indeed rank B, but admits he has never encountered anyone quite like Dong-won before. Dong-won, radiating confidence, dismisses the scarred student's rank, challenging him to see what he's truly capable of. His eyes narrowed in a menacing glare, Dong-won dares the terrified student to strike him. He grips the student by the collar, pulling him close as his voice drops to a menacing whisper. "What do you boys think you are doing?" he demands, his gaze piercing, before adding a dismissive, "Ah." The scarred student's face contorts in fear, his eyes wide with terror. "Rank B, you say?" Dong-won questions, his tone dripping with condescension. A cruel smile spreads across his face, his eyes glinting with malicious amusement as he declares, "Finally." His grip tightens on the student's shoulder, the pressure a silent threat. But the fear in the scarred student's eyes begins to recede, replaced by a burning rage as his irises ignite with a fierce red glow, a purple aura flaring around his head as he thinks, everything. His hand clenches into a tight fist, trembling with suppressed power. The red glow in his eyes intensifies, a silent promise of retaliation forming in his gaze. After the intense confrontation, Wang Dam sits in quiet contemplation. As he seems to reflect on his situation, perhaps the rumors circulating about him, wondering, a transfer student? Meanwhile, a group of students, including Kim Tae-suk, Siwon, and the green-haired man, are deep in conversation about the new arrival. Kim Tae-suk dismisses the transfer student's potential danger, while Siwon expresses his unease, and the green-haired man reveals he's already been expelled from another school, stating, he doesn't even know what he's doing with a knife, so I don't think he's that dangerous, but I can't get used to him at all. Forget that. I've already been kicked out of East High, guys. Elsewhere, Choi Dong-won stands with a menacing purple aura, his subordinates Park Wasu and Junjin visibly intimidated by his presence, one of them muttering in fear, "Fuck, I'm about to piss myself." The discussion continues among Kim Tae-suk's group, questioning the transfer student's true nature and allegiances, wondering, Is he really a student like us? But what do we do if he's on Dongwon's side? Kim Tae-suk, with a determined expression, declares his intention to handle the situation personally, stating, I'll deal with him myself. So, he reiterates his resolve, while his companions try to downplay the transfer student's importance, suggesting he's not worth their time, repeating, he's just a transfer student. He's not worth our time. In another location, CO, casually smoking, confirms the name of the transfer student, asking, you said his name was Wang Dam, right? He then issues a direct order to locate him, find out where he is. Back with Kim Tae-suk, he reacts with confusion and disbelief to a name he hears, questioning if it could truly belong to a person, exclaiming, bag. What? Is that really a person's name? In a hospital room, Wang Dam lies in bed, his face bruised, as a voice explains that the person who sent him there is either his mother or father. Meanwhile, in an office, Kim Tae-suk sits across from an older man, asking about his relationship with the person they are looking for. Back in the hospital, a sudden crash echoes, and Wang Dam's eyes snap open, a furious declaration escaping his lips. As he stares out a window, dismissing the severity of his situation with a wry thought about getting hit by a car. In another part of the building, Choi Dong-won stands with Park Wasu, expressing his frustration that the boss's orders are keeping him from starting a fight. Meanwhile, the green-haired man observes Wang Dam, asking an unnamed student if he's enjoying the show, before turning his attention to Wang Dam directly, demanding to know what he's looking at. Wang Dam's face is shown in a close-up, a single thought confirming his location. He has been found. A hand meticulously peels an apple, the crisp sound filling the quiet room, as its owner ponders what would happen if he were not present. Facing a silent woman, he announces he has extended her payment once again, adding that she should be grateful he didn't raise the interest. With a soft rustle, he places more money on the table before her. As a man in a white hoodie curses under his breath nearby, Park Wasu observes the woman's hesitation, asking if she doesn't want to eat the apple because it's spring. His expression twisting in frustration, he demands to know why they are bothering him like this. Looking directly at the woman, Wasu tells her to get her money back, calling her a damn bastard. His hand continues to cut with the knife, as he dismisses money as a solution, hinting at a deeper, unresolved issue. Standing abruptly, he casts a stern gaze down upon her. The woman's eyes widen in terror as Wasu suggests that if the original debtor cannot pay, then the wife or child should settle the debt. Park Wasu's voice drips with menace, demanding payment from the unseen debtor, reminding them they should have checked the corpse for money, and dismissing their pleas of having none. His grip tightens on someone's hair, a snarl escaping him as he calls them a F***king annoyance that has always been troublesome. A woman watches in terror, her mind reeling at the sheer audacity of his threats, wondering if he has forgotten his own upbringing, knowing only how to intimidate. His face contorted in a sneer, he presses further, demanding to know why they are so quiet, insisting he isn't asking for something as extreme as a kidney. The woman's eyes fill with dread as he delivers the ultimate threat, suggesting he could drag her mother out and make her pay the hospital fees instead. Behind the terrified woman, a figure in a dark hoodie stands silently, his presence a quiet question in the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a new figure, his face set in a grim expression, lunges forward, delivering a brutal punch that snaps Park Wasu's head back. The aggressor then grabs Park Wasu by his long hair, pulling him close, a mocking laugh escaping him as he tells the stunned man to shut up and F***ck off, you retard. Park Wasu's face, now bruised and bleeding, reflects the shock and pain of the sudden, violent assault. A woman's desperate scream pierces the air, her face contorted in anguish. Meanwhile, the aggressor, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, delivers a brutal blow, a crimson aura flaring around his fist as he curses his victim. He grips Park Wasu by the collar, his voice dripping with contempt, demanding to know the source of his victim's misplaced confidence. The woman, witnessing the relentless assault, pleads for the beating to stop, admitting their wrongdoing. But the aggressor shows no mercy, delivering another devastating blow to Park Wasu's already battered face, his words echoing the sentiment that no one would remember if he died here. Far away, a man sits before a screen displaying a list of names, a detached voice remarking that no one would come looking for the victim. Another asks what he is doing. The man at the screen muses aloud, wondering what kind of expression his target would make upon seeing him. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across his face as he challenges his unseen opponent, telling them to show their true self, noting that such reluctance is unlike them. Still seething with contempt, Choi Dong-won's face twists in disgust, his words dripping with disdain for someone he considers nothing more than filthy trash. Meanwhile, a pristine white sneaker steps onto the scene, and a young man with long, dark hair looks up, a casual "huh" escaping his lips. Dong-won, still fuming, demands to know if he's in the wrong place, but the young man simply replies, "Let's see." A distressed woman with long black hair then appears, asking if he is Wang Dam's mother, to which she responds with a startled sound. Her voice, filled with urgency, informs him that the administrative office is looking for him, but he calmly reassures her that he'll handle it, despite her sudden protests. As he turns to leave, a smirk plays on his lips, taunting someone off-panel about catching him, prompting Dong-won to demand to know who he is. With a determined glint in his eye, he walks away, leaving the confrontation behind. His footsteps echo softly on the polished floor. As Kim Tae-suk, observing the scene, questions the unfolding chaos, wondering if the target of their aggression is even capable of fighting in his current state. A masked figure nearby mutters in disbelief at the audacity. Choi Dong-won, meanwhile, flexes his formidable physique, confident he can end this quickly, challenging his opponent to rise. Kim Tae-suk, still trying to make sense of the situation, blames the protagonist for the predicament, then quickly dismisses the idea as nonsensical. A flicker of surprise crosses Dong-won's face, his powerful frame tensing. Then, a furious blue aura erupts around him, his rage boiling over as he struggles to comprehend the situation, dismissing the idea that a mere kid could be a threat. With a sudden, aggressive move, Dong-won lunges forward, seizing Wang Dam by the shirt. Unfazed, Wang Dam simply glances at his own scarred hand, dismissing the aggression with a calm retort. Without a word, he seizes his attacker by the neck, delivering a brutal punch that sends blood spraying. Choi Dong-won stumbles back, clutching his head with a pained groan, as a powerful kick from the protagonist sends him flying across the room. The aggressor lands hard, his eyes wide with disbelief, a dawning terror replacing his earlier rage. His hand instinctively goes to his side, drawing a glinting knife, and he screams a desperate threat, "Why, you bastard!" But before he can finish, a swift, unseen force silences him, his hand clamped over his mouth in shock. The relentless assault continues, a brutal punch landing squarely on Choi Dong-won's face, the force of the impact echoing as his body slams against the unforgiving surface. Wang Dam follows up with a swift kick, sending his opponent tumbling to the ground, leaving Dong-won to recoil in pain, a desperate groan escaping his lips. As Wang Dam prepares a final, devastating blow, his fist ignites with a fierce red glow, and Dong-won's face contorts in pure terror at the sight. In a desperate, last-ditch effort, Dong-won snatches a knife. But before he can even move, Wang Dam's eyes flare with an enraged red light, his power surging. Dong-won cries out in agony as the overwhelming force strikes him, Wang Dam's voice echoing in his mind. "You think you can get away with your filthy tricks? Not now, not today." The relentless assault continued, a flurry of strikes echoing through the air. As he reflected on the moment, he completely lost his temper, an anger unlike any he had felt before. Even as an adult, he knew there were lines not to cross, but in that moment, all reason had vanished. His eyes burned with a furious red glow, a primal roar escaping him as he declared his intent to play with them in this brutal fashion. The defeated man, his face a mask of terror, received a chilling warning: never show his face again, and leave enough money to cover the hospital fees. An observer, witnessing the raw power, questioned if this was truly the same person he knew from school, realizing this was no average kid putting on a show. The only other time he had felt such a potent surge of emotion was when he had brandished a knife, a memory now resurfacing. Later, with a companion, he heard a dismissive remark about someone's perceived coolness, before being told it was time to move. Suddenly, in a different setting, a new figure with a fierce expression confronted another, dismissing any pleas and declaring that student status held no weight. Wang Dam stands silently as his mother looks at him with a worried expression, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Her voice rising in distress, she exclaims that his behavior is awful, lamenting that she needs to start doing something about it. With a sharp command, she tells him to stop right there, her words cutting off abruptly. Looking at him with a mix of concern and disbelief, she quietly asks if the person they're discussing is truly his friend. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out, its owner finding something immensely satisfying, a feeling described as so refreshing. Kim Tae-suk, with a wide, almost manic grin, expresses his eagerness to show off, before correcting himself for talking aloud. His smile unwavering, he finds immense pleasure in hearing Wang Dam's voice once more. Later, as they run together, Wang Dam, catching up to him, demands to know if Tae-suk was also at the hospital, urging him to stop. As a hand grips a gun, a voice filled with surprise calls out, "Wang Dam, why are you here?" Kim Tae-suk, running at full speed with Wang Dam slung over his shoulder, responds casually, "Well, I just ended up here somehow." Wang Dam, still disoriented, questions his presence and the situation. "Why are you here? Is he imprisoned? You truly are crazy." Reaching a hospital, Tae-suk observes the building, deciding this should be far enough. Inside the sterile hallway, Wang Dam presses him for answers. "What exactly happened at the hospital?" "Oh, that." Tae-suk turns, a slight smirk playing on his lips, finding it a bit complicated to explain. Wang Dam, still waiting for a clear response, prompts him further, then? Tae-suk then shifts the conversation, looking back at him. "Did you follow me all the way here, to the hospital?" Wang Dam's expression shifts to surprise as he retorts, "Why did you call me?" Wang Dam's hand is suddenly seized, and a voice demands to know his identity. He scoffs, accusing his captor of feigning ignorance, asserting their shared nature, and angrily demanding to be taken seriously. Wang Dam turns fully, his gaze fixed on Kim Tae-suk. Tae-suk, looking distraught, claims the others told him nothing, dismissing them as all the same, then accuses Wang Dam of playing dumb after brutally beating them. A low, chilling chuckle escapes Wang Dam. His eyes widen, and he repeats the question, "Who are you?" Tae-suk, utterly bewildered, asks where he even came from. He tries to bring the conversation back to the hospital, attempting to clarify the earlier events. But Wang Dam's foot lashes out, kicking something unseen with a sharp, swift motion. Wang Dam listens as the other man dismisses his questions, claiming he wouldn't understand even if told, the reason for his actions being simple. A look of shock and anger washes over him as he processes the words. As he turns and walks away, Kim Tae-suk adds that whatever Wang Dam was thinking, it would be beyond that. A school building stands prominently, a place where one might hear whispers of academic achievements, like being first in school in Gimhe. Inside, a counselor, impressed, remarks on the student's exceptional performance, then asks about her unusual ambition to become a cosmetologist. His curiosity piqued, he presses further, wondering why she desires such a path, leaving the young woman momentarily speechless. He points out her high grades could easily secure her a spot in a prestigious university, questioning her apparent disinterest in traditional academic routes. The counselor considers her response, his expression thoughtful. He then softens, acknowledging that pursuing a dream is admirable, and praises her as a good young person for her age, which visibly surprises her. The student remains silent, her gaze distant as she processes his words. The counselor continues, reflecting on how many young people, both in the city and countryside, struggle to take responsibility for themselves. He emphasizes the reliance on one's family in such situations, as the young woman's expression shifts to one of quiet sadness. Many families find themselves trapped in difficult circumstances, forced into roles that demand too much from them, and sadly, those children grow up only to become parents themselves, perpetuating the cycle. They grew up in an environment similar to the one they're now creating for their own children, and the counselor watches the young woman, who seems to carry the weight of this truth, and repeat the same mistakes they lived through while growing up, a quiet mama, escaping her lips as she reflects on her own past. A single tear tracing a path down her cheek, she wishes someone had told them their lives could have been changed. But for those who are isolated, a powerful, burning anger begins to stir, a clenched fist glowing with fierce red energy. Wang Dam sits, his expression dark and furious, the weight of that isolation pressing down on him. His face contorts in a silent scream of pure rage, a crimson aura flaring around him. But before his anger can fully erupt, a sudden, unseen force strikes him, sending him sprawling backward with a sharp crack. He grimaces, blood staining his face. Even though he knows such things, he still falls into the same cycle. As if a shadowy presence with glowing red eyes looms, a manifestation of the darkness within. Wang Dam stands over a fallen figure, looking down with an intensity that promises retribution. His face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, teeth gritted against the pain and insult. Meanwhile, in a moment leading up to the confrontation, Park Hwan stands before Wang Dam, a tense silence hanging between them. A sudden, sharp impact echoes as Park Hwan's eyes widen in shock. Earlier, lost in thought, Park Hwan walked through the school hallway, contemplating his next move. As soon as he finished talking, Park Hwan started attacking the moment the sparks flew, his expression still etched with surprise. If what he says is true, then he doesn't realize he can't beat Wang Dam, so why? Anyway, after that, he recalls losing because he was told to leave, but the memory still stings. Clutching his shirt, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, wondering if it will really be okay to proceed with his plan. Suddenly, a brutal impact rocks him, a powerful blow landing squarely on his face. Another fist connects with sickening force, sending a jolt of pain through him. He recoils, a cry of agony escaping his lips as the relentless assault continues. Before he can recover, he's seized and lifted off his feet, his body becoming a mere plaything in his opponent's hands. He's hurled through the air, crashing violently against a distant wall. Standing over the crumpled figure, Wang Dam's eyes glow with furious red light as he snarls, "Fucking bastard! What? Is it more than you expected?" A sudden, brutal impact slams into Wang Dam, the force radiating outward in a crimson flash. His head snaps back, a furious question escaping his lips. "How dare you attack me from behind?" Another blow connects, sending his head reeling once more, the impact distorting his features. But the pain only fuels his fury, his eyes flaring a dangerous, incandescent red. In a blur of motion, Wang Dam retaliates, striking Park Wasu with overwhelming force and sending him flying. Standing over his defeated opponent, he sneers, "Hey you, you're not the only one who has a plan." His face still contorted in rage, he adds, "And what? You think that we're similar?" A memory of a soju bottle flashes, as he dismisses the notion with utter contempt. "My ass." His face, splattered with blood, contorts in a silent scream of pure, unadulterated rage. Then, a sudden, deafening impact echoes, as a brutal blow lands squarely on the back of his head, sending shockwaves through him. Debris and liquid splatter onto the ground with a dull thud, a testament to the force of the strike. He looks down, a flicker of confusion crossing his bruised features as he wonders, "Don't you know how similar we are? The way you're acting right now." His gaze hardens, a grim determination settling in his eyes as he continues, "We're acting as if we want to die." Looking away, he dismisses the thought, asserting, "I'm not dumb like the other bastards. I know the reason you're standing amidst the skeletal framework of the construction site. He finishes his thought. Act like this. It should be because of yours. You also. His eyes widen, a manic glint appearing as he screams internally. Are you seriously crazy? I knew I'd have to fight to kill him. He muses on the origins of his opponent, convinced that the place they came from was as squalid as his own, and that this shared, wretched background would only fuel a deeper self-loathing within them. Yet, despite this understanding, there is one thing that truly ignites his fury. The thought of someone in a similar plight daring to sympathize with him sickens him to his core. He imagines his opponent, perhaps feeling a deeper empathy due to greater suffering, believing that this is the reason they strive so hard to forge their own path. Such a belief, he thinks, would be so profoundly important, yet he cannot contain his rage at the thought of a piece of trash like them speaking so freely. He clenches his fist, asserting that he is not arrogant enough to waste his time on fights he doesn't care about, implying that his opponent is probably in a position to be carefree. With a piercing gaze, he concludes that his adversary is placing too much emphasis on pain, prompting a silent, incredulous what? Finally, with a determined expression, he states that he is sure his opponent will somehow be able to get back up after this, and so, he will help them. Wang Dam's grin widens, his thoughts echoing his disdain for those he now perceives as mere trash, unable to see them as people. With a sudden, violent blur, he launches his attack. His eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, he declares that there is no need for further words. His body tensed and ready, he reminds his opponent of the brutal reality. They are here to kill. A powerful, red-tinged fist connects, the impact echoing with raw force. His gaze remains sharp and unwavering, observing every detail of the unfolding chaos. As his hair shifts to a stark white, his eyes still glowing red, he confirms their grim understanding. Kim Tae-suk is violently thrown backward, slamming against a solid surface with a terrified gasp. Without pause, Wang Dam continues his relentless assault, delivering a flurry of rapid, brutal strikes. Wang Dam's eyes glow a fierce red as he unleashes a flurry of blows, his fist connecting sharply with Kim Tae-suk's face. Another powerful strike lands, sending a spray of blood from Kim Tae-suk's midsection. He continues the brutal assault, snapping Kim Tae-suk's head back with another direct hit. A swift, powerful kick follows, sending his opponent reeling backward. Not content with mere fists, Wang Dam's hand closes around a discarded piece of rebar. Kim Tae-suk, battered and disoriented, struggles to find his footing, his gaze fixed on the ground in despair. The metal object arcs through the air, striking Kim Tae-suk with a blinding, crimson explosion of force. Wang Dam's grip tightens on the makeshift weapon, his knuckles white with strain. Then, with eyes still glowing red, he delivers a final, explosive punch, engulfing Kim Tae-suk in a violent red aura. He surveys the scene from above, a chilling calm before the storm. Then, with a sudden, explosive force, he crashes through the window, shards of glass exploding around him as he closes the distance to his target. Before Kim Tae-suk can even react, a brutal punch connects squarely with his face. His eyes widen in shock and agony, his face contorting into a mask of pure pain as blood begins to flow. Another powerful strike lands, snapping his head back with sickening force. He collapses backward, blood splattering as his body gives out. Wang Dam then plants his foot firmly on Kim Tae-suk's head, a final, brutal act of dominance. His gaze is sharp and furious, the raw intensity of his power radiating around him. A spray can hisses, releasing its contents with a sharp, tearing sound. Wang Dam moves with a blur of motion, his form a chaotic streak of black and white, leaving a small, precise hole in the wall, as if the very air had been ripped apart. A student, Park Wasu, looks up, his eyes wide with dawning comprehension, a hesitant wait, escaping his lips. His voice rising in disbelief as he recognizes the figure, Wang Dam. Uncaring of the witness, Wang Dam's foot descends, crushing the empty spray can with a definitive crunch. Park Wasu's face contorts in utter shock, his glasses askew as he stares in disbelief. Wang Dam stands impassively over the prone form of Kim Tae-suk, who lies unconscious amidst the rubble. Slowly, his eyes flutter open, a dazed expression clouding his face as he struggles to comprehend his surroundings. He pushes himself up, clutching his throbbing head, the thought of hospitals flashing through his mind as he wonders if this sudden collapse was merely a coincidence. From above, Wang Dam's voice cuts through his confusion, a dismissive tone in his words as he tells the other to worry about himself instead. Kim Tae-suk groans, struggling to his feet, the pain evident as he mutters about the protagonist's interference. Still clutching his head, he looks up at the standing figure, a mixture of pain and bewilderment on his face. Wang Dam's voice is cold and unwavering, reminding him that those incapable of self-protection have no business being nosy. As Kim Tae-suk begins to protest, his face contorted in anger, Wang Dam cuts him off, implying he is yet to cross a line that would warrant a more severe response. Park Wasu, a smirk playing on his lips, wonders if Wang Dam has finally calmed down a bit. But before he can finish his thought, a sudden, brutal impact sends blood splattering. A powerful blow connects with devastating force. The sheer violence of the strike is evident in the close-up of a rapidly swelling eye, veins bulging. A heavy thud follows, and a voice gasps out a curse, calling the attacker a crazy bastard. Wang Dam stands, his expression unreadable, after the swift, decisive confrontation. He then looks down at Kim Tae-suk, who kneels before him, barely able to utter his name. Kim Tae-suk, defeated and frustrated, laments his constant misfortune, asking why he always gets beaten up, before questioning Wang Dam's late arrival. A young man, his face contorted in fear and surprise, finds himself cornered, as a voice taunts him, asking if he'd been beaten up for a mere punch. Behind him, a woman screams in terror, urging the unseen aggressor to leave them alone. The young man's fear turns to anger as the bully's voice cuts through the air, demanding money he supposedly earned from a part-time job. Now on the ground, Kim Tae-suk looks up at his tormentor, who sneers down at him, dismissing his protests. The aggressor's face twists into a menacing grin, lecturing the young man about showing proper respect to his elders. Grabbing Kim Tae-suk by the collar, the bully threatens him with death. Shoved against the wall, Kim Tae-suk cries out, begging the crazy bastard to stop. Suddenly, the woman from before steps forward, a knife clutched in her hand, her face etched with fury as she reveals the young man isn't even the bully's own son, cursing him as a son of a bitch. Her eyes blazing with fierce determination, she warns the bully she will truly stab him if he doesn't leave immediately. Kim Tae-suk looks up, his face bruised and streaked with dirt, a silent testament to the torment he has endured. The aggressor, however, remains undeterred, seizing his collar with a firm grip, demanding something more from him, while Kim Tae-suk can only utter a surprised, "W-wait." Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges, a glint of steel in her hand, her presence a stark warning to the bully, who stares back in utter shock. Before he can react, the knife flashes, a sharp, metallic stab, echoing as it finds its mark, the aggressor crying out, "You!" A gasp escapes him as the blade slices into his arm, the unexpected pain momentarily stunning him, but quickly replaced by a surge of furious disbelief, as he demands, "Me? You can't." He screams, a torrent of curses erupting as the woman continues her relentless assault, another strike tearing into his chest, blood blooming across his shirt, her voice cutting through his pain. "Above all, you fucking bitch. I told you to leave him. You had not dared, did you?" His body recoils from the repeated blows, a third stab piercing his leg, sending him stumbling back in agony, as he cries out, "My life? And now you want to stab my foot?" His eyes widen in a mixture of terror and rage, the pain overwhelming as he struggles to comprehend the ferocity of her attack, his voice strained. "Fucking bitch, do you really want to die?" Finally, a desperate, guttural scream tears from his throat, a promise of brutal retaliation. "Fine. If you really want me to die, then I'll kill you." The aggressor, reeling from the sudden attack, feels a profound shock, a sensation he recalls from a distant past. His eyes glowing with a furious, primal energy, he lets out a guttural scream, the pain and indignation overwhelming him. The force of the impact sends him flying backward, his body slamming against the unseen barrier behind him. He remembers a time, long ago, when he first dared to resist his father, a moment that passed in the blink of an eye. What followed was not what he expected. He was capable of surprise, and he could do what he wanted to do, a revelation that changed him. It was as if his father was possessed, continuing to hit him to teach him a lesson, leaving him with that bruised face. But the experience not only felt justified, it ignited an even deeper anger within him. Snapping back to the present, the aggressor screams in agony and fury, cursing his attacker as blood streams from his chest. His voice raw with hatred, he vows death upon her, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Still reeling from the previous assault, Wang Dam lashes out, his voice raw with fury, as someone cries out for Wasu to intervene. Wasu attempts to physically restrain him, urging him to stop. Wang Dam's eyes burn with a murderous glint as he snarls, questioning if they, too, are bastards, and if he truly desires to kill. A chilling, maniacal laugh escapes him, as he questions if they, too, are driven to the brink of madness. Turning his back, he challenges them once more, daring them to kill him and asking if they truly believe themselves different. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he utters a cryptic truth, that in the end, they are all his sons, and a better or worse fellow in the world will ultimately be the same. With a sudden, brutal motion, he plunges a knife downward, declaring that no matter how hard one struggles, life is hell. His face contorted in a scream, he bellows for silence. Standing over his victim, the knife still clutched in his hand, Wang Dam's form casts a long, ominous shadow. A deep, ragged breath escapes him, his body still and unmoving. Lying prone on the floor, Wang Dam remains unresponsive, lost in a haze of unconsciousness or deep thought. Meanwhile, the sound of heavy rain pours down, as Park Wasa calls out, wondering why he's in such a hurry. A memory surfaces, of a younger Wang Dam walking with his mother, who gently asks if he doesn't have a jacket, suggesting they should first take care of something else. Back in the present, or perhaps another memory, Wang Dam's face contorts with anger as he retorts, asking if they mean like him, before declaring his intent to go to Seoul. Park Wasu looks on, bewildered by the sudden declaration, only able to utter a confused, before Wang Dam insists they leave this place. His hand reaches out, a silent plea as he thinks, of living a life different from his father's, a desperate wish to start over with his mother. His eyes snap open, scarred and raw, as a voice asks if he's finally awake. Another memory, a younger Wang Dam sitting on a speaker, his mother standing nearby, as he bitterly declares that she wasn't capable of taking care of him, so she shouldn't have bothered. Wang Dam, still bearing the marks of a recent struggle, feels the weight of judgment, as if everyone is looking down on him until the very end. He hears Kim Tae-suk's voice, asking why he hasn't been attending school, and then, with a hint of challenge, suggesting he should have just finished him off from the start. Wang Dam, on the ground, questions what Tae-suk is truly implying. He thinks to himself that Tae-suk would have simply laughed and hit him harder in the end, believing that even now, Tae-suk is going easy on him. His gaze remains distant, lost in thought. Tae-suk clarifies that he isn't trying to compete or anything, leaving Wang Dam to ponder his true intentions. Wang Dam, still processing, responds, insisting that he means it realistically. A flashback shows a younger Wang Dam being beaten, while adults merely stand by and watch, leaving him to wonder who could simply observe such a scene. Back in the present, Wang Dam challenges Tae-suk, asking if he's surprised that he's saying something so normal. Another memory surfaces, of a young Park Wasu admitting he was always scared of Wang Dam, expecting to be beaten more, and that he knew his lifespan would be short at one point. He stands firm, his gaze unwavering, as he internally declares that he is not running away from anyone. He keeps fighting, he thinks, so that he doesn't become like them, but it's a difficult struggle, almost as if. The more he struggles, the deeper he feels himself falling. Not being able to stop looking out for someone makes him. Suddenly, Kim Tae-suk interrupts his thoughts, stating that he has waited too long, and it's time for them to go, addressing him as Dam. Wang Dam pauses, a single word escaping his lips. Kim Tae-suk then asks how he is dealing with it, to which Wang Dam responds with a questioning what. Tae-suk explains that no matter how much one tries to realize themselves, it's impossible, admitting that he feels the same way. Wang Dam considers this, muttering that now he isn't looking out for himself. He had wanted to show people that even someone like him could change. As he pondered this, Kim Tae-suk's voice cut through his thoughts, asking if he thought he was the only one who struggled to find himself. Wang Dam turned to leave, but Tae-suk's words followed him, a quiet admission that he, too, was still searching. The conversation lingered, pulling Wang Dam into a memory of a past self, a time when he was told, "I thought you were dead." His face, then marred by a prominent scar and framed by messy hair, reflected a profound weariness. The light of a new day streamed in, illuminating the stark reality of his existence. He stared out the window, his gaze distant and contemplative. Holding a simple cup, he seemed to be searching for answers in the quiet morning light. Maintaining a headstand, Wang Dam considers his current position, a small rubber duck toy resting nearby. He wonders aloud if this is truly a good position for him. Now sitting, his leg aches, yet he knows the homework must be completed, a necessary task despite the discomfort. His gaze drifts to a framed photograph, a young plan in his mind, as he quietly acknowledges the past. Deciding a break is in order, he pushes himself up with a soft thud. He announces his intention to get some water, a simple act to refresh himself. As he moves, the little rubber duck toy topples over with a soft series of thumps. Later, engrossed in his phone, he reflects on what truly holds importance for him in this moment. His expression hardens with a focused intensity, his eyes fixed on the screen as if making a crucial decision. A shower of banknotes rains down upon a construction site, scattering across the scaffolding and the hard-hatted workers below, who look up in stunned disbelief as a voice declares, "This is filthy and trash." Wang Dam's eyes widen, a soft gasp escaping him as he looks up, his expression frozen in disbelief. A moment later, a man in a dark suit stands nearby. As Wang Dam covers his mouth, still reeling from whatever he has just heard or seen. The older man, with a neatly trimmed beard and glasses, addresses him directly, asking if he isn't going to see his mother and what occupies his thoughts. A soft chuckle escapes the man as he sits beside Wang Dam, instructing him to take care of his mother while he is away. His expression then turns serious as he delivers unfortunate news, stating that the request Wang Dam made is completely impossible, urging him not to stress, but reiterating its impossibility. Wang Dam looks down, a shadow of dejection crossing his face, as the man's voice echoes, reminding him that the important thing is to always try his best before announcing his departure. A man in a sharp black suit, his hair slicked back, exhales deeply, finding a moment of relief from his burdens. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a man with a neat beard advises a female subordinate, telling her it is good to have a goal to aim for, acknowledging her natural talent. Back with the man in the suit, he looks ahead with a somber expression, declaring his wish for his son not to follow the same difficult path he did, before questioning his own appearance. The bearded man, Hayununim, reflects on his own life, acknowledging that he has always strived to do his best. An elegant modern house stands under a clear sky, a silent testament to the passage of time since Hayununim was last seen. The boss, having made his decision, turns to leave, his male subordinate attempting to interject, but he cuts him off, stating his departure is final. He then addresses both his male and female subordinates, firmly reiterating his command concerning them and Dam. making it clear his word is final. The male subordinate, accepting the order, simply acknowledges his superior. Outside, a sleek black car awaits, as the boss and his two subordinates prepare to depart. As he addresses his subordinate, Hyuntae, with a casual "good job," Kim Tae-suk questions the identity of a new friend in their midst. Looking down at the man, he declares his ultimate ambition, to become a president, expressing satisfaction that they are on the same page and counting on Hyuntae. Hyuntae, known as the star of Chungmang, had fervently sought this position, understanding it would bring him closer to the powerful figure. With a booming laugh, Kim Tae-suk playfully forgets Hyuntae's name, remarking on his sturdy physique but lack of talent, comparing him to someone else. His laughter growing more intense, he reiterates his singular dream, to become president, believing only someone like him is fit for the role. And Hyuntae understood. Meanwhile, for Wang Dam, it was just another ordinary day, indistinguishable from any other. A day that felt destined to end as it always had, yet it held a hidden potential. It could have been his last day. A single, dark eye opens, reflecting a quiet intensity. Nearby, a young woman with short, dark hair stands, her expression unreadable. As she walks alongside Wang Dam, both students moving past the high-class building. Later, standing outside, the girl observes him, remarking that he seems perpetually distracted these days, then asks if he heard what she just said. He confirms he did, explaining it's because she once buried him, and he died. Hunched over, Wang Dam asks if she truly believes he had the time for such things, while she calmly asks what they're going to eat. He then looks down, asking if she finds him pitiful, to which she simply responds with a questioning "huh?" She then asserts that he is blind to the opportunities for her to teach him, questioning why he thinks she is his teacher, before clarifying that she isn't teaching him at all, but rather, he is her foodie. Wang Dam's voice carries a note of disbelief, his frustration evident as he questions, "Are you really denying me?" His gaze sharpens, demanding an immediate response, "Answer me." Across from him, the young woman with the bob cut and purple hoodie remains impassive, leaving him to wonder, with a bead of sweat tracing his temple. "Ah, even you are doing this to me today?" Her voice, calm and detached, echoes in his mind, explaining her perspective. "It's because I've been buried with my parents even for a second longer." She continues, her words carrying an unsettling weight. "Thankfully, I was able to transfer from my previous school." As they walk together, Wang Dam reveals his attempt to sever ties. "I've changed my number since coming here, so I am not blind now. My eyes are open, but she called me today." The girl turns to him, a hint of annoyance in her expression, asking, "Did you answer?" He responds immediately, "Of course I answered it." Pulling at the strings of her hoodie, she concludes with a resigned tone, "I should just accept it." Still reflecting on her peculiar connection to him, the young woman sits alone, a sense of resignation settling over her as she acknowledges a fate she cannot escape. Meanwhile, Wang Dam bears the marks of a recent struggle. The young woman, now facing him, simply states, noticing his injuries. Her gaze fixed on his bruised cheek. Wang Dam, looking away, internally wonders. The young woman's expression hardens as she declares. Wang Dam, taken aback, asks. As she grips his arm, her eyes narrowed. A young woman's voice echoes, declaring her intention to become a fighter to defeat someone. She reminds him that he himself once spoke of reaching the top again. Wang Dam, now wearing glasses, considers her words, wondering what she expects him to know about her, before dismissively stating he'll think about it. As they walk together, she questions his bruised face, then, with an unsettling shift, asks why he is going to prison. He looks at her, demanding to know why she is so curious about his situation. She smiles, asserting her right to curiosity, reminding him of her previous statements, and declaring that people like him are rare. Her expression turns fierce as she tells him to stop messing around, insisting she isn't joking. As she walks away, she calls out his name, Wang Dam, her voice trailing off in frustration. He reacts internally, the realization hitting him. Is she truly pitying him? Wang Dam stands, bruised and silent, as the young woman continues to question him, asking why he looks so beaten. She presses on, wondering aloud if it's truly him, the one rumored to always be the aggressor, now finding himself on the receiving end of a beating. Turning to walk away, she muses that she's unsure if she should reveal the truth to him. A sigh escapes him, a quiet acknowledgement of her strange words. As she glances back, revealing the reason people go to Seoul, he recalls his own youthful ambition, how he once dreamed of becoming a fighter, only for her to tell him not to speak of it. Looking at her, he points out that she didn't have to leave if she wanted it so badly. As she continues to walk away, she calls out his name, a final, lingering question in her tone. She confirms her statement with a simple, drawn-out "yeah." The young woman's gaze remains fixed on him, her thoughts echoing the sentiment that he is just like her. Yet, she presses on, asking why he never met her expectations, why he always did as he pleased, then calling out his name, "Damn." Her voice sharpens, demanding to know why he's acting like nothing happened, and why he should. As she leans in closer, her words a soft, insistent murmur, he can only manage a quiet, "No, hold on," before she cuts him off, declaring that he's always too close. Overwhelmed, he recoils, his body language screaming, sorry, I." But before he can finish, the young woman pulls him into a tight embrace, a sudden, comforting gesture. The two figures stand locked together on the street. Her face buried in his shoulder as he stares blankly ahead, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and despair. Finally, he pulls away, walking off into the distance as the young woman watches him go, a lingering sadness in her expression. A young man with glasses stares wide-eyed, a soft ah escaping his lips. Beside him, Wang Dam, his eyes now glowing with an eerie purple light, realizes his oversight, muttering, I forgot that I have him a ride. The narration explains that after hearing he was at the hospital, he had headed over, only to find him walking towards the factory. Later, a brick wall covered in graffiti reveals names like Rookie Hunter, Bag, Kim Tae-suk, Hyuntae, and Hyun Yunim, a visual record of past conflicts and alliances. Wang Dam glances at his phone, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he observes, Kukuku, looks like you guys weren't the only ones who got transferred. Meanwhile, an older man with white hair clutches his phone, his face etched with distress, a heavy weight clearly pressing upon him. Later, the older man sits across from Wang Dam, his expression still troubled as he says, old man, I know it's not my place to say this, but it's been a long time since I've seen you like this. What happened? Did you get left alone? The older man responds, his voice gruff, you guys who were in the hospital came to catch him. Shut up and let me buy you a drink. Oh good. Wang Dam stares at him, a look of disbelief on his face as he curses, Wah, what the fuck? You fuck. He looks down, his eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light, contemplating the unexpected change within him, a power far greater than he had first imagined. Suddenly, a voice breaks his concentration, and he snaps back, his irritation clear as he demands to be left alone. A young man, casually smoking, dismisses him as just another high schooler, then brazenly asks for a cigarette. Before the words fully leave his lips, Wang Dam lunges forward, grabbing the smoker by the collar, his voice a low growl as he orders him to put out the cigarette. His face contorts with raw fury, a silent promise of violence in his glowing eyes. A man with a distinctive scar above his left eye sings into a microphone, his voice raw with emotion as he recalls a time when he was truly crazy in love. Suddenly, a sharp impact strikes the side of his head, sending a jolt of pain through him as blood splatters. In another moment, perhaps a memory or a parallel event, the same scarred man leans back in a chair, casually ordering someone to mess things up so he can take them out, before a subordinate quickly apologizes, promising to turn it off. Meanwhile, an associate with slicked-back dark hair speaks into his phone, asking about the situation from the day before yesterday. Another younger associate, with messy white hair, sighs in frustration, declaring that he's had enough and asking for an opinion on the matter. The scarred leader's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he considers the implications of dealing with powerful individuals. His hand, holding a lit cigarette, hovers over an unconscious figure, the smoke curling upwards. A cruel smile plays on his lips as he muses that the target must be completely out cold to not react to the cigarette, before concluding that they should simply take out Kim Tae-suk. The gang leader, his expression unreadable, sits casually as one of his subordinates kneels before him, reporting on their next move. The subordinate, looking distressed, insists, forget it, just do as I say. Our guys will take out Kim Tae-suk. Later, on a call, the gang leader lets out a dismissive laugh, muttering about the arrogant bastard on the other end. His subordinate, now looking more confident, assures him that things will be easy now that Johan is back. As if on cue, a figure with striking white hair steps into the room, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. The gang leader offers him a drink, which Johan accepts with a simple, yeah, thanks you guys. Addressing a gathering of his men, the gang leader calls out, hey everyone, stop what you're doing and listen to me. He then turns to Johan, a question in his tone, Johan, looking utterly exhausted, thinks to himself, finally, phew. The Brotherhood is known as Johan's runaway family, and one of its members questions if they are finally going to take out that mutt. This is John Taeju, the vice leader of the Brotherhood. With a smirk, he tells them not to hold back. The gang leader, his expression grim, simply adds, and have fun. Meanwhile, Wang Dam walks alone, lost in thought. Later, sitting on a bench with Kim Tae-suk, he admits that thinking about it is so hard. Wang Dam sighs, acknowledging that they can't just take him out in the real world. He stares at his phone, a message about a girl from his class catching his attention, before dismissing it with a thought about not failing math. A moment later, he questions aloud, a girl? What girl? Before he can ponder further, a sudden, sharp impact rings out, sending him recoiling, clutching his head as he exclaims, ahem, you scared me. Why are you suddenly barging into someone else's class? Kim Tae-suk's face contorts in anger, his voice laced with disappointment as he accuses, I'm really disappointed in you as a man. Cheating on Yona-chan. He grabs Wang Dam by the collar, clarifying his actions. Hey, if a man touches another man's shoulder, it's called a bro hug. Wang Dam, still held captive, questions his sudden appearance. Yeah, why'd you enter this class all of a sudden? What class are you in? From the side, a student with glasses watches the scene unfold, a look of surprise dawning on his face, as he recognizes the new arrival and exclaims, Park Wasu. He grabs Wang Dam by the collar, his voice laced with contempt, demanding to know what was wrong with his hair, calling it filthy and trash. As Wang Dam reels from the verbal assault, Kim Tae-suk delivers a sharp kick to his stomach, sneering that they are good for pain, while Wang Dam questions the sudden attack. Amidst the chaos, Kim Tae-suk's gaze shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he recognizes other students present, including Park Wasu. Later, in a deserted classroom with an overturned desk, a question hangs in the air. Had Tae-suk not shown up? In a different memory, Kim Tae-suk had once expressed concern to Wang Dam, sensing that something was wrong with him. Wang Dam, lost in thought, acknowledges a forgotten detail, something important, a silent affirmation that he was not a loser. Meanwhile, another student, wearing round glasses, reflects on Kim Tae-suk's unusual absence, noting that he had never missed class, except for one particular time. It was the first time he had missed school without a valid reason, a day marked by his injuries or some other consequence. The student recalls the moment he was informed of Kim Tae-suk's suspension, a direct result of his fight with Tae-suk. Even when faced with 30 opponents, Tae-suk remained untouched, effortlessly annihilating them all. The defeated men could only curse, uttering expletives and calling him a monstrous bastard. Kim Tae-suk stood tall, an imposing figure in his school uniform. The remaining thugs, some already injured, stared in disbelief, one demanding why they were just standing there, another questioning how they could possibly fight such a monster. Looking down at their pathetic display, Tae-suk simply dismissed them as losers and ordered them to move out of his way. His gaze sharpened, a hint of challenge in his voice as he asked if they were getting scared. Suddenly, a new figure with spiky hair and glowing eyes stepped forward, a menacing grin spreading across his face, declaring he would play with Tae-suk in that case. Before the words fully left his lips, a blinding speed and a sharp impact struck the challenger. The force of the blow registered clearly on the spiky-haired figure's face, his expression twisting in shock. He moves with brutal efficiency, a powerful blow landing squarely on an opponent's face, the impact rippling through their body. His expression remains grim and focused, eyes narrowed in the heat of battle. Another opponent is launched into the air with a sickening thud, a testament to his raw power. As three more collapse simultaneously, Kim Tae-suk moves like a force of nature. His gaze remains unwavering, a silent promise of further devastation. A swift kick sends yet another opponent reeling, their body twisting midair. The victim's face contorts in a silent scream of pain and disbelief, utterly overwhelmed. As the fight continues, Kim Tae-suk's own features twist into a monstrous snarl, revealing the primal ferocity beneath his calm exterior. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, each impact resonating with raw power, sending bursts of energy rippling through the air. As he connects with a brutal punch to the face, followed by a swift kick, his eyes glow with an almost predatory intensity, reflecting the sheer ferocity of his assault. With a final, overwhelming blow, he sends his opponent violently sprawling through the air. While it seemed as if Cho Yohan had put up a fight in a previous encounter, in the end, this opponent was simply no match for Tae-suk. He stands tall and imposing over the defeated figure, the battle decisively concluded. An observer watches in stunned silence, before finally exclaiming, "He won! Tae-suk won!" The other students erupt in cheers, relieved to be out of the game, while one watches in disbelief. As Yohan stands nearby, a hand reaches out, perhaps in a gesture of concern or warning. Kim Tae-suk, however, remains focused, his thoughts echoing that even in the end, he couldn't hold back his anger, his hand gripping a knife, ready to strike. He plunges it into his opponent, the force of the blow emphasized by the narrator's observation that he wasn't able to hold back his anger and took him down with a knife. A primal snarl twists his features, as he delivers multiple, consecutive hits, 7 times in rapid succession. He couldn't knock him out, leaving the opponent defeated but still conscious beneath his gaze. He had become the undisputed leader of SPAC High, but the news now reaching him was unsettling. Someone was coming back. As if confirming his fears, Park Wasu relayed the message, dismissing the details but emphasizing the core fact. He was back, and not alone. Kim Tae-suk listened intently, his expression unreadable. The news hit Park Wasu with a jolt, a sudden realization dawning on him. Kim Tae-suk confirmed the unsettling truth, stating simply that Jo Yohan had returned. Park Wasu's concern deepened, knowing that Yohan never operated alone. The implication hung heavy in the air, as Kim Tae-suk added the final, crucial detail. Wang Dam was also with him. Park Wasu's eyes widened in disbelief, the timing of their return completely unexpected, prompting a desperate plea for clarification. Meanwhile, Hayanunim grappled with the broader consequences, wondering about the other factions and the potential for this news to destabilize everything. As the discussion continues, Park Wasu suggests they handle the situation with Jo Yohan and Wang Dam as quietly as possible, believing any overt action would only lead to more chaos. Kim Tae-suk considers this, his gaze fixed on the table before him, pondering if that means they must make their move before the opposition does. Elsewhere, hands are meticulously washed, a quiet moment of cleansing or preparation, as if to signify a fresh start or a deliberate act. Young Da-won, his long hair pulled back, reflects on the situation, aware that no one truly knows the whereabouts of Young Da-won. His left eye glows with an unsettling blue light as he considers the impossibility of him not missing someone, especially with the monster by his left eye. Later, sitting with Hyuntae, Young Do-won admits he can't discern if he is being serious or not, speculating that perhaps only one of the people who saw him has been killed. He looks down, acknowledging that he wouldn't listen to anyone now, but there's an unspoken weight to his words. A subordinate expresses concern, questioning the point of taking such a risk, knowing that Young-hwan would also come after them. Young Do-won stares at his phone, a sigh escaping him as he wonders if he is now with someone he can't even take care of, concluding that he should be the one to look after him. The people here are truly frustrating. Wang Dam thinks, his eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity, before he challenges aloud, right? Wang Dam looks up at the taller figure before him, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. Young Do-won, however, simply questions his presence, wondering aloud since when he had become so considerate of the people around them. A chilling smile spreads across Wang Dam's face, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, as if offering a dark concession. His expression hardens, the smile vanishing as he declares that the time for pleasantries is over. Young Do-won, now in a different setting, recognizes him, asking if he was the one involved in the small fight and if he had laughed at the situation. Wang Dam dismisses the accusation, claiming he heard nothing, before reminding Do-won that the construction area is off-limits. The menacing smile returns to Wang Dam's face, his eyes glowing red once more, as he implies that the area is usually deserted at that hour. Young Do-won explains his own nature, stating he's not one to talk, and questions if Wang Dam can hear anything when he fights, suggesting he's being considerate. Wang Dam's eyes burn with an intense red glow, his smile widening into a chilling grin, as he reveals he has been quietly observing Do-won and asks if he feels better about himself now. Wang Dam's face contorts in a grimace, the impact of a sudden blow sending shockwaves through him. Young Do-won, having delivered the strike, stands over him, a casual oi, escaping his lips as Wang Dam reels from the force. With a sneer, Young Do-won demands to know if he'd flushed the toilet, his tone dripping with contempt. Despite the assault, Wang Dam's eyes begin to glow with an ominous red light, his gaze fixed upward with an unsettling intensity. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk plays on his lips, a quiet heh, escaping him as the red glow in his eyes intensifies. Young Do-won, clearly annoyed by the lack of reaction, grabs Wang Dam by the collar, lifting him off the ground while muttering about the nuisance he presents. Still held aloft, Wang Dam's red eyes remain fixed on his aggressor, his voice calm as he asks about the construction site being off-limits to the school. Young Do-won, turning to leave, warns him not to be late, threatening death if he is even a minute behind, before declaring his departure. As Young Do-won walks away, Wang Dam, his back to the viewer, casually reminds him to flush the toilet, a soft click echoing in the empty hallway. He watches from the shadows, a quiet intensity in his gaze, as the words echo in his mind. I wasn't the one inside the stall. Meanwhile, Young Do-won, his face partially obscured by a mask, demands confirmation. Isn't that right? Wang Dam's brow furrows, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he internally grapples with the situation. I don't know what that bastard is thinking. His eyes, sharp and focused, betray a deeper resolve, but my business comes first. Young Do-won's expression hardens, his voice a low warning. If you get in the way. A door clicks open, and a figure turns, walking away with a rustle of clothing. He moves through the city streets, his face hidden beneath a dark hood. Passing a building marked with the number 3-5, he continues his silent journey, until his steps finally halt. A quiet observation escapes him, noting that while he was gone, a massive leak must have occurred somewhere. He watches from a distance, having been away for quite some time. Lim Gun-hyun stands nearby, as the hooded figure remarks on his unpleasant expression, suggesting it's as if he's seen his own reflection. Cho Yohan, startled, questions his return. As he walks away from the school, Wang Dam reflects on the situation, knowing that everyone must be aware of what has transpired there. Yet, he muses, who among them would dare to claim ignorance of his perceived status as trash? His expression hardens as he considers how they are all acting as if he is truly gone. A glint in his eye, he challenges them silently, wondering if they truly missed him. A chilling grin spreads across his face, hinting that there is a deeper reason behind his return. His eyes glow with fierce determination as he declares, he will be the one to ask the questions now. Lim Gun-hyun, taken aback by this sudden shift, demands to know why he is being treated this way, just because some time has passed. Yohan, visibly shocked and angered, lashes out, calling him an ungrateful bastard. His frustration mounts as he questions how Wang Dam, who once believed in the law of the strongest, is now throwing away his ideals and scheming. He acknowledges the truth in the words spoken, even as he stands at the forefront of the current situation. For a time, he had believed that by following the rules, everything would fall into place. He felt the same way when Kim Tae-suk rose to become the leader, and when his own beliefs began to waver. However, he now realizes he has not once abandoned his core beliefs, not even when Kim Tae-suk became the leader. He had always believed in the victory of the strong, in the triumph of the powerful among them. If there is no order in this place, he muses, it will inevitably devolve into chaos every single day. Even if they are among themselves, in the end, they must not allow outsiders to interfere, especially within the confines of their school. A man with a blindfold covering his eyes stands in a tense silence, his thoughts echoing the accusation. But you, who were supposed to be my comrade. His voice, filled with disbelief, continues. Used a knife just because you lost? His face contorts in anger as he adds, and sold us out to outsiders. The blindfolded man's fury is met with a calm, almost amused expression from a white-haired figure in the background, who simply asks, So who are you to call me a traitor? The white-haired man's smile widens slightly as he muses. Is begging too much? Shall we move to the main event? With a casual stride, the white-haired man begins to walk away, his voice carrying back, All right, I was planning on it anyway. A soft chuckle escapes him as he continues, Kiki, this is starting to get really interesting. The blindfolded man's eyes, now glowing with an ominous red light beneath his covering, narrow in fierce determination as he challenges. Then, shall we see? His gaze intensifies, a silent promise of retribution hanging in the air as he thinks, how much you've changed since before. Above the bustling city, the sky stretched wide and clear, overlooking a sprawling construction site where new structures reached for the clouds. Inside one of these nascent buildings, a lone figure stood, a silent sentinel. Wang Dam, his expression unreadable, seemed lost in thought. Before finally speaking, his voice echoing in the empty space. I was waiting for you. I was wondering why you weren't coming. A faint smile touched his lips as he added, It's a relief, addressing the unseen individual as Wang Dam. The other man, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, retorted, You're both with each other. I told you, didn't I? Wang Dam, unfazed, simply stated, that I can make things a little more interesting. The red-eyed man in the background let out a frustrated cry. His face contorted in anger, the red-eyed man, now wearing dark sunglasses, accused. You two-faced look alike. What nonsense are you going to keep spouting? The scarred man, his eyes hidden behind dark lenses, impatiently demands a fight, urging his opponent to hurry. He then questions if the other can truly not feel the profound similarity between them. Wang Dam, observing the man, acknowledges a shared loneliness, a commonality he thought was unique to himself. Yet, he dismisses the notion, wondering if the aggressor truly cannot comprehend the depth of his own words. With a sudden surge of dark energy, the aggressor plunges downward, initiating his attack. A sharp, metallic glint appears as he vows to prove his point through sheer force. But before his strike can land, a swift counterattack connects with a sharp impact. The aggressor is sent reeling, shocked and disoriented by the unexpected force. Wang Dam, with a knowing look, reflects on the man's surprising strength, yet warns himself not to trust it. He reflects on his past, acknowledging that his current strength stems from not having to fight everyone himself. Now, facing a new challenge, he demonstrates his fighting style, inviting his opponent to attack. The aggressor, his face contorted in determination, clenches his fist, preparing to strike. He lunges forward, initiating his attack with fierce speed. But before the blow can land, Wang Dam moves with impossible swiftness, a blur of motion as he evades and counters. His fist connecting sharply with the aggressor's face, leaving him stunned. Wang Dam follows up instantly, delivering another powerful strike. A decisive kick then sends the aggressor reeling. His face bruised and a trickle of blood escaping his lips, as he struggles to comprehend what just happened. Wang Dam stares down at his opponent, a challenging question hanging in the air, wondering if he would even dare to respond to such a provocation. His face, shrouded in shadow, betrays nothing but a cold, calculating intensity as he waits for the inevitable reaction. The aggressor's eyes, sharp and upturned, dart upwards in a mixture of surprise and defiance. But before he can even formulate a thought, Wang Dam moves with blinding speed, his arm ablur as he closes the distance. His hands expertly grip a thin, flexible weapon, stretching it taut with a sharp, tearing sound. Then, with a powerful impact, he brings it down upon the aggressor, the force echoing with a resounding crash. The opponent is left stunned, held firmly by Wang Dam as the weapon falls to the ground with a dull thud. But the fight is far from over as Wang Dam's hand snaps out to retrieve the weapon, gripping it once more with a decisive thwack. The aggressor's face contorts in wide-eyed shock and a silent gasp, the thin weapon now menacingly close. A sharp impact rings out, leaving the aggressor reeling from the force of the blow. His eye wide with shock, he struggles to comprehend the situation, questioning the identity of his attacker. Wang Dam, weapon still in hand, responds with a dismissive tone, finding it annoying that his opponent acts as if they know him. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he muses on the arrogance of people, especially those who hold such thoughts even when their lives are threatened. His smile widens into a monstrous, terrifying grin, emphasizing the stark difference in their understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, the other aggressors recall their harsh training, where the mantra, if we don't kill, we die, was drilled into their heads. The aggressor's eye glows with a fierce red, acknowledging the profound truth in Wang Dam's words, a feeling similar to his own past experiences. Calmly, Wang Dam probes further, asking if his opponent has also gone through similar teachings. His chilling smile returns as he delivers the final, unsettling question. The people around you started dying, right? The chilling words about those he held dear echo, causing the young man's hand to clench into a tight fist, his knuckles white, with suppressed rage and terror. His face contorts in a mixture of fear and fury as he finally snaps, retorting that there's a limit to how much one should say. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air, as Young Do-won looks down with a sneer, wondering what could possibly be wrong with the situation before him, finding it utterly disgusting. He warns someone not to touch the subject of his disdain, telling them to let go, as whispers about the child's origins begin to circulate. The distressed face of a young child fills the frame, as the cruel truth is revealed. They say he is the child of a serial murderer. A single, wide eye, filled with fear and desperation, reflects the harsh judgment. The voice continues to press, asking how it is any different from being dead, if the child keeps denying the inescapable truth. Observing the scene, Wang Dam's eyes widen slightly, a quiet "what?" escaping him as he processes the shocking revelation. Suddenly, a crushing force erupts, shattering the air with a violent impact. The blow sends him skidding across the ground, his body tumbling from the sheer momentum. But before he can even settle, Wang Dam springs back to his feet, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. He moves with blinding speed, a dark blur closing the distance in an instant. Launching himself into the air, he delivers a powerful kick to the opponent's chest. The impact sends the figure reeling, as Wang Dam continues his relentless assault. He stands over the downed assailant, his breathing heavy but his gaze unwavering. With a surge of power, his fist glows crimson as it connects squarely with the opponent's face. The impact sends a spray of blood into the air, the figure's head snapping back violently. He delivers a brutal, crimson-tinged blow, sending his attacker reeling. His gaze remains sharp, a fierce determination etched across his face. The hooded figure, momentarily stunned, attempts to regain composure. But the relentless assault continues, another powerful strike landing squarely. The force of the impact sends the assailant skidding violently across the ground. Disoriented and wide-eyed, the hooded figure struggles to comprehend the speed of the attack, as Wang Dam closes the distance once more. A final, devastating kick connects, launching the assailant through the air. He watches, his expression unwavering, as the fight concludes. Then, turning his back on the discarded cloak of his defeated foe, Wang Dam walks away, leaving the silence of his victory behind. Having just concluded his confrontation, Wang Dam stands atop a building, observing a discarded iron pipe, noting its completion. A rhythmic tapping sound accompanies his steps as he turns away from the scene. His gaze is distant, a faint scratch marring his cheek, as if lost in thought. Each deliberate step echoes the quiet determination within him. He continues his solitary walk, the urban landscape stretching out before him. A flicker of curiosity crosses his features as he ponders the true nature of his abilities, wondering if they are truly as unique as he perceives. A slight smirk plays on his lips, challenging the unspoken doubt, as he asserts his inherent specialness. Leaning against a wall, a serene smile graces his face, acknowledging the immense power that resides within him. His left eye flares with an intense, electric blue light, a stark revelation of his true self, not merely a person, but something more, a monster. A child's voice echoes in his mind, questioning his very being. If you don't know me, you'll end up dying as a mere prey. The same young voice continues, this is how it is. The child's voice explains the harsh truth. That's why we've been suffering all this time. That's why we were chosen. His eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, Wang Dam understands the reason, because he recalls the profound feeling of being set apart. We were isolated. And the profound loneliness that followed, and felt alone. A stern, internal command rings out, solidifying his resolve. Don't try to become a prey, Wang Dam. Suddenly, another voice cuts through his thoughts, offering a stark choice. Remain a predator with me. His glowing gaze fixed on the speaker, Wang Dam acknowledges the presence. Hey you. You're the only one who can see me. It's time to wake up, really. Dong Hoon. He glares, his face contorted in frustration, as if hearing an unbearable truth. Young Do-won's gaze is sharp, a slight smirk playing on his lips, challenging the other's perception. The young man's eyes widen slightly, a defensive edge in his voice as he pushes back against the comparison, dismissing the idea of being understood, then adding a bitter note about not being chosen. While Young Do-won's calm demeanor offers a stark warning about the path ahead. A resigned sigh escapes the young man, acknowledging the futility of resistance, yet a deeper disappointment lingers. But then his eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow, a silent, powerful declaration. The air crackles with raw energy, a violent surge of power erupting from him. As the crimson light intensified around him, Young Do-won, observing the profound shift, simply stated that it could no longer be helped. He continued to watch as Wang Dam's form seemed to solidify, the raw energy settling into a new, terrifying presence. And the young man, his eyes now burning with an unholy red glow, began to speak, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. He declared that if one truly wished to be prey, then he had no choice but to comply with that desire. A manic grin spread across his face, his glowing eyes wide with a terrifying acceptance, as he fully embraced the monstrous nature within. His hand clenched tightly around an unseen object, the motion swift and decisive. Looking down, his crimson gaze unwavering, He continued his chilling monologue. With a tone of absolute finality, he declared that it was all over. His eyes still burning with an infernal glow, he added a final, emphatic statement, making it clear that this was his definitive stance. A chilling realization dawns on Wang Dam, his eyes widening as a voice echoes in his mind. From the start, the prey was actually you. His bloodied face contorts in shock as the question forms, when did he? The internal turmoil manifests as a grotesque, bloody visage, before he is violently thrown through the air, only to land with a determined gaze, his bloodied face now set with resolve. He rises to face Yung Da-won, who stands ready for combat. Yung Da-won lunges first, launching a swift, close-quarters attack. But before the blow can land, Wang Dam intercepts, his hand clamping down on Yung Da-won's wrist, his eyes now glowing a fierce crimson. With a surge of power, he flings Yung Da-won away, sending him hurtling through the air. Wang Dam, having been thrown, pushes himself up from the ground, his gaze fixed on Yung Da-won. Yung Da-won stares back, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he asks, "You're still alive?" But Wang Dam's eyes now burn with a fierce red glow as he declares, "I'm not the same as before." Enraged, Yung Da-won lunges forward, swinging a heavy metal pipe with all his might, aiming to crush his opponent. Wang Dam meets the assault with an unwavering, predatory stare, his red eyes burning brighter. And with a single hand, he effortlessly catches the pipe mid-swing, stopping Yung Da-won dead in his tracks. His glowing red eyes reflect a chilling, absolute resolve. He reaches out a hand, a dark energy swirling around it, as a question echoes in his mind. Was he truly not special, even though he already knew this truth? A grimace twists his features as he wonders, why then did he have to endure such agonizing pain? His fist clenches, dark energy crackling around it, as he admits he never wanted any of this. Tears well in his eye, the question repeating itself, did he truly have to go through such pain? A voice inside him screams that Wang Dam is lying, that there's no way the pain he experienced was meaningless. As a fiery aura erupts around him, a single word escapes his thoughts. His eye now glows with a furious red light, uttering, "Disgusting." His hands clench, knuckles white, as a dark energy swirls around them. A chilling thought echoes, declaring that those who are not special will be hunted. A monstrous visage forms, eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity, as the thought continues, only those who are special. His own face contorts into a snarl, eyes burning crimson, as he embraces a new, darker resolve. If it is disgusting, then he will become something even more so. The single, stark command reverberates through his mind, kill. Someone watches, their eyes wide with dawning horror. As Wang Dam stands over a fallen figure, his suit splattered with blood, his eyes still glowing a malevolent red. He brings his foot down with brutal finality. Looking down at the broken form, a single word escapes his lips, tinged with a chilling question. He questions his own journey, wondering if all the pain he silently endured was for naught. His face contorts into a monstrous visage as he ponders, if coming this far only means he is truly his father's failure. He considers the possibility, if someone could ever truly love him. If he isn't special, then what is left? Looking down, a new resolve hardens his expression, as he moves with renewed purpose, declaring his intent to become stronger. His eyes now glowing with a fierce red light, he acknowledges that his dream was brief, but still meaningful. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, it was still nice to have that dream. With a powerful, decisive motion, Wang Dam brings his foot down with crushing force. He unleashes a devastating kick, connecting with his opponent's face in a blur of motion. The impact sends Yung Da-won reeling, leaving him stunned and disbelieving. Wang Dam's foot slams against the ground, his eyes burning with fierce determination as he prepares for the next strike. He launches himself forward once more, delivering another swift, mid-air kick. His gaze sharpens, a crimson glow emanating from his irises as he focuses his power. The kick connects, sending Yung Da-won tumbling to the ground. Yung Da-won, now on his knees, can only exclaim how much better his opponent's kicks have become, while Wang Dam retorts, questioning if he was merely toying with him all this time. Without hesitation, Wang Dam follows up with a brutal punch, his fist slamming into Yung Da-won's face with a sickening crunch. Standing over his defeated foe, Wang Dam's voice is cold as he asks if that was the extent of his strength. Yung Da-won's brow furrows in frustration, his voice laced with disbelief as he declares that his opponent is utterly unprepared. Standing outside the school, Wang Dam turns his back, musing aloud that he had expected something more interesting, a sentiment Yung Da-won echoes with a sigh. Da-won's confusion deepens, his eyes wide as he questions if this meager display is truly all that was prepared, wondering why he was called to school just to see a backpack. A sinister smile spreads across Wang Dam's face, his eyes obscured by shadow, as he points out that Da-won came alone. He continues, his voice a low, dangerous rumble, pondering if the interesting individual is already within his grasp, and dismissing the act of putting all one's eggs in a single basket as foolish. The realization dawns on Yung Da-won, his eye widening in shock as the implication of Wang Dam's words sinks in, a silent gasp escaping him. Wang Dam, his white hair stark and his red eyes glowing, smiles confidently, declaring that he had already anticipated such opportunities, and that they only offered him false hope. Young Do-won stares back, utterly bewildered, muttering a confused what? As Wang Dam's chilling words continue to unfold. Under the neon glow of the city at night, Wang Dam's voice carries, resolute and unwavering, as he proclaims his absolute self-reliance, refusing to depend on anything or anyone. Whatever possibilities lay before them, he declares, will be taken into account before the day passes. Elsewhere, a man with spiky blonde hair and a scarred face glares with glowing eyes, while others in the crowd simply observe. A young woman looks on with a gentle expression, while a young man with dark hair seems lost in thought, his gaze distant. The woman asks if he's in trouble, but he quickly denies it, though his expression remains troubled. She presses him gently, inquiring if his mother is still looking for him. He deflects again, asking why he can't play with others, as a small hand reaches out, a child's voice suggesting they have fun together. The young man gently admonishes Jaina, telling her not to ask strangers to play, but the child insists he seems bored. Jaina's mother intervenes, reassuring him that everything is fine. He explains that it's because their little Do-won likes to be alone. A memory of young Do-won flashes, smiling broadly, as he adds that Do-won is often so helpful, always offering to assist. Jaina's mother greets him warmly, and he responds, asking if she's doing well today, while the mother tells Jaina not to bother him. She then suggests to Jaina that they should get going, reminding her to say goodbye. Jaina, looking up at him, waves her small hand in a cheerful goodbye. As Jaina's mother turns to leave, she asks him about his relationship with the girl. He hesitates for a moment before simply stating that they are just friends. He asks with a slight smile, wondering if the girl is considered a friend. His expression remains light as he repeats the query, a friend? The other young man's face contorts in a sudden, sharp anger, his voice rising in disbelief as he demands, what friend? He looks away, his tone softening as he clarifies, she isn't really a friend, but just a classmate. A thoughtful hum escapes him, his expression shifting as he processes the implications. Wang Dam observes his companion, acknowledging the statement with a simple, I see. A faint, almost unsettling smile spreads across the young man's face as he murmurs, my father. His eyes lift, and dark, swirling energy begins to emanate from him, a silent, powerful aura surrounding his form. A chilling voice echoes through a fragmented memory, promising a return in 10 years, demanding something be filled up by then, as one figure walks away from another fallen on the ground. The scene shifts to a stark, black canvas, where a chilling declaration hangs in the air, is a serial murderer. A distorted, screaming face emerges from the darkness, trapped inside the fiery flames. Another fragmented thought pierces the unsettling vision, muttering for God, who's disappeared. A young man, his eyes wide with terror, clutches his chest, a faint clanking sound accompanying his silent scream. Another figure, desperate and reaching out, pleads for a water, and begs to be saved. A hooded figure, head bowed in anguish, repeats a desperate please. PLB, please. Suddenly, Young Do-won's eyes snap open, a soft thud accompanying his abrupt awakening as he realizes he woke up early. His gaze drifts upward, a quiet reflection forming in his mind. I guess it was about time. Then, a resonant voice, or perhaps a deep-seated thought, echoes, now, son. The fragmented dream continues, a hand suddenly appearing, clutching a gun, its barrel aimed with chilling intent. A young Do-won stares wide-eyed, his face contorted in terror, as a voice demands, what are you looking at? A woman's face emerges from the darkness, her smile unsettlingly calm as she reassures him, it's fine. Just do as you've been told this far. His terrified eye reflects the scene, as the voice continues its manipulative tone. I've taught you many times, right? A hooded figure appears, and a desperate plea escapes him. How much longer are you just going to watch and let them take everything? The hooded figure hesitates, then offers a chilling justification. Why? I don't know if I want to kill them. The same blood flows in other people too. The woman's face returns, her expression accusatory as she asks, did they make you cry? There is no reason. Her eyes intensify, declaring, this is purely Hunt. He can only respond with a confused, what? The young Do-won's face is still etched with fear as a voice, presumably his father's, echoes, son, we're special. And keep this in mind. A young face contorts in terror, eyes wide and mouth agape, as a chilling voice echoes, reminding him of those who are not special. The shadowy figure's glowing eyes pierce the darkness, asking if he isn't tempted by the weak, warning him to avoid becoming prey himself. Then, a stark command rings out, as a hooded figure stands over a prone body, simply stating, kill. The victim's muffled screams echo, a desperate, choked sound of pure agony. Young Do-won's face, shadowed by his hood, remains grim, his expression unreadable as the memory unfolds. A hand ignites a lighter, its small flame flickering, and a voice expresses a quiet disappointment. The manipulative woman appears, her dark hair framing her face, her words a cold instruction, if you want to show mercy. Her hand, still holding the lighter, now glows with a sinister red light, as she urges him not to hesitate, lest he suffer the same fate. The dream culminates in a terrifying vision, Young Da-won, transformed, stands with massive dark wings and glowing red eyes, a crimson aura radiating from him as he looms over another fallen figure, a guttural growl escaping his throat. He feels a chilling presence, a shadowy hand reaching out as a voice whispers, "But you don't feel unnecessary pity, do you?" The voice continues, its words twisting his thoughts. "She was going to die anyway, like those people I killed before. You aren't thinking of showing mercy, are you?" A silent scream tears through him. As he sees himself, eyes glowing crimson, holding a figure in his grasp, the voice still urging him on, "Kill them. Don't show mercy to those who aren't special." His own face, distorted by the dream's influence, reflects the horror of the command. A single, burning red eye staring out from the depths of his nightmare. As the internal struggle intensifies, sweat beading on his brow. His hand trembles, a weapon perhaps in his grasp, as a desperate plea escapes him. "Sorry, Dad. I can't." With a final, resolute surge of will, his red eyes still burning, he declares, "I can't do it." As the dream continues, a faint, mocking sound begins to echo, and his eyes snap open, a chilling, drawn-out laugh filling the void. The sound intensifies, a cacophony of puha as the world around him dissolves into a chaotic swirl of red and black, a fiery abyss consuming his vision. He struggles against the oppressive vision, his eyes wide with terror as a sharp, cracking sound, "Jiok Jiok," reverberates, as if reality itself is fracturing. Overwhelmed, he can only scream out, "D-Dad." The fiery chaos around him intensifies with a wererok sound, consuming his form, leaving him questioning the very nature of his torment. Again, the ominous "Jiok Jiok" echoes, the sound of his dream world tearing apart. His face is a mask of pure terror, engulfed by the swirling red energy, trapped within the nightmare. His body convulses, surrounded by the same chaotic aura, the dream's torment manifesting physically. Then, with a sudden, sharp PA sound, his eye snaps wide open, a final, shocking jolt. He lies unconscious in a hospital bed, medical tubes connecting him to life-sustaining machines. A memory flashes back to a time when he and Gina were miraculously saved from a disaster, but upon waking, the police immediately questioned him about the whereabouts of another. Though he couldn't reveal anything, the evidence quickly mounted, and the other was soon caught. Gina had been spared the worst, shielded by his own body from most of the debris, but the cost was immense. He could only watch, helpless, as the consequences unfolded. The other man, his friend, slowly died in agonizing pain. Tears streamed down his face as he questions if this suffering is a direct result of his own self-rejection. To find happiness, or even to explain why he can't be happy, how much can he truly believe in himself? As a figure stands over his hospital bed, he wonders if he was truly chosen for this fate. Lost in a swirling vortex of self-doubt, Young Da-won's mind races, questioning his very existence. If it were true, then why does he feel so utterly worthless, so undeserving of anything good? The question echoes in his mind, a desperate plea for understanding. His face contorts in anguish, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of guilt. A silent, internal cry escapes him, a desperate whisper for release. His hand reaches out into the void, seeking something, anything, to anchor him. Amidst the swirling darkness of his thoughts, he yearns for someone to provide an answer, a reason. Suddenly, a firm, warm hand grasps his own, pulling him back from the precipice of despair. His eyes snap open in shock, as the touch grounds him in the present. A sharp, unexpected impact sends Young Da-won reeling, his body twisting in the air as he struggles to comprehend the sudden assault. A pained gasp escapes him, the force of the blow stealing his breath. He tumbles backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Lying stunned, he groans as a figure looms over him, the identity of his attacker now clear. Wang Dam stares down at him, his expression cold and unforgiving. Before Young Da-won can even react, Wang Dam delivers another brutal punch directly to his face. His teeth bared in a snarl, Wang Dam demands to know if he truly wishes to die. Both men stand, panting heavily, their anger still palpable in the tense silence. As the confrontation escalates, Young Da-won simply acknowledges the situation, a single word escaping his lips. Before he can react further, Wang Dam's fist connects with brutal force, a sharp impact across his face. The force sends Young Da-won's head snapping back, blood spraying from the impact. His face is already bruised and bleeding, the marks of the assault stark against his skin. Wang Dam's hand then grips his face, holding him in place as he speaks, a harsh exhale accompanying his words. He stares down at the battered young man, his voice laced with a challenging question about his ambitions. Lying on the ground, Young Da-won responds, admitting his uncertainty about world conquest, but asserting his clear understanding of the other's hatred and recalling a past promise. Wang Dam simply looks down, a questioning sound escaping him. Young Da-won continues, revealing a long-held observation about his attacker, something he had always noticed while watching him. Young Da-won, his face still bruised, continues to speak, acknowledging that his instincts once told him Wang Dam was not like him. Yet now he wonders why the other man is so different from him. Wang Dam, his own face marked by the fight, searches for an answer, a reason for this perceived disparity. Young Da-won, his gaze unwavering, delivers a cutting truth. If his thoughts can still form, it is only because Wang Dam is weak. Wang Dam's form darkens, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light as a menacing aura flares around him, declaring that all the blame for this confrontation will fall upon Yung Da-won. Yet, a flicker of surprise crosses Wang Dam's face, as if Yung Da-won's words have struck a deeper chord. Yung Da-won, a faint smile playing on his lips, continues his internal monologue, musing that Wang Dam is not special, and perhaps there is more to it than that. Wang Dam's expression shifts, his mind grappling with the idea of not being special, a thought he realizes he had already known. A memory surfaces, showing a younger Wang Dam and Yung Da-won together, as the former silently acknowledges his own lack of exceptionalism. He grapples with the thought, a shadowy, distorted version of himself reflecting his inner turmoil, that he is not like him. His hand clenches, the memory of a voice echoing in his mind. Someone, a younger version of himself, tears streaming down his face, pleads, "Tell me that." But even then, as a young Jaina looks up at him, he couldn't accept the words, thinking, "Don't look down. I'm not believing those words. If I don't have it, no one does it." Back in the present, a sinister smile plays on his lips as he concludes, "But one thing I'm sure of." He continues, his thoughts drifting to abstract concepts. From feelings of guilt, they're just an illusion. A dark, distorted shadow falls over his face as he asserts, "At least that's how I see it." Yung Da-won, observing him intently, breaks the silence. "Wang Dam, huh? How are you so sure of it?" Wang Dam turns his head slightly, his expression unreadable as he replies, "It's just another belief." He considers the nature of his conviction, realizing it isn't something others forced upon him, but rather a belief he himself can fully control. A confident, almost arrogant smile spreads across his face. As he internally questions, isn't that what truly matters? Yet, a flicker of a past memory, a bruised and vulnerable face, suggests a different story. Before he snaps back to the present, declaring to Yung Da-won that he won the fight and saved his life, proclaiming himself a true hero. Yung Da-won, however, remains unimpressed, acknowledging his status as an Omega, but pointing out that just moments ago, he seemed to be struggling. He continues, asserting that even with his tough act, it feels like he's sad. Yung Da-won's observation hangs in the air, confirming his expectations. Meanwhile, a monstrous, shadowy entity with glowing eyes and sharp teeth emerges from the darkness, inviting one to know it a bit better. Yung Da-won turns to Wang Dam, his expression accusatory, demanding to know why he finds the situation amusing. As he and his friend walk away, Yung Da-won continues to lecture, insisting that they should show respect to their senior, believing Wang Dam to be significantly older than them. Wang Dam watches them go, a puzzled expression on his face, muttering to himself about the strange encounter. Later, seated with his friend, Yung Da-won reiterates his point, emphasizing the importance of respecting seniors. Suddenly, a shocking revelation echoes through the bustling city street, causing a collective gasp. Both Yung Da-won and Wang Dam react with wide-eyed astonishment, as an unseen voice exclaims about someone buying dinner every night. Yung Da-won, surrounded by his equally shocked friends, demands to know if they came to witness his humiliation, questioning their loyalty and whether they truly wish to see him beaten by a senior. His surprise quickly turns to a new realization, as he wonders if Wang Dam is simply strange, before correcting himself that they are, in fact, the same age. Wang Dam, processing this unexpected information, ponders the possibility that the other young man could be his twin brother. A young female student gasps, her eyes wide with surprise. Meanwhile, Wang Dam's expression hardens, a faint scar visible on his cheek as he processes the unfolding situation. Elsewhere, Yung Da-won and his friends exchange confused glances, a collective "huh" escaping them as they try to make sense of the commotion. Amidst a bustling crowd, Yung Da-won's friend exclaims, wondering aloud if the source of all this attention must be incredibly handsome. Clutching his phone, Wang Dam's inner thoughts echo with fierce determination, a silent vow that he cannot afford to lose. In the school hallway, a group of students gossips, one declaring their intent to buy a building and send it to their owner, while others question the strange behavior of Renee and attribute it to Wang Dam. The young female student from earlier suddenly cries out, her surprise turning into an urgent exclamation. An imposing, muscular man in a suit addresses someone with a stern, yet seemingly kind, tone, remarking that Yuna must be kind. The young female student's eyes widen in utter shock, as she recognizes the man as Han Diakyu. Han Diakyu, his expression unyielding, questions a student, asking if they recognize him, receiving an immediate, deferential affirmation. He then turns his attention to Yuna, demanding to know why she's acting so familiar with her, before harshly declaring, "Bitches that aren't involved, get lost." A sigh escapes him, his disdain clear as he mutters, "I hate troublesome things." But before he can act on his words, a sudden, unseen force causes him to flinch back. His aggressive declaration still hanging in the air as Yuna watches, wide-eyed and stunned. Her shock quickly morphs into pure terror, a silent scream tearing through her as her eyes widen in abject fear. Just as Han Diakyu prepares to strike, a strong hand shoots out, firmly gripping his wrist and stopping him mid-motion. Yuna looks down, her expression a mix of surprise and relief, as a voice challenges Han Diakyu's actions. Hand against the lady? His face contorts in a mix of shock and fury. Han Diakyu's voice cuts through the tension, questioning, Dongwon. Wang Dam's voice carries a hint of disdain, remarking that his opponent flatters himself far too much. Young Do-won looks on, surprised by the sudden shift in tone, as Wang Dam challenges him, asking if he truly believes he can hide from him. His eyes glowing with an ominous red light, Wang Dam's presence intensifies, asserting the vast disparity in their capabilities. Young Do-won recoils slightly, absorbing the weight of the words, as Wang Dam questions the effectiveness of his carefully laid plans, dismissing the numbers of his allies as ultimately useless. With his eyes still burning, Wang Dam declares that all of Young Do-won's efforts were in vain, leaving him stunned and questioning why. Young Do-won turns and walks away, the revelation echoing in his mind. The true Wang Dam has been right beside him all along. Meanwhile, Lim Gukien, his face contorted in rage, curses the arrogant bastard. With eyes glowing with an inner light, he asserts that he never truly considered people like his opponent to be alone. Before he can finish, a heavy foot slams down onto his head, driving him into the ground. The aggressor, a young man with a fierce expression, reveals his identity, calling himself Park Ho-dong. Despite the pressure, Wang Dam's gaze remains fixed upward, his thoughts clear. He can see the true nature of his opponent, and he will hold him back. He realizes that this new foe was one of the leaks, a source of the trouble he's been facing. Park Ho-dong shifts his weight, preparing for another strike. But with a sudden burst of crimson energy, Wang Dam retaliates, striking his attacker with immense force. The impact sends Park Ho-dong flying backward, crashing into a nearby structure. Stunned and surprised, Park Ho-dong can only utter a single word. A crowd of figures stares down at him, one of them wondering aloud who could possibly be so hated. Meanwhile, Ho-dong, still reeling from the unexpected power, finds this situation overwhelming, reflecting on how he once stood at the pinnacle of strength. Lim Gukien, however, expresses his disappointment, reminding Ho-dong that he was supposed to be the one in charge. He continues to berate him, asking if he isn't embarrassed to be so soft as a leak, finding the whole situation problematic. As the criticism echoes, Wang Dam's eyes flare with a fierce red glow, his thoughts turning to the implication that this has nothing to do with the school. Gukien, seemingly oblivious to the rising tension, declares this to be their last chance, ordering them to give him one more opportunity. Ho-dong responds with a chilling, taunting smile, assuring Wang Dam that he won't be able to stop them, finding his talkativeness amusing. Wang Dam, his voice laced with challenge, questions if they came all this way just to yell. His face contorts, his eyes now blazing with a terrifying purple light, as he offers to go to them instead. A young man stands alone, his gaze distant, as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, another student, Park Ho-dong, lets out a frustrated sigh. He wonders aloud, how could someone like Park Dam still be here? His thoughts continue, questioning, that animal, can you still not get rid of him with Park Dam? Nearby, Lim Gukien considers the situation. I wonder what happened to him. He then suggests, shouldn't we go and fight as well? Ho-dong dismisses the idea, stating, he's been comfortably living for a couple of years now. What can two of us even do? As they stand together, another student, Ju Hyungdal, approaches and informs them, they're Pack High guys. He looks at the figure beside him, who then asks if he's also one of them. His expression hardens as he recognizes the individual, recalling their cowardice during Dam's fight and their subsequent betrayal to the school. Ho-dong, sensing the growing numbers, questions how many more will appear, leaving only the two of them to face the situation. The name Cho Yohan echoes as the focus shifts to a building sign for Tyson Gamjetting. Undeterred, Ho-dong suggests they begin. A voice from off-panel interrupts, demanding to know what they are doing. Ju Hyungdal's eyes widen in surprise, wondering who dares to challenge them. A figure in a red jacket walks away from the building, surrounded by falling money, as a chilling philosophy begins to unfold, the reason for making everyone. This figure, now revealed to be Cho Yohan, believes in reducing everyone to filth and trash. Ju Hyungdal's voice cuts through the air, asserting that those who gather in places of weakness are the absolute worst. His foot presses down, a squelching sound accompanying his words, especially those entangled in gangs. He continues, his conviction unwavering, explaining that the guys who can take on others by themselves are true monsters, and it's precisely because of that immense power that they are so terrifying. Ju Hyungdal grips Ho-dong by the collar, forcing him to his knees, his face contorted in distress. Ho-dong screams back, unable to comprehend the disparity, questioning how such a vast difference in strength could exist. Ju Hyungdal's gaze hardens, telling him to just ask the guy himself. His foot once again presses down, a clear act of dominance, as he demands if Ho-dong isn't embarrassed as a man. Suddenly, Young Do-won appears, interrupting the confrontation, and Ju Hyungdal questions his presence, to which Do-won calmly replies that he merely came to deliver a message from above. Ju Hyungdal's anger flares, his words still directed at Ho-dong, insisting that explaining it now is pointless, as he glares at him. Ju Hyungdal continued his relentless assault, his hands glowing with a malevolent red energy as he pressed Ho-dong down, the force radiating from him. Nearby, Other students could only watch, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. As Hodong let out a pained, guttural cry, his teeth gritted against the agony. The aggressor's eyes burned crimson, his face a mask of fury as he declared, "I for an eye." And a searing red impact erupted against Hodong's leg, leaving the victim's face contorted in an expression of utter shock and agony, as if his very soul had been cracked open. Finally, Hodong lay defeated, curled on the ground, while Ju Hyungdal stood over him, the sound of his heavy breathing filling the tense silence. Suddenly, Young Do-won strolled past with a female student, casually remarking, "Not what I'd expect from you guys." His words caused a ripple of shock through the nearby students, who turned with wide eyes and gasps of surprise. Hodong, his face contorted in a furious snarl, bellows orders to the unseen figures around him, demanding they seize the girl. But then, a sudden realization or unexpected turn of events causes his eyes to widen in shock, a gasp escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Hyungdal's hand clamps down on Yuna's wrist, pulling her into a desperate sprint. As they weave through the bustling street, a frantic Hyungdal admits he has no idea what's happening, but the urgency in his voice is clear as they flee from a pursuing crowd. He pulls Yuna along, urging her to hold on, their escape a blur of motion. Hyungdal glances back, then shouts to Yuna, telling her they need to run first. The pair continues their desperate flight through the crowded streets, the shouts of their pursuers echoing behind them. Hodong, now visibly frustrated by the turn of events, curses under his breath. Closing the distance with surprising speed, Hodong shoves Hyungdal from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Cornered in the brightest part of the day, with no way out, Hyungdal finds himself hopelessly entangled in this situation. As Yuna, looking at him with concern, asks if he is her friend. With a sudden surge of resolve, his eyes glowing faintly, he declares his intention to act as a man. Hodong, however, quickly closes the distance, grabbing Hyungdal from behind. A menacing grin spreading across his face as he muses on the reliable source the sheer number of people provides. Despite the setback, Hyungdal and Yuna break free, running desperately through the streets, the mob still hot on their heels, shouting for the hunt. Looking back at his pursuers, Hyungdal demands to know if they caught anyone else on the way. Vowing to protect Yuna, even if it means putting his own back to her this time. Hyungdal's footsteps pound against the pavement as he calls out a name. Meanwhile, a girl with short dark hair confronts Soo-young, demanding to know why she denied their relationship, while Soo-young, looking flustered, tries to pull away. She insists she cannot be seen with her, urging the other girl to follow her instead. Back on the street, Hyungdal continues his desperate flight, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He glances up, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. His gaze lands on a storefront, its sign advertising "Apple is for cut." His foot lands firmly on the ground. As he pushes through the entrance. Inside, a look of profound distress washes over his face. Footsteps echo through the empty halls, as two figures, their heads obscured by horse-like masks, move with a heavy, deliberate pace. Their search continues, the rhythmic thud of their boots filling the silence of the building's interior. One of the masked figures pauses, a bead of sweat tracing a path down its cheek, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another set of footsteps echoes, as Ju Hyungdal moves through a different part of the building. Back with the searchers, one of the masked figures speaks, concluding that their target must have already left. A young female student, her face etched with distress, clutches her head, her thoughts racing with a frantic rhythm. Hyungdal's face contorts in a snarl, a furious red aura flaring around him, his composure shattering under the weight of his emotions. He extends a hand, the red energy intensifying, as if reaching for an explanation or a confrontation. The female student, her eyes wide with shock, challenges him, demanding to know why he didn't fight for the guilty from the very beginning. Still consumed by the fury that had just flared within him, Ju Hyungdal stands over a student already crumpled on the ground, a chilling silence broken only by the victim's pained gasp. Looking up with wide, terrified eyes, the student can only stammer out a question, wondering what has brought this sudden, brutal assault upon him. Before he can even finish, a brutal fist connects squarely with his face, eliciting a choked cry of pain. The force of the blow sends him reeling, as Hyungdal follows up with a powerful kick, sending the student flying across the hallway. His face contorted in a snarl, Hyungdal glares down at the struggling figure, demanding to know why he would dare touch him. Veins bulging in his neck and forehead, his anger reaches a fever pitch, labeling the student a persistent bastard. From the floor, a hand reaches out, the student attempting to retort, "You're the one," before being cut off. Before the words can fully escape, Hyungdal's fist blurs forward, delivering another crushing blow. Meanwhile, from the shadows, another student watches the brutal display, his initial wide-eyed shock giving way to a knowing smirk as he muses that the victim won't manage this alone. Ju Hyungdal's fist connects with a sickening thud, sending the student reeling. As the victim stumbles back, a pained gasp escaping him, Hyungdal sneers, demanding to know if he's protecting someone from the infamous Pyeontaek. His face contorted in a cruel grin, Hyungdal continues his verbal assault, accusing the student of only protecting bitches. Then, with a contemptuous stomp, he grinds his foot into the student's shoe, dismissing his physique as a waste and calling him a fucking simp. A sudden surge of force sends the student slamming against the wall, where Hyundal holds him captive, his voice dripping with menace as he declares, "If I can't hurt you, then I'll hurt someone else, you dumbass." He mocks the student's attempts at resistance, scoffing at his efforts to use grappling techniques, no matter how strong he might be. With a final, brutal intent, Hyundal raises his arm high above his head, poised to strike. The student's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror, his eyes wide with the horrifying realization of what's to come. A powerful impact sends Young Do-won reeling, his face contorted in a silent scream as sweat and tears stream down his temples. Nearby, two students watch in horror, one muttering that the scene feels like something from a childhood television show, a grim spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Young Do-won's body clenches, every muscle screaming as he feels the raw, overwhelming power of the blow, a desperate thought forming about the sheer force he's enduring. The impact sends him flying, his form distorting from the sheer kinetic energy, culminating in a final, explosive blow that echoes through the hallway, as someone cries out for a driver. Young Do-won collapses to the ground with a heavy crash, Ju Hyundal standing triumphantly over his broken form. From the side, Wang Dam watches the scene unfold, a student nearby gasping out Young Do-won's name in shock. With a casual air, Wang Dam reassures the onlookers, explaining that he broke Young Do-won's fall with his knees. Young Do-won lies completely unconscious on the ground, a low groan escaping him. As he explains to Yuna, he has used this power in the past for doing evil deeds. However, he continues. Ju Hyundal, smirking defiantly, had sworn to never use his own power for good. Wang Dam then remarks that Ju Hyundal's muscles aren't too bad, guessing it's because he only ever used them to embarrass others. Im Gukyeon looks on, utterly confused, wondering who Wang Dam is referring to. Meanwhile, Ju Hyundal's body is racked with an unseen agony, red particles erupting from his form. Wang Dam expresses a strange pity for those muscles. Because, he concludes, Ju Hyundal simply can't. Having made his point with Ju Hyundal, Wang Dam looks down, his expression unreadable, as he delivers a final, pointed instruction: use them properly. Below him, a new face appears, that of Huang Minxiab, the Songpa Athletics High Representative, who offers a wide, confident smile. Hodong turns, his voice dripping with disdain as he questions the others, IRM, and Diet. His expression contorted in a sneer, he demands to know just who the hell he's dealing with. Still fixated on the trivial, he repeats his questions about the IRM and the Diet. A mocking smile plays on his lips as he asks, "You don't know?" Then, a booming laugh escapes him, declaring the other's physique amazing and rare. From a distance, Do-won observes the scene, remarking that they are merely pretending not to know, while Dam watches intently, wondering what Hodong is truly doing. Hodong continues his monologue, asserting that his genes have somehow become even more amazing, all thanks to his mindset. He then dismisses the entire conversation with a scoff, calling it trivial matters. Ju Hyundal confides in Wang Dam and Young Do-won, explaining how he lost a school tournament, but quickly dismisses it as unimportant. He then reveals that a friend snapped at him after he said something, while elsewhere, Hodong asserts his authority, declaring that Young Do-won should know he's in charge of his latest scheme, his expression shifting from calm to furious. Meanwhile, another imposing figure, Johan, questions the number of people involved, his muscular back turned as he surveys the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a female student and her friends react with shock and anger, demanding to know what happened to Wang Dam, their concern evident. The scene then flashes back to the incident Ju Hyundal mentioned, as he screams a warning about calling the police, before Hodong's fist connects violently with his face, sending him reeling backward. Back in the present, Hodong's eyes glow with furious red energy, his taunts about showing off turning into a direct threat to break jaws. Undeterred by the escalating violence, the female student steps forward, demanding that the aggressors stop and questioning their relentless pursuit. Now, with a smug expression, Ju Hyundal gives orders, telling someone to cut the back, and warning them that it'll be more trouble if you pay close attention. With an annoyed TCH, he then commands his subordinates to take the female student straight to Young Do-won's confinement, insisting they prevent her from getting her phone. She offers a quiet apology, her gaze cast downward. Ju Hyundal, standing over her, dismisses it with a smirk, promising to see her again, when a sudden, sharp impact sounds. He finds himself on the ground, looking up at Han Diakyu, who demands an answer to his unspoken question. The man presses his foot onto Hyundal's back, demanding to know just who he thinks he is. He questions Hyundal's involvement in affairs that don't concern him, noting his apparent ignorance. Hyundal reacts with surprise, as Diakyu promises he will soon understand. Han Diakyu offers a chilling farewell, hoping they will meet again. Suddenly, his composure shatters, his eyes widening in shock as papers flutter around him. Terror washes over his face, his words catching in his throat as he struggles to comprehend the unfolding situation. A heavy boot descends with crushing force, slamming down onto an unseen target. The sudden, violent impact elicits a shocked cry, as someone gasps out Wang Dam's name, followed by a desperate plea for Yena. The force of the blow tears through clothing and flesh, leaving a bloody, bruised impact across the victim's torso. A guttural cry of pain escapes him, his face contorted in agony. Ju Hyungdol lies crumpled on the ground, severely injured, as the female student and others stare in stunned silence, one of them whispering, "Holy shit." Nearby, Han Deokyu and another man watch the scene unfold, his face pale with terror as he stammers, "Wyon, what's with that? That guy's..." Unconcerned by the chaos he's caused, Wang Dam turns his back to the scene, walking away with an air of undeniable power, clearly operating on a level far beyond any mere high schooler. Han Deokyu and Jung Da-won watch the unfolding chaos, the former lamenting that the others were too weak to handle the situation, suggesting someone named Yena should have been called instead. Meanwhile, Wang Dam, observing the scene, acknowledges the distinction in power, but questions if the level of boy fighting has gone too far. On the ground, Ju Hyungdol, his eyes glowing with furious indignation, screams in a fit of rage, demanding to know what is happening. His strength completely drained from fighting so many opponents, he desperately tries to push through, pleading for someone to help him get by. Han Deokyu, his expression grim, realizes the situation is far more complex than just a simple brawl, acknowledging that the individual they face is on an entirely different level. Wang Dam, walking with a determined stride, reflects on the overwhelming odds, concluding that victory is impossible against such numbers. Suddenly, Han Deokyu receives a call from Yena, who instructs them to retreat if they cannot handle the situation. Wang Dam's eye narrows, confirming his earlier suspicions. With a resolute expression, he declares that he will end things here, leaving his opponent surprised by his sudden resolve. Still reeling from the fight's abrupt start, Hodong accuses him of a crazy bastard move, questioning the fairness of his defeat, but Wang Dam calmly accepts the accusation, stating it's his opponent's loss. He then challenges him, asking if he's annoyed they're fighting again after some time, and simply tells him to surrender. Meanwhile, a phone is held, its screen reflecting the uniform of a student, suggesting a connection to Kang Yena's school. Hodong lets out a frustrated sound, as Wang Dam reminds him he should have been more careful when picking this fight, to which the defeated student retorts that he doesn't know him. Standing over the fallen Hodong, Wang Dam simply instructs him to ask the person next to him, implying a shared history, and Hodong, looking up, realizes the other student seems to know him. A sudden realization dawns on Hodong, his expression shifting to one of shock and dawning comprehension. Still on the ground, Hodong questions why his allies are already coming down, wondering about the fight's outcome. His group, defeated and demoralized, admits their loss, acknowledging they never stood a chance in the first place. Han Deokyu, observing the scene, erupts in anger, furious that some of his men were hurt and failed, yet still referring to them as his Donnie. Wang Dam watches the defeated group, a scoff escaping him as he dismisses their complaints as mere nonsense. Meanwhile, Hodong, still reeling from the loss, tells Cho Yohan that they are leaving, following their leader's orders. As Hodong urges his men to move, Imgukien reacts with a frustrated cry, unable to accept their retreat. Elsewhere, Han Deokyu, his face contorted in rage, berates Ju Hyunmin, demanding to know why they didn't do more. A motorcycle speeds away from the scene, carrying away the remnants of the defeated group. Hodong, alone and overwhelmed, finally gives in to his frustration, accepting their bitter defeat. But Ju Hyungdol, watching the chaos unfold, believes they should have at least attempted something more decisive. Han Deokyu receives a message on his phone, the information confirming his suspicions. As he walks away with Ju Hyungdol, Han Deokyu reveals that the ambush they just witnessed was, in fact, a planned event. He questions the young man, asking if he knew the other guy was acting, and receives a simple confirmation. His expression darkens as he demands to know, "What kind of crazy bastard are you?" Wang Dam then calmly poses a hypothetical, wondering what would happen if someone truly became a crazy bastard, before stating his satisfaction with their fight. A moment of silence hangs between them. Before Han Deokyu continues, musing about the performance they put on and the extent of it, then questioning why they managed to survive. Wang Dam reflects on the way they swallowed their pride, finding the act left a bitter taste in his mouth, leaving him utterly unsatisfied. A sudden realization dawns on him, a quiet, disbelieving whisper escaping his lips. "No way, Wang Dam." As the conversation concludes, the two men walk away from the construction site, leaving the scene behind them. The only thing remaining is the mangled wreckage of a motorcycle, a stark reminder of the ambush's violent conclusion. The remnants of a motorcycle, charred and twisted, lie abandoned. As he surveys the wreckage, a look of surprise and concern crossing his face, a thought about the strongest school passing through his mind. Meanwhile, a young woman, her expression stern, asks if he came from Busan. She replies that she is from Gimhae, adding that it's a waste for people like that punk to mess with others. Elsewhere, Jang Doncheol, a man with a wide, unsettling grin, speaks on the phone. Meanwhile, the young woman sits across from another student, who insists that she can kill and that it's all her money, a statement she quickly refutes. Doncheol's smile fades as he informs someone that they will be kept there for a while, leaving the young woman to look up at him, her eyes wide with shock. Footsteps echo softly on a tiled floor, moving away from an unseen confrontation. Meanwhile, Jang Doncheol's gaze remains sharp, while a young woman, her expression a mix of defiance and resignation, admits, "It's not like I'm such a good person, but I'm from Gimme." A different man, his face etched with a knowing smirk, remarks, "I'm sure we've seen each other in the hallways a couple of times." His thoughts turn to the young woman, wondering, what do you think about her, as his hand firmly grips a phone, the screen displaying a message, "This karaoke is mine." The young woman's mouth opens in a silent gasp, her previous words echoing, "Instead of a punk like you." The man simply responds, "Synonym." Later, Jang Dongcheol stands with Jua, informing him, "My old man says he's returned, so we'll." A narration box highlights his position as the Northeast gangbuck ranked second. His expression hardens as he continues a phone conversation, a sigh escaping his lips as he settles into a chair, instructing, "Well, tell them to take it easy for a while." His eyes narrow, a calculating thought crossing his mind. Was the timing of your report on purpose? He leans back, a casual question hanging in the air as he asks about the situation in other territories. Jua reports that all the students from their school have returned, leaving only those loyal to Cho Yohan. She adds that Cho Yohan is still at the school, along with his cronies. A thoughtful expression crosses Jang Dongcheol's face, finding the situation rather strange. Later, he addresses a young man named Taesuk, who responds with a simple affirmation. Taesuk's gaze is sharp and focused, awaiting further instruction. He acknowledges the situation, confirming the truth of the matter. Elsewhere, Cho Yohan is sent flying through the air, his body tumbling helplessly. He lands hard on the ground, groaning in pain, as Taesuk stands over his defeated form. A sudden, brutal kick connects with a man's face, sending him sprawling. His eyes wide with shock and pain, he can only gasp in disbelief at the unexpected assault. Overwhelmed by a group of figures, some with ominous glowing red eyes, the man finds himself completely at their mercy, unable to comprehend who these attackers are. A white-haired fighter wins back a fist, preparing to strike. And with blinding speed, it connects squarely with Wang Dam's face. The impact drives his feet hard into the ground. But before the white-haired fighter can follow up, Wang Dam retaliates, grabbing his arm and pulling him into a tight grapple. The sudden counterforce slams the white-haired fighter's feet into the floor. Yet, even in the grapple, the white-haired fighter finds an opening, delivering another close-range punch to Wang Dam's face. Wang Dam, unfazed, responds instantly, driving a powerful kick into his opponent's midsection. He then spins, launching into a dynamic follow-up kick. Wang Dam unleashes a furious punch, connecting squarely with his opponent's face, sending a shockwave of impact through the air. But with a swift counter, the white-haired fighter seizes his arm, holding him in place, a frustrated thought escaping him. "I feel so upset." Before delivering a brutal punch of his own, snapping Wang Dam's head back with the force of the blow. Yet, Wang Dam's reflexes are just as sharp, twisting out of the hold and grabbing his opponent's arm. Then unleashing a devastating strike that explodes against the white-haired fighter's midsection. The white-haired fighter recoils, a grim realization dawning on him. He thinks, "I'm being chased." Meanwhile, Wang Dam's expression hardens as he considers the situation, muttering, "These guys." A thought forming in his mind. Although, this is sounding delusional, could it be? His eyes widen in a sudden, furious realization as he screams out a name, Cho Yohan. The white-haired fighter sneers, dismissing his opponent as mere trash, confidently predicting the next move. But before he can react, Wang Dam's leg whips out, connecting with a brutal kick to his side, targeting the left leg. A gasp of surprise and pain escapes the white-haired fighter as the impact registers. For when a counterattack comes, it is then that true habits are revealed. The white-haired fighter loses his footing, leaving him vulnerable and off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dam follows through with a devastating punch, connecting squarely with his face. It's a left hook. His relentless assault continues, his kick slamming into the white-haired leader's leg. The sheer speed of his movements leaving one observer utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what just happened. As the white-haired leader is violently hurled into a nearby car, the impact leaving him dazed and defeated, while onlookers question the attacker's impossible strength. The stunned onlooker can only wonder, had he been analyzed or something similar? Meanwhile, from a distance, Kim Taesuk watches a door slowly open, his eyes widening in utter surprise. His expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as he processes the unfolding event. A group of students, including Ju Hyungdal, also look up in alarm, a heavy thud echoing around them. A group of students stares at Wang Dam, who stands with his back to them, as one of them questions how he ended up in such a state, urging the others to go help him. Among them, Kim Taesuk recognizes a familiar face, identifying him as his friend, Sun Hyunmin. Ju, however, expresses his distrust, believing Hyunmin would be of no help. Yohan, with a stern expression, challenges Hyunmin to come down and face them. Im Gukyeon echoes the sentiment, calling Hyunmin a useless piece of trash. Hodong, however, defends Hyunmin, asking why they are picking on him and telling them to stop messing around. Hwasu agrees with Hodong, while Kim Taesuk admits he's not sure if he can be of any help. He continues, explaining that the only thing he can do is observe, as not knowing how to fight would only make him a burden or increase casualties. Kim Taesuk concludes that he will simply observe their success, unable to offer any direct assistance. He looks down at Wang Dam, whose face is heavily bandaged, and simply says, hey. Then, turning his attention to a new arrival, he questions, Sun Shiwan? You said so. Nearby, Im Gukian, Yohan, and H. Hodong react with surprise, Gukian exclaiming, Ji Gukian. Meanwhile, a dark-skinned young man with an intense gaze holds his composure, his expression unwavering as he begins to speak, uttering, thanks for. He continues, his voice firm, gathering the courage to say such things. Im Gukian, still reeling from the situation, can only manage a choked. Wong. Kim Tae-suk, observing the exchange, ponders, not going to ask him? I don't think I can say anything about him. He continues, reflecting on the complexity of the situation, but I'm not completely sure what happened between him and Wang Dam. We'll be able to help Wang Dam. Im Gukian looks on, his expression a mix of surprise and concern, as he quietly asserts that they are not mere hooligans. Meanwhile, Yohan, his gaze distant, reflects on the situation, believing it unfair to force someone to fight for their school, especially when they are the ones who must stand with Wang Dam. Despite the school's reputation as a gathering place for the worst, as the rumors often suggest, there's a deeper sense of loyalty at play. Kim Tae-suk, looking down at the injured Wang Dam, admits that they themselves dislike the current state of affairs and wish to avoid any actions they might later regret. Meanwhile, Sun Shiwan simply smirks, his expression unreadable but confident amidst the turmoil. H. Hodong, however, appears startled, questioning if he had been mistaken in his previous assumptions. Jua looks down, lost in thought, aware that no one else is truly bearing the cost of their actions. But then a new question arises in his mind. Is he truly so different from the others? He continues his internal reflection, pondering what he has truly been doing with Ju Jae-hyun all this time. Kim Tae-suk, his face etched with self-reproach, finds himself unable to shake the feeling of being utterly self-absorbed. He feels the sting of his own hypocrisy, a silent tear tracing a path down his cheek as he grapples with his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, H. Hodong, with a dismissive smirk, ponders the fate of someone named Kim, believing they deserve to be left utterly alone. Jua, overwhelmed by a sudden flush of emotion, bows deeply, a desperate plea escaping his lips for someone to take care of him. Back with Kim Tae-suk, he acknowledges the secret assistance he received, a network of less than 100 people who provided crucial support. In a classroom, Kim Tae-suk meticulously notes down the weak points he observed during numerous fights, especially focusing on Cho Yohan, who frequently leads his gang into conflict. H. Hodong stands with a grim expression, his thoughts perhaps mirroring the harsh realities of leadership and conflict. Kim Tae-suk reflects on his detailed observations, realizing that these notes ultimately proved to be of immense help. With a satisfied look, he concludes that the situation is better than expected, having formulated a detailed plan targeting the new town entrance to retrieve a bag from the Yohan, utilizing empty trash cans and bags as objects for the operation. Kim Tae-suk, his expression serious, explains to Wang Dam that the information he received was not only looking down on them, but also a weakness. He continues, asking if they are ready to follow his lead, and if they are truly ready to take on Cho Yohan. The plan, he reveals, targets Cho Yohan's weakness, a vulnerability he doesn't even realize he possesses. It's a strategy that puts Tae-suk in an outlier position, allowing him to dodge any counter and strike back effectively. He concludes that the information he provided will be hard to use unless Yohan is cornered. H. Hodong, listening intently, confirms his understanding, stating that he will have to be the one to corner him. Meanwhile, Sun Shirwan addresses his own group of students, telling them they will have to trust him 100%. As they walk away, his words hang in the air, a clear command to his followers. Elsewhere, a figure with messy blonde hair and a purple jacket stands alone, as a voice calls out, Cho Yohan. This is the end of you, a voice snarls, as the white-haired leader dismisses his opponent's efforts as crazy antics and useless bastards. But before he can finish, a sudden, powerful impact echoes through the air, as Wang Dam's fist, glowing with raw power, connects squarely with his face. The force sends the white-haired leader flying backward, crashing to the ground with a pained cry, as Wang Dam stands over him, H. Hodong watching from behind. Without hesitation, Wang Dam winds up for another devastating blow, his fist radiating energy, delivering a brutal punch that sends blood and snot spraying from the leader's face. The white-haired leader's eye stares upward, wide with shock and agony. The white-haired leader is still being violently thrown, the impact echoing through the space, as Hodong watches the brutal display unfold. Despite the overwhelming defeat, he screams in raw defiance, his face contorted in a desperate assertion of his authority. Internally, he vows that everything will be fine once his opponent is gone. He thinks of all he has built, determined to reclaim it once the threat is eliminated. Lying defeated on the ground, he still challenges those around him, questioning their loyalty. Wang Dam, unyielding, steps closer, his presence dominating the scene. He grabs the leader by the collar, a taunt escaping his lips. Suddenly, the white-haired leader's eyes glow with an intense light, a white aura flaring around him as he declares the situation futile, yet hints at a deeper, unfolding plan. Observing from a distance, Kim Tae-suk notices the sudden change and asks a question to an unseen companion. Despite being held firmly by his collar, the white-haired leader's defiance remains unbroken, as Wang Dam warns him to change his ways. His grip unyielding, Wang Dam maintains control over the struggling leader. He continues, asserting that any weakness will be exploited. But in a blur of motion, the white-haired leader breaks free, launching a sudden, furious counterattack. His face contorted with fierce resolve, a surge of power radiates from him. His eye glows with an intense, otherworldly light, a clear sign of his awakened abilities. He delivers a powerful kick, which Wang Dam manages to block, the impact sending dust flying. Mid-air, he continues his assault, declaring his intent to fight until the very end. His next strike connects with an explosive force, a vibrant red aura flaring around the impact. The force of his blow lands with a resounding impact, echoing through the night. He stands triumphant, declaring with cold confidence that it was merely one strike. Meanwhile, a voice cuts through the urban hum, demanding attention from the city's rooftops. The white-haired leader looks down at the defeated figure of Wang Dam, who struggles to respond to the taunt. Is this all you got? Wang Dam's face is a mask of pain and defiance, blood trickling from his nose and mouth as he curses his tormentors. The leader grabs him by the hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze, asserting that no matter how hard he tries, he remains a common warrior. Wang Dam collapses back to the ground, barely able to form words, while the white-haired leader, accompanied by Johan, simply questions his resolve. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit industrial space, three figures discuss their next move, emphasizing the importance of securing the highest level and ensuring their shares. In a different setting, Kim Tae-suk, dressed in a server's uniform, looks troubled as a colleague questions his demeanor while he privately doubts his own capabilities. He glances out a window, deciding to quickly check the surroundings. Meanwhile, a green-haired figure grins, declaring his choice for the cute one with the shorter hair, and assigning his companion the bastard with the shitty mouth. The green-haired figure stands with his red-haired associate, their backs to the viewer. The green-haired figure dismissively mutters, whatever, while Tae-suk looks up, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A sudden, dawning realization washes over Lim Gukyeon's face, his eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, the white-haired leader sprints away, a blur of motion through the urban landscape. As Gukyeon's mind races, a chilling thought solidifying into certainty. This wasn't a mere coincidence. Hodong, observing him with a grim expression, questions if the same amount of time has passed for them all, a silent accusation hanging in the air. But Gukyeon has already seen a way out, his eyes closing as he commits to a desperate plan. His hand shoots out, gripping the white-haired leader's clothing, pulling him into a sharp, twisting dodge. And Gukyeon confirms they've narrowly dodged whatever threat was looming. Hodong's voice cuts through the air, sharp and accusatory, calling out, Lim Gukyeon. Hodong's fist connects with Lim Gukyeon's face, a brutal impact that sends him reeling. The force lifts him off his feet, his body twisting midair from the sheer power of the strike. A raw scream of pain and shock escapes his lips. Before he can even recover, Hodong follows up instantly, grabbing Gukyeon by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. His mind races, a single thought cutting through the pain. He had let his guard down. A grimace of effort crosses his face as he acknowledges Hodong's unexpected strength. Looking down at his captive, Hodong's expression remains dark and resolute. Meanwhile, Gukyeon struggles, his face contorted in a mix of pain and defiance. A sudden, powerful kick sends Hodong reeling backward, the impact echoing sharply. The white-haired leader's gaze remains fixed and intense, his next move already decided, while Lim Gukyeon watches, stunned. Before Hodong can even recover, another aerial kick connects, driving him further into the ground. He cries out in pain as his body slams against the concrete. The aggressor lands with a soft thud, dust puffing around his feet. His stance is firm, ready for the next strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabs Hodong by the collar, lifting him effortlessly from the ground, as Gukyeon looks on in disbelief. A dark, menacing expression settles over his features. Then, a swift punch snaps Hodong's head back, followed by another brutal kick that sends him flying once more. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful blow connecting squarely with Hodong's face. The impact sending him sprawling across the ground, skidding to a halt. Another brutal strike lands, followed by a final, crushing blow that splatters blood. Hodong groans, barely conscious, his mind reeling from the assault. He can only acknowledge the sheer toughness of his opponent's body. The white-haired leader stands over him, dismissing his efforts, stating that he lacks skill and reflection. He observes that Hodong didn't even try to retaliate, never finding an opening. He stands over the defeated figure, a dismissive thought escaping him, that he no longer feels like he's facing a human being. As he surveys the fallen, he considers how small tricks are merely a sign of weaklings, and how everyone depends on such tricks, yet one individual still managed to become king. His gaze hardens, a silent challenge forming in his mind. Did you truly believe it would be the same with me now? He recalls a time when only one person could ever beat him. Picking up his bag, a single word escapes him, foolish. He turns to leave, offering a cold, almost mocking reassurance to the one he's left broken on the ground. Don't worry. He still remembers that only one person could ever beat him. From the dust, a faint, Defiant thought stirs within Hodong. You won't be able to turn back. But the white-haired leader delivers one final, crushing blow, his foot pressing down on Hodong's outstretched hand. A final, absolute judgment echoes in the silence. Wrong from the start. His face contorted in a grimace, he struggles with a profound realization. The words echoing in his mind. We have to be able to fall any better. A pained groan escapes him. He continues, his thoughts heavy. So, for people like us. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk stands by a glass door, observing the world outside. As a stark declaration appears, has to pay for his crimes. Later, the sharp beep of a microwave cuts through the silence, causing Wang Dam to flinch, his eyes wide with surprise, as if startled from a deep reverie. He stands in a school hallway, his back to the viewer, as Jua approaches him with a concerned whisper, Appa. A young Wang Dam, tears streaming down his face, clutches a phone, his voice cracking with desperation. He hangs his head, the sound of the call ending echoing in his ears, a heavy silence falling around him. His eyes widen in a sudden surge of fear as a memory replays, a harsh voice demanding to know if he'd been with those hooligans again. The question lingers, twisting into a deeper, more painful query about his father, leaving him lost in confusion and sorrow. Later, on a bus, his mother watches him with a worried expression, while he stares blankly out the window, still trapped in his thoughts. The memory intensifies, his younger self screaming in anguish, the same accusatory words echoing, demanding an answer. He pleads with his mother, begging her not to strike his father, desperately asking if she understands the state his father is in. With blood on his cheek, his eyes wide with terror, he hears the crushing question, a reminder of his father's identity as a police officer, and the painful query of how long they can continue like this. A hand reaches out, trembling, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A harsh voice echoes in the darkness, demanding to know if he plans on ever growing up. His eye, wide with terror, reflects the overwhelming fear of a child caught in a nightmare. The young boy screams, his face contorted in anguish, as an adult figure looms over him. He reaches out a desperate hand, a silent plea lost in the chaos. His mother's hand grips his hair, pulling him closer as she berates him, accusing him of being just like his father, a failure, while his eyes glow with a pained, unnatural red. Back in the present, Wang Dam's expression is grim, a quiet question forming on his lips. He looks down at something unseen, his thoughts heavy as he prepares to ask a crucial question. Standing before him is a young man with reddish-brown hair, who seems to be talking too much, eliciting a sharp, questioning glance from Wang Dam. Before he can utter another word, Wang Dam grabs Hodong by the collar, silencing his incessant chatter and the concern about a cut on his head. As the dust settles from the recent confrontation, Hodong kneels on the ground, clearly injured, while his companions urge for an ambulance. His face contorted in pain, he struggles to process the overwhelming agony. Nearby, Wang Dam watches, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he mutters about the situation, his companion Tae-suk observing silently. Hodong, meanwhile, clenches his fist, the raw emotion of his defeat boiling over as he slams it down, a desperate cry escaping his lips. His teeth gritted in a silent scream, he questions why things always turn out this way. Wang Dam observes Hodong's outburst, noting to Tae-suk that he remains weak despite his strength, a sentiment Tae-suk echoes. A voice from off-panel urges Hodong to regain consciousness, his eyes still unfocused and distant. Tae-suk gently supports the injured Hodong, explaining to Wang Dam that he'd heard a rough account of what transpired, implying that now isn't the time for further conflict. Placing a hand on Wang Dam's shoulder, Tae-suk suggests they quickly deal with the aftermath of Johan's actions. He listens as Kim Tae-suk presses him, asking if he truly believes everything will be all right, to which he simply affirms. Kim Tae-suk reminds him of the task at hand, asking what happens if the other party refuses to cooperate, and then firmly states that he will have to make them comply. A sigh escapes him, acknowledging the inflexibility of the situation. Kim Tae-suk then points out the current state of affairs, questioning if he still intends to remain so naive. The weight of the words settles upon him, his expression tightening with a mix of distress and resolve. His gaze hardens, a fresh scratch visible on his cheek, a testament to recent struggles. Standing before the school, he hears the explanation that everyone present is there not by coercion, but by their own free will. The thought crosses his mind that even Hodong must be contemplating the situation, as ultimately, everyone is here to protect this school, their shared institution. His eyes gleam with renewed purpose, a silent declaration forming within him. I, too. Clasping his hands, Wang Dam reflects on his identity, affirming his place as a student of this school. Meanwhile, a young man with messy, reddish-brown hair looks on, his face etched with profound distress. As he questions his own actions, wondering why he had to do what he did, Wang Dam continues his internal monologue, asserting that he always acted according to his conscience, striving to do the right thing, believing it would ultimately make everything all right. Kim Tae-suk, observing the distressed youth, advises him not to overthink or worry too much, reminding him that such concern is precisely what a true leader should embody. Hunched over, the youth laments that the real leader isn't fulfilling their duties, while Wang Dam offers a quiet, unseen reassurance, acknowledging that he did all he could. Kim Tae-suk then directly addresses the youth, who now bears an eye bandage, suggesting his burden stems from the weight of his leadership, to which the youth responds with a pained question, wondering if he is truly unable to do anything. Extending a hand, Kim Tae-suk urges the struggling young man to stop dwelling and move forward if he truly understands the situation. Wang Dam stands in quiet contemplation, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out, and a voice asks, "How long do you plan on sitting on the ground?" The distressed youth, his left eye still bruised, hesitates before quietly responding, "No." With a firm grip, the two hands meet, sealing a silent agreement. From an aerial perspective, the youth rises to his feet, declaring, "I've had enough rest." A soft "oh" echoes, marking a shift in the atmosphere. The scene shifts to an exterior view of a bustling street, dominated by the bright sign of Tyson Gamjatang. Ju Hyundal stands in a doorway, his expression thoughtful as he remarks, "Not a single thing has changed, and nothing will." Elsewhere, an older man in glasses observes something unseen, murmuring, "Child, he's never acted like that before." A young woman, her hair pulled back by a red headband, reflects on a past encounter, lamenting that she saw so many people and shouldn't have stopped her. A sense of foreboding washes over her as she realizes she knew it all along, and now feels compelled to investigate further. Approaching a doorway marked "Door Lock Under Repair," she spots a dark, hooded figure standing just inside. Her gaze drops, a moment of hesitation before she can fully process the unexpected visitor. Her expression shifting to one of shock and fear as she exclaims, "Oh, you're here." The shadowy figure moves with unsettling speed, his dark hair obscuring his face as he closes the distance. Then, a menacing smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as he greets her. "Hello, how are you?" A person behind the counter of a small shop looks up, a question forming on their lips as a figure stands before them. With a soft gasp, they recoil slightly, asking who the stranger might be. A moment of confusion passes as they try to place the face, muttering about a hoodie as a possible clue. The white-haired man, Johan, offers a knowing smirk, challenging them to remember him. The shopkeeper's expression remains one of stunned disbelief, the memory still just out of reach. Then, a sudden jolt of recognition hits them, as they finally connect the white-haired man to the one who always wore a hoodie. A physical tremor runs through them, the shock of memory almost overwhelming. Finally, the name escapes their lips, as they acknowledge Johan, marveling at how different he looks. Johan, looking away, mutters to himself about being in a rush, and how it seems he didn't quite finish what he started. He considers the shopkeeper's words, acknowledging that he has come a long way. And the woman flinches, startled by his presence as she asks if he wants something to eat. Recognizing him, the shopkeeper then addresses him by name, Johan, explaining that the establishment is closed for the day. She suggests he return another day, and he simply sighs in response. Accepting her words, he turns to leave, muttering that he supposes he will. The shopkeeper watches him go, his dark form receding into the distance. But as he walks, Johan's expression hardens, his jaw clenching with a silent fury. His hand moves to his side, drawing a knife as he questions the shopkeeper's refusal. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces. A younger Johan sits beside a dark-haired man with glasses, both looking relaxed in a casual setting. A voice declares this moment to be nothing less than revenge, and a full repayment for past transgressions. This is the world of high class, as the 33rd chapter, Whale Fall Part 3, begins. A public notice about littering and illegal dumping stands ignored amidst the unfolding drama. Johan, his expression grim, contemplates his next move. With a sudden, explosive force, his fist slams into the ground. But before he can fully recover, a swift kick sends him flying through the air, crashing violently against a nearby wall, the impact radiating with raw power. After the white-haired leader's decisive strike, a figure in red and black hangs precariously from a pipe, before losing his grip and plummeting downward. As he falls, the white-haired leader's voice echoes from above, taunting him with a dismissive, "Pretty boy." A crimson aura flares around the falling man as he braces for impact, the leader's voice continuing, "Don't fall so quickly." He clenches his jaw, a silent vow forming in his mind. He must uphold his promise, especially after coming all this way to face such a formidable opponent. This is Lee Young-jun, and he finds himself in a truly desperate situation. However, Young-jun possesses a rare talent. He not only learns quickly from observation, but also instinctively develops his own unique techniques. This ability allows him to analyze his opponent's movements, even in the heat of battle, to a remarkable extent. His powerful left leg, for instance, is anything but ordinary. And while such peculiarities stand out, his overall fighting style is a testament to his unique talent. A new form of combat, mixed martial arts, is introduced, showcasing a fighter in a ready stance. In a sparring match, the difference in skill between her and her male opponent is immediately apparent, as she moves with a level of precision and power far beyond her peers. With exceptional speed and agility, she delivers a series of top-notch strikes. An observer with red hair and glasses watches the display, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he notes that the girl possesses an uncanny ability to see through her opponent's moves, finding it both impressive and annoying. The male fighter collapses to the ground, defeated by the overwhelming skill. His struggles against her sudden, precise attacks prove completely ineffective as she holds him firmly in her grasp. The red-haired observer's expression shifts to one of clear annoyance, muttering about how irritating it is to witness such talent. The defeated fighter on the ground grits his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath and comparing her to some mysterious, elusive force. The female fighter's hand is shown, her words echoing the sentiment of her sudden appearance, as if she materialized out of nowhere. Lee Yoongjin struggles to rise, blood splattering from his mouth. Kim Tae-suk observes the brutal display, noting the sheer explosiveness of the unseen assailant, thinking to himself that it's not just about strength. Yoongjin clenches his jaw, enduring another blow, realizing his opponent fights with no regard for their own body, a pained grunt escaping him. A devastating impact slams into his midsection, a red glow erupting from the point of contact. Tae-suk's face contorts in a grimace, witnessing the relentless assault. Yoongjin collapses, clutching his gut, a guttural cry of agony torn from his throat. Suddenly, Tae-suk steps forward, seizing Yoongjin by the collar and yanking him upright. With a powerful heave, he flings Yoongjin against the nearby wall, the impact echoing sharply. Lee Yoongjin lay broken on the ground, his body a crumpled heap as Kim Tae-suk stood over him, a silent, menacing presence. A thought flickered through Tae-suk's mind, a realization that he had intended to stop this, but the moment had become impossible to control. With a sickening jwop, he seized Jungjin's face, his grip unyielding. Jungjin's features twisted into a grotesque mask of pain and blood, barely recognizable from the relentless assault. Tae-suk's fist clenched, poised for a final, crushing blow, a chilling command echoing in his mind. Die like this. But then, his focus shifted, and with a sudden, brutal motion, he grabbed a new figure by their distinctive red hair. Still gripping the red-haired fighter, Tae-suk delivered a powerful strike, the impact resonating with a sharp wag. With a final, resounding kwang, he slammed the red-haired figure to the unforgiving ground. But with a defiant "Beoldeog," the red-haired fighter immediately sprang back up, ready to continue the fight. A young man with dark hair and glasses stares wide-eyed, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. His form is silhouetted against a dark, glowing purple backdrop, his eyes burning with an unnatural violet light. He can only utter a choked question, wondering what terrifying force has just manifested. A primal fear grips him, his body trembling as he faces the unknown. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter, also wearing glasses, lets out a frustrated sigh, acknowledging that the situation has become far more troublesome than anticipated. Despite the escalating danger, a determined smile spreads across his face as he embraces the challenge before him. Before he can fully prepare, a sudden, explosive force erupts. Kim Tae-suk's dark fist connects with brutal efficiency, slamming directly into the red-haired fighter's face. The impact sends him reeling, purple energy crackling around him as he's thrown backward. Kim Tae-suk's eyes glow with an intense purple light as he questions the nature of the power he just unleashed, confirming its presence within him. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter, still reeling from the impact, is sent flying through the air, purple energy crackling around him as he recognizes the terrifying force. A low hum emanates from Tae-suk as his gaze sharpens, his purple-tinged eyes fixed on his opponent. The red-haired fighter continues to be battered by the unseen assault, his body racked with pain as the purple energy pulses around him. He recoils further, his face contorted in agony. Tae-suk's focus remains absolute, his glowing eye a beacon of his terrifying new strength. Standing composed and resolute, he surveys the scene, a subtle purple glow still lingering around his eyes. Another rapid strike connects, a blur of motion and impact. The red-haired fighter's legs give out, sending him tumbling, a chilling realization dawning on him that this power is truly dangerous. Kim Tae-suk looks down, contemplating the situation, as he considers the rumors about the one who defeated the new arrivals. It's exactly as he thought, and the fact that this person is still standing is just really annoying. With a dismissive turn, he decides it's time to leave the scene. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter, battered but defiant, struggles to rise, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Tae-suk continues his departure, musing on whether his opponent is brave or simply foolish, anticipating more fun ahead. From a distance, a green-haired figure watches Tae-suk walk away, his expression a mix of annoyance and anticipation. He curses, frustrated that his own chance for entertainment was cut short, vowing to make the red-haired fighter pay by doing his chores if he doesn't get to fight. The red-haired fighter, despite his injuries, manages a smirk, declaring he won't leave without getting paid, urging them to return before the last bus. Elsewhere, a black-haired figure clicks his tongue in annoyance, frustrated that his meal was interrupted. A figure with vibrant green hair and multiple piercings grins, challenging Hodong about his strength. As they walk away, the green-haired figure suggests they grab a bite, and Hodong, seemingly unbothered, agrees. The green-haired figure then reminds him of his financial obligations, his expression turning serious. Hodong, in turn, warns that their group will struggle to prepare for the next meeting, a hint of concern in his gaze. The green-haired figure simply smirks, unfazed by the warning. As Hodong walks away, He grumbles about not remembering buying the clothes now scattered on the ground, while the green-haired figure casually tells him to just buy new ones. Hodong's face tightens in irritation, a clear sign of his growing annoyance. He lets out a frustrated sigh, the weight of the situation settling on him. Finally, Hodong sits amidst the discarded clothing, the green-haired figure observing him with a knowing look. As the previous confrontation concludes, Lee Young-jin turns to Kim Tae-suk, addressing him directly. Tae-suk, his expression clouded with concern, questions the finality of the situation, asking if it's truly over and what Young-jin means by mentioning Yohan. Young-jin, looking away, offers only a dismissive, frustrated retort, calling him a dumbass. The insult barely registers as Tae-suk's mind races, a dawning horror spreading across his face as he questions how they could have lost this crucial moment, his voice dropping to a confused whisper. The rhythmic clatter of a train on tracks echoes through the night. Inside, a digital sign illuminates the name of the station, Bungan. A thought, almost a whisper of disbelief, questions if this reality could truly be unfolding. Kim Tae-suk stands in the metro car, his gaze fixed on Lee Young-jin and Cho Yohan, recalling the words Park DB spoke just before their arrival. He confronts them, his voice laced with disbelief, asking if they are truly in such a compromised state. Yohan dismisses his concern, stating that Lim Gukien is somewhat fine, but Tae-suk's expression darkens. His eyes begin to glow with a furious red light as he struggles to comprehend the extent of the damage. The faces of his defeated allies, Gukien among them, flash through his mind, a stark contrast to Yohan's casual assessment. The spectral images of Sun Shirwan, Jua, and H. Hodong appear, their forms battered and broken. And even Wang Dam, the strongest among them, is shown beaten, a grim testament to the overwhelming defeat they suffered at the hands of Yohan's people. Tae-suk knows they will have to be prepared for immediate retaliation. He considers the implications of the situation, realizing that reaching their destination won't be an easy task. As they move through the metro car, Lee Young-jin voices his concern, wondering if more people would be coming after them, given what they'd just heard. Kim Tae-suk, deep in thought, acknowledges the possibility, only to be startled by a sudden exclamation. A figure in a trench coat appears behind them, demanding to know what's happening, while Lee Young-jin urges them to move to another car, shouting for others to get out of the way. The two push through the crowded train, a sense of urgency propelling them forward. Meanwhile, in another part of the metro, Wang Dam stands with a grim, determined expression, his gaze fixed ahead. Amidst the jostling crowd of a packed train car, Wang Dam stood, his back to the door, observing the mundane commute. His gaze was sharp, however, as he stood with Lee Young-jin and Jua, a silent tension building around them. Nearby, Lee Young-jin held Sun Shirwan firmly, bracing him against the unexpected. As a sudden, violent force slammed into the train door, echoing through the car. The impact sent a jolt of terror through Sun Shirwan, his face contorting into a scream of pure panic. The unseen power ripped through the car, violently throwing Sun Shirwan, H. Hodong, Im Gukien, and Kim Tae-suk into a chaotic tumble. As the train car violently lurches, passengers are thrown from their feet, their bodies twisting in the sudden, brutal force. A guttural cry of pain escapes H. Hodong as he's flung through the air, his face contorted in shock and agony. Before he can even register the impact, a powerful blow connects, snapping his head back with sickening force. Around them, the other students, Sun Shirwan, Im Gukien, and Kim Tae-suk, are caught in the same violent maelstrom, their bodies tossed like ragdolls. From the outside, the train appears to be moving normally, but inside, it's a scene of utter pandemonium. Amidst the turmoil, Wang Dam stands with a chilling smirk, his long hair flowing as Lee Young-jin watches from behind him. The force of the impact continues to send bodies tumbling, creating a dangerous, unpredictable environment. With a swift, brutal motion, Wang Dam delivers another devastating blow directly to H. Hodong's face. The train car remains a scene of violent disarray, with bodies and limbs flailing amidst the ongoing chaos. Wang Dam continues his brutal assault, delivering a powerful, downward punch that sends H. Hodong reeling from the impact. Another forceful blow connects, distorting H. Hodong's face as spittle flies from his mouth. Finally, the larger boy collapses to the floor, as Wang Dam stands over him, a silent victor. H. Hodong's eyes are wide with terror, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. But the assault isn't over. Wang Dam delivers another devastating punch, refusing to let up. He follows through with a powerful kick, sending H. Hodong sliding further across the train car floor. Turning from his victim, Wang Dam's gaze sweeps over the other students, causing Sun Shirwan and Im Gukien to recoil in sheer terror. He walks past their cowering forms, leaving a trail of fear in his wake. Further down the car, Kim Tae-suk and Lee Young-jin watch the unfolding brutality with grave concern. He delivers a brutal kick, sending his opponent reeling. The force lifts Hodong off his feet, his eyes wide with pain as he begins to fall. Not letting up, he follows with another swift kick. Hodong collapses to the floor of the train car, taking a barrage of relentless blows, while the other students shrink back in terror. One student, Shirwan, flinches violently, his face contorted in fear. Another, Gukien, shields himself, unable to watch the brutal display. The relentless assault continues, a powerful punch connecting squarely with Hodong's face. The impact reverberates through the confined space. Finally, Dam seizes Hodong in a tight chokehold, his grip unyielding. Wang Dam's relentless assault continues, his foot connecting with a brutal kick to Hodong's head, snapping it back with violent force. He then seizes Hodong by the collar as the larger boy stumbles, before driving a hard punch directly into his face, sending glasses flying and Hodong collapsing to the train floor. Not finished, Wang Dam delivers another vicious kick to the downed student, then lifts him by his shirt and slams him against the wall of the train car. Hodong slides down, defeated. As Wang Dam closes in, his hand wrapping around Hodong's throat in a suffocating chokehold, he continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick sending Hodong reeling through the train car. Before he can even recover, Wang Dam grabs him by the collar, pulling him back into range. A swift, brutal punch connects with Hodong's face, sending his glasses flying. The impact distorts his features, a mask of agony etched onto his face. Then he's hurled against the train wall, sliding down with a sickening thud. Before he can recover, a hand, glowing with a faint green aura, clamps around his throat. Wang Dam pins him against the wall, maintaining the chokehold, as other passengers watch in horrified silence. Hodong struggles, his hands clawing at the unyielding grip, but the pressure only intensifies. His eyes widen in desperation, while Wang Dam's own eyes begin to glow with a menacing red light, his grip tightening further. He stands over the bound figure of Hodong, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air, before a sudden, explosive impact ripples through the space. A powerful kick connects, sending Hodong reeling. The force distorts his features, a grimace of agony etched across his face. Wang Dam's fist clenches, preparing for the next devastating blow. He slams Hodong against the wall, blood splattering from the impact. Hodong's eye, wide with terror and pain, reflects his desperate struggle. Then, a hand closes around his throat, tightening into a suffocating chokehold. Hodong's face contorts, veins bulging as he fights for air. At Bumsan Station, a man named Bumsan receives an urgent call, his expression etched with worry. Meanwhile, in a bustling city, Wang Dam and Kim Tae-suk walk through the crowds, unaware of the sudden development that has just reached Bumsan. It is then that Wang Dam's thoughts turn inward, a realization dawning upon him. A public information screen displays a panicked crowd, their faces contorted in fear. Wang Dam's gaze sharpens, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he takes in the scene. Suddenly, Kim Tae-suk is caught in a surge of people, fleeing from an unseen threat as shouts of "Run!" and "Stop right there!" echo through the streets. The city lights twinkle in the night, a stark contrast to the unfolding events. Later, walking along a vibrant, glowing path, Kim Tae-suk suggests they return to school, addressing Wang Dam as Bag. Wang Dam, however, questions his companion's knowledge of the area, only to be told that he has been to the people of the village, prompting Wang Dam to declare he has a better way to go. Kim Tae-suk looks worried, asking about a delivery, but Wang Dam's response is a sharp, probing question. How do you know that, Shiwan? He stands alone in the night, a phone pressed to his ear, a sigh escaping him as he acknowledges the situation. Meanwhile, a smooth, confident voice greets him from the other end, remarking on his reputation. His gaze sharpens. As he demands to know the caller's identity and how they obtained his number, the unknown man on the other end simply chuckles. The caller then states his intention to get straight to the point, adding that he isn't one to care for others. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he delivers a chilling warning. Failure to comply will result in the collapse of his business. Wang Dam's expression shifts to one of disbelief and anger, uttering a frustrated exclamation. Suddenly, a new voice, a woman's, cuts in on another call, asserting her certainty in her words. His eyes narrow once more, a steely resolve hardening his features as he responds, expecting the caller to understand the implications. He listens intently as the voice on the other end of the line reveals the spreading whispers, stating, "They're all saying you're a monster," before adding that some of the guys are saying nothing should be said. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a hooded figure speaks into his phone, confirming that the rumors have already spread all over. He continues, detailing the situation to his superior. "The guy who killed those people in the fight club is him, right?" he asks, then clarifies, "Chief, no damn." The hooded man warns that this is just the beginning, especially since the one running the show is the previous hero. Kim Tae-suk, listening to the report, acknowledges the gravity of the situation, realizing it is pretty serious this time. The hooded man remains on the call, his back still to the viewer. His hand, adorned with a cross pendant, grips the phone. He then mutters to himself, "It's been a while." Kim Tae-suk closes his eyes, deep in thought. A figure lies crumpled on the ground, their face hidden by a cascade of brown hair, as a voice challenges them, asking what is wrong and if they are surprised. Another's eyes, magnified behind glasses, stare wide with disbelief, dismissing the triviality of high school leadership positions. The air grows heavy, a voice beginning with a note of regret. The speaker is revealed, a white-haired individual with an unsettling, wide grin and eyes that glow with an inner light. A hand, gripping a jagged shard, punctuates their chilling declaration that this is no mere children's story. Wang Dam sits in a cafe, speaking softly into his phone, reassuring the person on the other end that he will be home early today. He continues, his voice gentle, promising to see them soon. His tone shifts slightly as he acknowledges his grandmother's worry, assuring her he's thinking of her. His hand grips the phone, a silent confirmation of his words, as he reiterates his commitment. Meanwhile, across the cafe, a student from Jongsit Tech High School sits alone, his back to the room, seemingly lost in thought. He too is on the phone, offering a similar sentiment, advising someone to always call their grandmother. Observing Wang Dam, the Jiangsu Tech student muses internally, believing his voice suggests a good kid, yet suspecting a different reality. He then turns his attention to a newspaper he holds, curious about this adult pastime. As he scans the pages, he realizes it's not quite what everyone else makes it out to be. The school, a battleground for generations, now faces a new reality. Among a group of students, one observes that many other schools should be run by adults, musing, it's so. He continues, noting that the alliance between them is growing in power, with all the people beaten by Wang Dam now joining their ranks. Taking a drag from his cigarette, the student reflects on the past, remembering how problematic it was when they only asked Sansanam's representative for help, a time when their efforts were clearly insufficient. As he plays a board game with a peer, he recalls that the alliance never explicitly stated they would beat Wang Dam, only that they would try. His gaze sharpens as he questions, they haven't been able to beat him, so is it the one they're saying they'll beat, or not? Looking down, a chilling thought crosses his mind. There's even a rumor that Wang Dam is a killer. His eye widens slightly as he recalls what they said. He looks up, then down, then up again, admitting, I don't know if it's true, but it's not like I can believe it. Still, it's a bit scary. In a hushed conversation, one man asks another if he knows the individual they're discussing, who then replies, wondering if it's the same person he has in mind, as Wang Dam, seated alone, muses on his own notoriety, noting that someone only meeting him once has made him quite famous. He finds it interesting that this person claims to have met him. His thoughts drift back to the past, recalling a time when things were different. Just like Hyunmin, the one they called Ghost. A slight smile plays on his lips as he considers the unfolding situation, believing this will prove to be an interesting turn of events after all. His eyes glowing with an eerie white light, he speculates that it must be a fateful, bad relationship. A memory flashes, showing a disheveled Hyunmin, his face etched with distress, as if reliving a painful first encounter. Standing beneath a vast, starry sky, Wang Dam resolves to simply observe how things play out. Even as the world seemed to abandon him, Wang Dam knew he hadn't abandoned himself. Everything had been fine, once. Now, a deep void festered within him, a hunger he would do anything to satisfy. He believed in the law of karma, that justice would eventually reward the good and punish the evil. Yet, the emptiness remained. To fill that profound void within him, he would truly do anything. Anything at all. He considers himself filthy and trash, and if that person were to punish him, he would accept it without a second thought. His feelings had shifted from an initial admiration to a festering jealousy. In the end, a chance, then betrayal. And finally, the culmination of it all. Revenge. A chilling vow echoes. I will kill you. The sound of a blade scraping as he stares at the blood, thinking, this blood will never be erased. It holds a profound meaning. With a final, grim determination, he declares, I've made up my mind. Lying on the cold, dirty ground, he challenges the unseen assailant, demanding to know if they truly failed to notice him, the victim of a bag snatching. Meanwhile, in a car speeding away, a driver remarks to his passenger that the journey to the other side feels long when undertaken alone. The car continues its escape, leaving behind a scene of chaos and angry shouts, the driver's mocking laughter echoing as it disappears into the distance. A new figure emerges, a man with fiery red hair, surrounded by his subordinates, expressing frustration that their current efforts are unsustainable, as a narrator dryly notes these are the public servants. His intense gaze fixes on an unseen opponent, challenging them to make a move. This formidable individual is none other than Choi Sung-ho, the second squad leader of the Brotherhood. Sung-ho's voice drops, a chilling promise that no one will come to their aid, declaring the confrontation will be a personal one. His hand clenches into a powerful fist, ready for the impending battle. The squad leader stands tall, an imposing figure against the dark, oppressive sky, his presence dominating the scene. His eye snaps open, wide with a raw, visceral shock. A brutal fist connects with Wang Dam's face, sending his head snapping back. His hand, clutching a broken piece of metal, is already mangled and bleeding, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. He's thrown against a wall, the impact sending dust and debris flying. Sharp, metallic glints blur through the air, a relentless barrage of attacks. With a deafening crash, Wang Dam is slammed into another wall, which splinters and breaks under the force. He lies defeated on the ground, looking up at the shattered remnants of the structure around him. Elsewhere, a man cradles an unconscious woman in his arms, a small child clinging desperately to him, her face buried in his side. The child's sobs echo through the room, a heart-wrenching plea for her mother to awaken. His hand gushes blood, a deep wound marring his skin, and Kim Tae-suk's mind races, knowing he must stop the bleeding immediately. A desperate urgency fills his voice as he repeats the thought, the severity of his injury becoming terrifyingly clear. The crimson flow continues unabated, a stark reminder of the danger he faces. His vision blurs, the world tilting around him, and a wave of dizziness washes over him, threatening to pull him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in a different part of the building, Jua stands over Lee Young-jin, who sits on the floor, a tense silence hanging between them. The two face each other, Jua calm and collected, Young-jin visibly distressed. Suddenly, Tae-suk's desperate cry echoes, his face contorted in a scream of pain and resolve. As Jua grabs Young-jin by the collar, Tae-suk's voice cuts through the tension, a single, determined word escaping his lips. With Jua still holding Young-jin, Tae-suk, his face pale and strained, declares his intention to stop the bleeding himself. Wang Dam stands firm, urging the man before him to compose himself, but the older figure simply hums in response. A chilling sound of metal against leather fills the air, as a hand firmly grips the hilt of a knife. The white-haired man turns, his voice dripping with malice, declaring that Wang Dam is about to meet his end. Wang Dam's face contorts in a mix of shock and fury, his eyes wide as he questions if the man truly comprehends the gravity of his actions. With a chilling smile, the old man confirms his understanding, a sinister glint in his eyes. His grin widens, a single word escaping his lips, a stark declaration of his intent. Wang Dam's eye, bloodshot and strained, reflects the immense pressure and raw emotion of the moment. The two men stand facing each other in a tense standoff, the air thick with unspoken threats. As a blade slides from its sheath with a soft rasp, the old man offers a final, chilling warning, giving his opponent time to flee. A memory flashes, revealing Kim Tae-suk's face contorted in a snarl, his voice raw with fury. His fist clenches, ready to strike, as he bellows a challenge, refusing to yield. But before his attack can land, a white-haired figure moves with blinding speed, intercepting him with a brutal counter. The force of the impact sends Kim Tae-suk reeling, thrown violently through the air. His face twists in a silent scream, the pain and shock overwhelming him. The white-haired man turns his back on the fallen youth, utterly dismissing him as unworthy of further attention. Standing over the battered form, he acknowledges him, a cold declaration hanging in the air. I acknowledge you, Kim Tae-suk. The scene shifts, returning to the present as the white-haired man now faces Wang Dam, explaining his actions with a hint of reluctance. I don't want to have to do this, but I have no choice. Wang Dam, however, remains defiant, retorting, you're the problem. Wang Dam's gaze is firm, reflecting on the recent threat he faced, as he declares, even if I use a knife like earlier. However, the white-haired man's grip on the knife tightens, his posture shifting into a deadly stance. He stands ready, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Wang Dam's eyes widen in realization, understanding the gravity of the situation. That stance, he's not just waving a blade around. A warning echoes in his mind, a desperate plea. I'm serious. Don't fight him. Something dash. His gaze is fixed, a mixture of fear and dawning resolve reflected in his wide eye. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. Murderous intent hangs heavy in the air. Wang Dam wipes a trickle of blood from his mouth, his expression hardening with grim resolve. A memory flashes, of Tae-suk, injured and vulnerable, a silent no, echoing the pain of that past defeat. The name Kim Tae-suk echoes in his mind, a stark reminder of the past. His eyes, dark and intense, reflect a mind consumed by the memory, unable to process anything else. The image of Tae-suk's battered face flashes, and with it, a chilling realization. Their thoughts, Wang Dam's and Tae-suk's, align in a silent scream of agony and rage. A vow forms in his heart. I will kill him for sure. The raw, visceral anger contorts his features, fueled by the memory of this bastard. He sees himself, or perhaps Tae-suk, locked in a brutal struggle, a promise of vengeance forming. I'll definitely kill him today. Suddenly, the internal turmoil gives way to external reality, as he spots the bad guys and recognizes the location. A scene of violence unfolds before him. Oh, what is going on? He thinks, recognizing the white-haired man as the guy who was beating up my friend. A sudden, brutal impact leaves Choi Sung-ho reeling, his face bruised and bloodied as he gasps. What just happened? I thought Choi Sung-ho said no one would come here. His eyes burning with fierce resolve, Wang Dam stares down his opponents. The white-haired man and his associates recoil in surprise, one of them exclaiming, who the hell are these ugly guys? On the night of Wang Dam and Park Hwa-seo's fight, a sudden realization dawns on someone. As a student cries out in disbelief, wondering why others are so close to the new student, Tae-suk. Inside a room, a boxing championship belt hangs prominently, confirming the rumors about Tae-suk's father being a famous boxer. The entire wall is filled with old pictures of Tae-suk, further solidifying the family's boxing legacy. Lee Young-jin and Jua stand together, looking at the display, with Young-jin questioning why they've come all this way. Jua recalls how much she liked it here last time, and how she used to ask him to buy her one of these items. Young-jin, observing the many family pictures, seems to understand her sentiment. An older woman in the background confirms that most of their regulars have seen Tae-suk grow up, implying a long-standing connection to this place. Having found the framed picture, Lee Yoongjin remarks that he ended up hanging it there, while the unnamed female teenager confirms she's both at the store and at home, implying a shared space. She then suggests that Yoongjin should say hello to Dam since he's there, but he quickly dismisses the idea, stating they have to leave soon and it's fine. Suddenly, an older man, presumably the shop owner, leans in, complimenting the girl on her beauty, which catches her off guard. He then directly asks if she is Dam's girlfriend, causing her to stammer in response. Yoongjin quickly interjects, clarifying that she is not his girlfriend. And Jua, now present, adds that she's just a kid. The girl, now visibly relieved, confirms they are just friends, and the shop owner acknowledges her statement. As Yoongjin and Jua prepare to leave, the shop owner mentions there are 1 or 2 orders left to go, but Yoongjin insists he can have them, as they don't need them. Later, Kim Taesuk apologizes for the inconvenience of having to go out for missing items, and then adds that Taesuk's dad's food was really good. Lee Yoongjin explains that they should have called ahead, but he was too hungry to wait. To which the shop owner, a kind-faced woman with glasses, replies, "I actually live alone." Wang Dam, surprised, asks, "Oh really?" She then clarifies that her home is far from the shop, as Wang Dam glances back at a young girl standing quietly in the corner. The shop owner, now identified as Auntie, explains, "This girl is Wang Dam's girlfriend. She's been helping me out since she was little." Wang Dam quickly interjects, "It's not like that." Auntie, however, dismisses his protest, saying, "It's fine. Just eat. I'll make you something good for free after a few days." He simply replies, "Thank you." As they prepare to leave, Auntie urges them not to hurry, and Wang Dam assures her he'll be back to help soon. She then calls out, "Dam, 1 second," and he turns back, asking, "Yes?" A faint ringing sound echoes in his ear. He reassures the shop owner, Auntie, that he's fine, despite her concern about his motorcycle fall, though she insists he always be careful. He reluctantly agrees, and she waves him off with a smile. As he walks away, a car horn blares, and he finds himself on a track, spotting a girl who shouldn't be there. His eyes flash red as he realizes the true problem, Choi Dongwon, standing menacingly in the distance. The sight draws his full attention. As Dongwon prepares himself, still reeling from the sudden appearance of Choi Dongwon, Wang Dam finds himself on the phone, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions, "You, just what is?" His eyes widen in shock, the implications of the situation slowly dawning on him as he manages a single, bewildered word. "What?" A mental image, or perhaps a memory, flashes through his mind, showing a younger version of himself standing beside the imposing figure of Choi Dongwon. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Meanwhile, in a different location, a voice with an air of casual indifference drawls, "Uh-huh, oh really?" The white-haired man lounges on a couch, looking utterly bored as he complains, "They still haven't made their move yet. What do you want me for?" His expression shifts to one of disdain as he muses, "Huh, do these bastards still think this is a game or something?" Then adds, with a condescending tone, "Hey, girlie." His gaze falls upon a young woman, bound and gagged on the floor, her eyes wide with fear, as he continues his taunt. "It seems that your boyfriend is not coming, even though you're pretty enough." A group of men stand in a stark room, one of them speaking with a chilling nonchalance, suggesting that some plastic surgery might be necessary, as if it were a trivial matter. Indeed, the white-haired man and 2 of his subordinates hold a young woman captive, her hands bound and mouth gagged, her eyes wide with terror. A glint of steel reflects in her tear-filled eyes, a sharp blade held inches from her face, emphasizing the gravity of her predicament. The white-haired man leans in, his voice dripping with malice, taunting her as he instructs his subordinate, Piljo, to maintain a firm grip, asking if she's scared. Another subordinate, Sung Yoon, addresses his leader, who responds with a casual, "What's up?" His expression remains unreadable as he questions what Sung Yoon had just said. Despite her gag, the young woman's eyes burn with fury, her muffled cries of you, fucker, echoing her desperate defiance. Her gag now removed, she screams, her face bruised and bloodied, "You dirty son of a bitch." In the aftermath, the white-haired man, Piljo, and Sung Yoon stand over her, the young woman now collapsed on the floor, beaten and broken. He looks down at the young woman, who lies beaten on the floor, and scoffs, asking if she's still refusing to speak, but she defiantly replies that she has no idea what he's talking about. Her face bruised and swollen, she adds a cutting remark, telling him his own face looks like trash. His subordinates, Piljo and Sung Yoon, gasp in shock at her audacity, realizing her message has been received loud and clear. The white-haired man's eyes glow with a fierce red light as he acknowledges her unexpected stubbornness, more than he had anticipated. Internally, she challenges him to simply kill her, a thought that visibly startles him. A memory or symbolic vision of her standing strong, surrounded by a white aura, flashes through her mind as she reflects on how much she struggles. Back in her current reality, lying bruised on the cold floor, she laments that she always ends up like this, utterly tired of it all. A glint of steel appears at her throat, a sharp knife pressing against her skin. Tears stream down her face as she whispers for them to just kill her, then immediately questions her own desperate words. A chilling, wide grin stretches across the man's face, his eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. He leans closer to the bound woman, his voice dripping with contempt. I suppose you've finally shed the last vestiges of your pride. Her head snaps back, a raw, guttural scream tearing from her throat, a desperate cry of anguish and defiance. As a knife is held menacingly close, one of his subordinates hesitates, muttering a quiet concern about the escalating situation. Piljo, his face etched with worry, voices his apprehension. Too much, isn't it? The white-haired man turns his head slightly, his expression hardening, a silent warning in his sharp gaze. Piljo flinches, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, as he realizes the gravity of his words. Without a word, the white-haired man's hand shoots out, gripping Piljo's wrist with crushing force. The impact of his grip is immediate and painful, a stark reminder of his superior's absolute authority. The captive's hand, bound and bruised, twitches with a desperate energy. The white-haired man, observing the struggle, declares his intent to eliminate all who stand in his way, beginning with the man before him. A glint of steel catches the light, a sharp knife resting nearby, as a chilling premonition settles over the scene. The white-haired man's hand reaches for a circular device, his voice dripping with accusation, blaming the captive for everything that has gone wrong from the very beginning. Standing over Kim Tae-suk, an intimidating white aura flaring around him, he demands to know why Tae-suk believed his actions would go unnoticed, and what he truly desires. Tae-suk's hand clenches in frustration and defiance, refusing to be dismissed as someone merely trying to take advantage of a moment of weakness. His face contorted in a shout of protest, Tae-suk vehemently denies any betrayal of the school. The white-haired man grabs him by the collar, pulling him close, as Tae-suk repeats his desperate plea of innocence, insisting he has never once betrayed the school. His eyes wide with disbelief and anger, the white-haired man dismisses Tae-suk's words as utter nonsense. He presses his captive, demanding to know why he would take things so far, questioning what Ju-ah and the Alliance had done to provoke such a response. His voice sharpens, asking if he would dare interfere with the student. Turning slightly, the white-haired man addresses a subordinate, calling him Hingrok. His shadowed form looms, the question hanging heavy in the air. Does he look like he's playing around? He continues his relentless interrogation, accusing Tae-suk of thinking he can now interfere with the Alliance, and daring to touch the people he's raised, those who belong to his school. Tae-suk's eye widens in terror, as he desperately tries to explain that he spent millions of won on them, and didn't spend a whole year just because he liked it. He insists this was basically lifetime employment, and that the Alliance is no longer just a gathering of high schoolers. A chilling image of shadowy figures flashes through his mind, representing the true, formidable nature of the organization. Still trying to justify his actions, Tae-suk mutters about what's going on within the Alliance. Choi Dong-won looks down with disdain, dismissing the situation as mere child's play. His eyes glowing with an ominous red light, he demands to know who would dare interfere with the Alliance, revealing himself as Choi Dong-won. Meanwhile, in a different room, the man in the suit steps through a doorway, a low hum filling the air. A sharp crack echoes as someone is violently brought down, the aggressor berating the fallen figure, questioning how they're raising these kids. The furious assailant, Choi Young-min, a graduate from East Gangbuk High, screams in indignation. He scoffs at the idea of being called a kid, asserting that they are rising like a new revolution. Young-min delivers a brutal punch, demanding to know if his victim recognizes the Brotherhood. Choi Dong-won, observing the scene, impatiently asks about the whereabouts of another individual. Another sharp crack echoes as Young-min lands yet another blow, the impact reverberating through the room. A firm grip closes around Wang Dam's wrist, but he swiftly pulls free, moving with purpose away from the onlookers. Meanwhile, an older man instructs his blue-haired subordinate to abandon their pursuit, telling him to forget it and go over there. Wang Dam sits, his gaze fixed on an unconscious figure, a silent question hanging in the air. As he shrugs on his jacket, he assures someone he'll be back shortly. A quiet resolve settles over him, wondering if he should handle the guests himself. He strides away into the night, but a desperate cry echoes behind him, as a young woman races to catch up, warning him that he'll be the one to get hurt. Through the neon-lit alleyways, a lone figure walks away from the chaos, his form silhouetted against the urban glow. His face, now marred with fresh bruises, reflects a grim determination as an unseen voice confirms the grim reality. The situation is indeed filthy and trash. Meanwhile, in a stark, sterile room, Choi Dong-won listens intently, his expression unreadable. Answering a call, he hears the confirmation that the girl has escaped, a fact he acknowledges with a simple, curt, yeah. He then turns to Piljo, who stands beside him, relaying instructions from an unseen speaker. They need to figure out what to do next. Dong-won, his gaze sharp, declares his intent to handle the situation personally, assuring Piljo that he will keep his word. Piljo, now in a different location, opens a door, his thoughts echoing the previous conversation. The plans must proceed. He makes a call, instructing the recipient to contact Lim Gukyeon, his expression serious. As Piljo speaks, Choi Young-min stands nearby, clad in a Let's Dance shirt, awaiting further instructions. He struggles to carry the injured Wang Dam through the desolate, hostile territory, the weight of his comrade a heavy burden. His face etched with worry, he laments that they cannot keep moving like this. Wang Dam is simply too heavy, and he wonders how they let things get to this point. A young woman with a serious expression warns them that if they don't act, the situation will soon become too overwhelming to manage. She emphasizes that they are nearing a point of no return, where reversing their current course will be impossible. Piljo continues to haul Wang Dam, his body slumped over his shoulder, while Youngmin walks steadily beside them, scanning their surroundings. Youngmin glances back, his gaze sharp, as if sensing a lingering threat or confirming their escape. Elsewhere, another man lies defeated on the ground, his red headband a stark contrast to his pale, injured face. Wang Dam himself is sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide and unfocused, the full extent of his injuries becoming painfully clear. Despite the blood and bruises marring his face, a flicker of fierce determination remains in his gaze. His face marred by fresh wounds, Wang Dam's eyes narrow with a fierce intensity, a single thought burning through his pain. A chilling, almost manic grin spreads across his bloodied lips, as the question echoes in his mind, is that bastard? Meanwhile, Choi Young-min, looking over his shoulder with a worried expression, calls out, where? Wang Dam's gaze remains fixed, his determination unwavering as the same question repeats itself, a silent challenge to an unseen foe. Kim Tae-suk scans the area, his brow furrowed with a growing sense of unease. As he searches for a missing person, he finally discovers Wang Dam lying on the floor amidst overturned furniture, while Lee Young-jin stands quietly in the background. Observing the scene, Tae-suk notes that it has been a couple of days since he last saw him, and the evidence suggests the fight had moved outside. A silent moment passes as Tae-suk looks down at the injured young man, whose hand twitches slightly. He then asks, his voice filled with concern, is it really you, Dam? Please don't move and stay still. Tae-suk reassures him that the ambulance should arrive soon, then, with a determined look, promises to find the one responsible for this. Kneeling beside the injured young man, Tae-suk offers what comfort he can. He stands in the ruined room, a grim silence hanging heavy in the air. The stark reality of the situation is underscored by the dark stains marring the floor. His gaze falls upon the evidence, his eyes narrowing with a cold resolve, as he processes the extent of the violence. Turning to Young-jin, he notes that with the surrounding area cleared out, it will be difficult to find any witnesses. He then asks if the attackers were the second lieutenants, adding that he thought they were the ones who had beaten him. Young-jin confirms his suspicion, identifying the culprit as Lim Ju-hyun, Dragon's second lieutenant. He explains that he had a feeling it was Ju-hyun's men, his intuition telling him something was amiss. With the target identified, Tae-suk's expression hardens as he declares, let's get moving. He remembers a mother whose very existence was uncertain to him, and a father who simply vanished, leaving him behind. In that moment of abandonment, he wonders if he was truly afraid, or if he had simply grown up too fast. He had locked that door, sealing away his past with an invisible barrier. But then, a memory resurfaces, triggered by a familiar, visceral scent. It was the unmistakable smell of blood. The memory of that scent, sharp and cold, solidifies his resolve. The young boy, once lost, now looks up with a fierce determination in his eyes. He vows not to let the chance of an accidental encounter slip by, determined to seize it. Wang Dam is deep in thought, contemplating the possibility that he didn't want to keep on living. His mind drifts to a sepia-toned memory of a family, a poignant image from a past where he felt utterly alone. Tears stream down his face in the present, reflecting the profound difficulty he experienced as a child, sitting abandoned outside a building. There was no longing for anything, he recalls, as his younger self sat precariously on a high ledge, a small doll his only companion. A determined expression now settles on his face, a stark contrast to his past despair, as he acknowledges having learned to be thankful for what he was given. He had once believed himself satisfied with that gratitude, but now, he questions that very satisfaction. In a stark memory, a younger Wang Dam is confronted by an adult, who harshly questions his sanity, demanding repayment for money he doesn't possess. The adult's voice escalates, calling him an idiot and threatening to throw him out onto the street if the debt isn't settled by tomorrow. Overwhelmed, the young boy can only utter a pained lament, his face etched with despair as he addresses the mister who holds his fate. From that day forward, the man began returning home later and later, the clock's hands marking his increasing absence. Until, inevitably, he simply never came back, leaving behind an empty doorway. And just like that, the man he had almost forgotten about slipped back through the cracks of his memory, leaving him alone. He recalls a strange detachment, a feeling that he didn't care about money or interests, only a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Yet, he muses, life is merely a path to death, a thought contrasted by a conversation with someone who once suggested there was something more. He had once believed that if he simply endured, if he just accepted his fate, everything would eventually be fine. But a voice from his past echoed, reminding him that he had felt wronged, that he had been abandoned. A child's small hand reached out, seeking comfort, as an adult tried to reassure him that it wasn't his fault. Yet, the child's mind could only grasp the stark reality. In the end, he was left alone. He realized then that his life was nothing more than a path to death, and to him, that was a victory. But an older, wiser voice had once challenged this notion. asking if there wasn't something more to life than merely existing, something beyond the simple path to death. Now, he wonders if he owes that man an apology for having lived his life so carelessly. He remembers a time when he found a kind of paradise, a place where he felt truly free. That paradise, however, was merely the aftermath of his second chance, the moment he was abandoned. He was betrayed again, and that's when he truly lost himself. He once believed that simply enduring life's hardships was a victory, a false hope that ultimately proved to be the true culprit behind his suffering. This was the world of Tyson Kamieting. With a sudden, explosive burst of motion, Tyson Kamieting launches himself forward. His arm extends, a focused projectile of raw power. The strike connects with devastating force, a violent impact rippling through the air. The victim's face contorts in agony, the force of the blow distorting their features. They are sent flying backward, a helpless ragdoll against the assault. Still airborne, the body continues its uncontrolled trajectory. Finally, they crash into a distant surface, leaving a shattered impact in their wake. Tyson Kamieting's fist descends with crushing force, followed by a brutal kick that sends his opponent reeling. Another heavy punch connects squarely with the victim's face, the relentless assault driving him further into the ground. A devastating body blow lands, his opponent's face contorting in pure agony. A silent scream escapes him, as blow after blow rains down without mercy. His eyes roll back, his body battered and broken under the relentless barrage. The victim's face contorts in a silent scream, eyes wide with terror and pain as the brutal assault continues. A powerful fist connecting squarely with his jaw, before Tyson Kamieting follows up with a lightning-fast kick, the impact sending a spray of particles from his opponent's face. His face grotesquely distorts from the blow, the force sending him reeling backward, violently propelled through the air, a blur of pain and motion, until his body crumples from the final, devastating impact. Still reeling from the relentless assault, the victim takes another brutal blow, his body twisting from the impact as blood sprays into the air. Another strike lands with sickening force, driving him further back, his defenses utterly shattered. He slams against a grimy wall, leaving a crimson smear as he slumps, defeated and bleeding. As his vision blurs, a glint of cold steel appears, a knife brought menacingly close to his terrified eye. A guttural scream tears from his throat, a raw sound of pure terror echoing in the alley. The aggressor stands over him, his shadow engulfing the desperate cries. His face contorts in a silent, agonizing scream, mouth wide open in despair. Tyson Kamieting grabs the man by the collar, lifting him off the ground, the knife now pressed firmly against his throat. The victim, now wearing a mask, struggles to speak, his voice raspy as he offers a desperate plea. Why, take your revenge. A masked figure, his voice strained, asks a question, while a black and white image of two men flashes in his mind. With a grimace, the masked Kim Tae-suk urges his attacker, Tyson Kamieting, to finish the job, a knife glinting menacingly above him. His eye, bruised and weary, looks up, questioning the very nature of the confrontation. Suddenly, Tyson Kamieting's face contorts in a scream of shock and pain, as he cries out Wang Dam's name, demanding to know why he had taken things so far. Still reeling from the unexpected assault, he repeats his question, his gaze falling upon Tae-suk. His hand reaches out in disbelief, as the knife he held clatters to the ground, the sound echoing the finality of his defeat. With a swift, decisive motion, Wang Dam delivers a powerful strike, his form a blur of speed and force. Tyson Kamieting's eye, now bloodshot and wide, reflects the sheer agony and shock of the impact. Standing amidst a crimson glow, Wang Dam reflects on his disappointment, realizing his initial judgment had been wrong. A determined foot plants firmly on the ground, as Tyson Kamieting launches a powerful punch, only for it to be met and blocked by the white-haired fighter. A snarl twists the fighter's face, his movements blurring with incredible speed. He deftly dodges Tyson's next attack, already winding up for his own counter. The impact sends a jolt through Tyson, his face contorting in pain. A powerful kick connects with his torso, sending him reeling backward. Before he can recover, a rapid punch lands squarely on his face, the white-haired fighter pressing his advantage. Tyson Kamieting lunges with a wide, powerful swing, but his opponent, a white-haired fighter, moves with impossible speed, effortlessly dodging the attack and countering with a devastating blow to Tyson's midsection. Before Tyson can even react, another fist is already blurring towards him. The impact snaps his head back, leaving him stunned and vulnerable. A swift kick follows, connecting squarely with his body. Tyson's face contorts in agony, the relentless assault proving too much to bear. He collapses to the ground, his body finally giving out as the white-haired fighter stands victorious over him. A heavy boot presses down, pinning him in place. Gasping for air, Tyson struggles to comprehend his defeat, muttering in disbelief that he was beaten with bare hands. Still reeling from his defeat, Tyson Kamieting lies broken on the ground as the white-haired fighter looms over him, asserting that it would have been better for him to have died than to live in such a state. He continues, his voice sharp, asking if Tyson has finally reached his limit, the sound of a heavy impact echoing nearby. Clenching his fist, the white-haired fighter recalls the sleepless nights he endured, suffering from insomnia after Tyson Kamieting had disappeared from his life. Now, with his tormentor defeated, he believes he can finally enjoy a truly restful sleep tonight. A chilling, manic grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an intense red light, reflecting his profound satisfaction. Suddenly, a swift, sharp sound cuts through the air, signaling a renewed burst of motion. Without hesitation, he launches a low, powerful kick. His fist follows, connecting with a forceful whirl of impact, delivering a devastating blow to Tyson Kamieting's head, sending him reeling from the renewed assault. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion as he strikes Tyson Kamieting with brutal force. His fist a focused weapon, even as Tyson's eyes burn with a desperate resolve. Blow after blow rains down, each impact echoing the white-haired fighter's cruel intent. Tyson's jaw clenches, blood splattering as he endures the onslaught, his teeth gritted against the pain. Another heavy punch connects directly with his face, sending a fresh spray of crimson into the air. His head snaps back from the force, a sharp sound accompanying the impact. Before he can recover, a powerful kick lands squarely in his midsection, driving the air from his lungs. The white-haired fighter's face twists into a wide, blood-stained grin, reveling in the suffering he inflicts. With a final, brutal punch, he sends the already defeated Tyson Kamieting slumping further, the fight now undeniably over. Tyson Kamieting's face contorts in a grimace of agony, his jaw clenched against the relentless assault. Before he can recover, the white-haired leader moves with blinding speed, delivering another devastating strike. The impact sends a spray of blood from Tyson's arm, a testament to the sheer force behind the blow. As the white-haired leader follows through, more crimson droplets arc through the air. Tyson's face, now streaked with blood and sweat, reflects the crushing weight of his defeat. His body finally gives out, sending him tumbling backward. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, a final splatter of blood marking his impact. Lying broken and defeated, Tyson can only think, "I can't put any more strength into my body." The white-haired leader's voice cuts through the silence, assuring him, "Don't worry. You won't be able to move for a while." Standing over his fallen opponent, the leader delivers a final, chilling promise. "Once you'll be able to move, you'll be dead." He looks down at the defeated figure below him, and a scoff escapes him as Tyson Kamieting gazes up with that same dumbfounded look. There's no point in explaining anything to him, he thinks, knowing the other wouldn't understand even if he tried. Besides, those hypocritical eyes of his have always filled him with a burning rage. He'd always wanted to gouge them out, but decides to show some mercy to a schoolmate and end this clearly. Raising his fist for a final, decisive strike, he delivers his last words. "Just think of it as bad fate." With a swift, brutal motion, the impact reverberates. A final, devastating blow lands. The force of the white-haired leader's final strike leaves Park Wasu crumpled on the ground, his body momentarily still. But the leader isn't finished, delivering another powerful kick to the downed fighter, the impact echoing sharply through the alley. He spins away, confident in his victory. Yet, with a sudden surge of raw fury, Park Wasu pushes himself back to his feet, his face contorted in a defiant roar, refusing to yield. The white-haired leader turns back, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he recognizes the name. Park Wasu. Ignoring his injuries, Park Wasu lunges forward, a small, sharp object glinting in his hand as he screams, "Die." But the leader is too fast, a blur of motion as he deflects the attack with ease. His eyes narrow, a thought forming in his mind. Can't tell if you're stupid or just stubborn. In the next instant, he has Park Wasu locked in a tight chokehold, the fight seemingly brought to a definitive end. Despite the overwhelming odds, a fierce resolve hardens within him, dismissing the notion that his struggles are meaningless. He rejects the idea that his efforts are futile, a desperate plea echoing in his mind. "It was all for you. I'm sorry you suffered." Then, with a primal roar, Tyson unleashes a devastating punch, his body enveloped in a dark, crackling aura. The white-haired leader's eyes widen in disbelief and pain as the blow connects, sending him reeling backward, a desperate question escaping his lips. He spins through the air, his body a blur of motion, before crashing down with immense force, leaving a deep crater in the ground. A guttural scream tears from the white-haired leader's throat, his face contorted in agony as blood erupts from his mouth. Yet, Tyson Kamieting's resolve hardens, his eyes glowing with a dark, monstrous energy, knowing he must see this through. Another devastating impact lands, sending a spray of black liquid into the air. The white-haired leader's eye, wide with shock and pain, stares upward as his body absorbs the relentless assault. A single thought echoes in his mind. No. Tyson Kamieting continues his furious barrage, a grim realization crossing his face at the sheer amount of blood spilled. The white-haired leader's eye strains, the pain becoming almost unbearable. His vision blurs, the skin around his eye cracking under the immense pressure, a silent scream trapped within. Then, a final, brutal strike from a clawed hand connects, sealing his fate. His eyes burning with an otherworldly light, a crimson aura pulsed around him, signaling the final, devastating phase of his assault. With a guttural cry of effort, he brought down a crushing blow, the impact radiating white energy. The white-haired leader's face contorted in agony and disbelief, his mind reeling at the thought of losing to such an opponent, wondering how this could possibly be happening. Still, the relentless fighter showed no mercy, lifting his opponent by the neck, a pinkish-purple energy swirling around them. His grip remained firm, the leader's body hanging limp and defeated. Then, with a soft thud, he released his hold, letting the unconscious figure drop to the ground. Standing over the fallen leader, a small blade now in his hand, he paused, a moment of hesitation before the final act. Despite the victory, his own face showed signs of the brutal exchange, a cut on his lip, as he seemed to weigh his next move. Ultimately, he hoisted the unconscious leader over his shoulder, carrying him away from the scene, only to find another figure, Wang Dam, observing from the alleyway. His eyes wide and intense, a single thought echoes in his mind, a question of a ghost as his expression twists. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-suk, observing someone with concern, wonders if they are all right, noting their panicked appearance after eating albacore tuna. Though his face doesn't show panic in the traditional sense, it's an unsettling, bizarre expression that draws attention. The more he studies the unusual demeanor, the more curious Tae-suk becomes about its cause. Wang Dam's face remains contorted, as if he's actively avoiding something, a struggle to maintain control, perhaps even an increase in his mana. Tae-suk ponders the implications of this intense state, wondering if it means he's about to cross a critical boundary. Yet, Wang Dam's expression suggests a different truth, a silent declaration that it is, in fact, the opposite. He actively avoids holding on to something because he cannot control himself. Meanwhile, the white-haired leader, his face bruised and battered, is still being carried away, his unconscious form held firmly by Tyson Kamieating. Kim Tae-suk stands over Wang Dam, questioning why he doesn't have a girlfriend. While elsewhere, a sharp blade glints. And the white-haired leader, his face scarred and weary, reflects on the events at that Kamieating place. Tyson Kamieating stands over him, observing his inability to move. Back with Wang Dam, his face obscured by shadow, he acknowledges a shared nature, believing himself to be the same type as the white-haired leader. The white-haired leader, in turn, contemplates the enjoyment he anticipates from fighting him. A new, scarred man grins unsettlingly, his expression hinting at a sinister nature. The white-haired leader's thoughts return to his own struggle, lamenting his inability to control himself. Meanwhile, Lee Yoongjin assures Kim Tae-suk that he is not exaggerating. In a memory, a young man with dark hair reflects on a past encounter, his hand trembling as he recalls the words, "But that bastard is different." His eyes narrow, a deep-seated resentment surfacing as he thinks, "That fucking bastard." The memory lingers, a phantom touch on his throat, a reminder of a past torment. Meanwhile, in the present, Kim Tae-suk speaks to Lee Yoongjin, his voice filled with concern as he mentions, "Wang Dam, that bastard." The flashback returns, a pale hand gripping a knife, poised in a moment of desperation. In the present, the white-haired leader, his face still bruised, listens with a weary expression as someone remarks, "You sure say corny lines a lot, kid." He confronts the scarred, grinning man, asking, "Is this fun for you?" The scarred man retorts, "Oh, is it because you've gotten used to stabbing and never being stabbed yourself?" The memory deepens, the young man's hand still clutching the knife, a desperate measure against an unseen threat. In the throes of the flashback, the young man begs, "Stop, please, cruel," as the scarred man looms over him, coldly stating, "Don't beg for your life, all right?" The scarred, grinning man's face fills the frame, his wide, unsettling smile stretching across his features, a chilling testament to the evil within him.